Wheel of Time Spoilers podcast. Your hosts are Seth Jacobson and Patrick Heiler.
Oh, yeah, that is funny that you mentioned that earlier. I was talking to Seth right before we turned the microphones on that I've started listening to this podcast called My Favorite Murder recently, which is a really popular true crime one. These two young ladies just talk about their favorite serial killer stories or whatever, and they have that same microphone effect. I was telling Seth that someone wrote into their podcast and was like, "What's that gong noise?" I think we managed to edit it out.
Most of them, yeah, but occasionally there's a little like I don't even know what to call it. It's like a lever for turning the screw on the microphone stand. Yeah. And Timber likes to bump it, and it sort of waggles back and forth and makes a wah 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 sound into the microphone.
It's this like spring-loaded boom arm thing that just like clamps to a table to hold the microphone, so we don't have to hold them.
They're like those old lamp stands.
Yeah, exactly like that.
Yeah. I think those would usually have like a heavy base instead of a clamp. So how was your Thanksgiving?
It was really nice. Just me and Jules made a duck and mashed potatoes and greens and a bunch of stuff. Drank a bunch of whiskey. Which is part of the reason that this was the first drink I've had since Thanksgiving, because it was just like so dried out at the end of those 2 days.
Yeah, I went and visited my family, and we opened a nice bottle of whiskey and drank a good amount of it. Yeah, it was nice. That was actually the first like really family get together I've had since I've had a big family. Timber's over here being full of antics. He's just like scratching at the ground and then looking at me, and then scratching at the ground and then looking at me. We've been on 2 walks. You've been fed. I played with you. We're going to kick you out if you don't relax.
I hope the microphone picked that up.
Yeah, I was just saying I threw Timber in a car and drove down to Southern Oregon, and
it's cool you had like a real family Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's really been the first time we've ever been on the same coast.
I haven't done that in years.
It's been a long time for me.
Yeah.
You know, I keep going to my like girlfriend's Thanksgivings rather than my own. So it was nice to see my family, and they gave me a few things. You know, I got a little bit of bling by going to visit them.
Nice.
My mom's old laptop, so I'm back in business with that, which is really exciting for me. So it's
Heck
like
yeah.
a 2001 instead of 2011 as opposed to 2008. So it's a little bit newer.
Yeah.
Pretty stoked about it. And then my dad gave me a nice leather jacket that he hasn't worn since the 70s.
Oh, yeah. Sweet bomber jacket.
Right?
That looks like it got worn like once, probably in 1970, and then just sat. It looks new. I'd have a good time with Jules.
Yeah.
Drank a bunch of whiskey, like I said. We watched the new Stranger Things.
Oh, good.
Which we kept like meaning to marathon and then stalling out.
What'd you think?
It was really good. Yeah, I had a good time with it. It's a really cool concept. I love the setting, the like instant nostalgia, that like the opening like 30 seconds of Stranger Things.
Sure.
I feel like they must have done that on purpose. Like, let's set it when our target audience was growing up.
Well, I mean, you know, there's a reason that 70s show came out about 10 years ago, and we're basically getting that 80s show.
Yeah.
Except
it's science fiction.
Right. Which would make sense for the 80s.
Yeah.
You know, the 70s, what was on TV? Stupid sitcoms. What was on in the 80s?
More
really,
science fiction stuff.
Good sci-fi and good horror and all the Steven Spielberg stuff. And
oh, yeah. The clothes and the kids have the Dungeons and Dragons like monster manual that's been photocopied, and I love that the kids get a lot of their good ideas from Dungeons and Dragons lore. It's like how they figure out. Have you watched through the whole?
Oh, yeah. I've seen the whole thing. Hi, Kelsey.
Hey. The holidays. Bullshit.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think we were just bullshitting about the holidays, and, it's been, I don't know, 7 months about since we started this podcast, and we've done The Eye of the World, and I don't know, I just wanted to have an episode where we got to sit around and reflect back on all the things that we did, and think about the first book, and answer any questions people might have.
Yeah.
I can't believe it's been 7 months.
Yeah, I think so.
Has it been 7 months?
I looked back at the, because in the beginning we weren't doing 2 episodes a week.
Oh, that's right.
But so now we're at, 7 months. It's crazy. But the good news is the artwork is done, and I'm finally getting buttons and stickers made for everybody.
Yeah, I'm excited about that, to finally send people stuff.
Yeah, I feel like, not that we've been negligent, but that I really wanted to get this done earlier.
Yeah,
but
it's okay. I listen to so many other podcasts, and and I feel like we're doing a better job at than most.
Fair enough.
And like so many of the cool, nicely produced Radiotopia and NPR podcasts that I listen to and stuff like that, like they send out buttons and stickers, and they have like tens of thousands of donors.
But they also have to send out tens of thousands of stickers.
True. You probably just need an intern to work for a whole month to just do that.
Right. I'm hoping to just send out a few.
Wheel of Time fans are used to waiting.
Yeah, just a little bit. Not as much as Game of Thrones fans, though.
Oh, God. I'm done. I'm just over it.
Man, I was over it a decade ago, all right?
Yeah.
I know.
Done being
Well,
mad.
he just released another post about, like, if I have time, I'm going to finish these things. And I'm like, you know what? That's fine. You don't have to finish it.
No, we're good.
I'm fine. I'm over it. It's gone. Yeah. The show's going to end it and whatever.
Right. Yeah. No, I think that's where we all are as readers.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it didn't make people wait too long on that stuff. Mostly, I'm also excited to like give them out to people and try and like promote the podcast with the merch.
Yeah, I'm just happy that we can give something back.
Yeah. T-shirts. I should think about making up T-shirts.
We should sell some T-shirts.
Yeah. So I looked into like Teespring or whatever it was. I wasn't really sure.
Should we go to Jordan Con and hawk them in the parking lot?
Out of the back of a white van, maybe?
Yeah.
Who are those creepy guys in the parking lot? I don't know, but they do something spoiler related. It's weird.
I got some Wheel of Time spoilers T-shirts for you.
Just like that.
Only $5 and a kiss.
Come on, kid. You know you want it. I'll give you the sticker for free.
Have to rent a windowless van just for that. They're only like $25 a day or something.
That's true. Yeah, I'm sure you could just pick them up in Atlanta. No problem.
But make sure like the paint is peeling.
Yeah, that definitely helps. The other thing that helps is having like stains all over it and a bumper that's kind of falling off, but tied on a little bit. So I did actually reserve rooms in Atlanta.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
When is Jordan Con again?
420 to 423.
Right. How do I keep forgetting that? Hey, Kelsey, are you trying to go to Jordan Con?
Sadly, no.
Oh.
I want to. I'm hoping to defend my dissertation that month if all things go well.
Well, I guess if you have to have an adult life.
It's been so long coming. But I guess the consolation prize is that if that doesn't happen, then I could potentially swing it depending on how stressful things are. Lots of things up in the air. So probably no.
Fair enough.
But maybe 2019.
Cool. And that's in like half a year. I can definitely plan that.
Yeah. But I figured we should get in on the booked rooms because they were a much cheaper rate than anything that I could find.
Yeah. Did you just like find something near? Is it at like a convention center?
There's like a reserved chunk of rooms for people who are at the con.
Gotcha. I've never been to Atlanta.
Me neither. This will be a first for both of us.
I've only been to like rural Georgia where there's nothing good to look at except for nature. I was there for backpacking. That's it.
Beautiful place. Shame about the people.
But yeah, I only stopped in like 2 little towns that was like the highlight was like a Walmart and a gas station that sold liquor.
Nice.
Or, yeah, that was like all that was. I mean, where I was,
Right.
It's just like a motel, a Walmart, and a gas station.
I mean, it's basically the town I lived in Virginia. It was out Waynesboro, Virginia, about halfway between there and here.
I stayed in Waynesboro for a couple days.
Yeah, I remember that being really funny. I think it was when I lived there too, right?
I think we might have established that once.
That it was like before we ever knew each other, we were in the same town. Like
there was like a church that like opened up their basement to Appalachian Trail hikers.
Sure.
So when you're coming through town, they just let you can sleep in the basement.
Awesome.
I do remember that they were a little finicky about, a lot of backpackers wander into their hostel drunk in the middle of the night, and they weren't too fond of that. But there's not really a lot you can do about
drunk
backpackers.
Yeah.
It's just what you do. What else? There's nothing else to do in Waynesboro.
That's very, very true.
I'm trying to remember anything else about the town. I don't really.
I
think there was a Chinese buffet.
Yep. Yep.
Which we definitely hit up. I don't remember anything else. I think we probably bought beer at a gas station and sat in like a park and drank it. That's usually it's pretty standard fare.
I have memories.
Yeah.
Not many of them are fond.
Portland's nice.
Portland's really nice.
Glad I live here now.
The weather today is gorgeous.
Do you mean like dark and rainy?
It was sunny and cold today.
Yeah?
Yeah. It didn't rain at all.
Oh, well, I don't know. It was drizzling a little when I
Oh, okay. I missed that. That's what happens when you spend all day in an office. You miss the weather.
Hey. Sorry. I've got 2 dogs who are about to fight over a toy. You guys. Hey, be
So
nice.
This is the
Share.
Yelling at your dog's podcast today, apparently.
You're being mean.
Because Timber was being pretty bad.
Yeah, they're really cute, though.
What kind of dog do you have?
I have a brindle mix, and then my friend and I are puppy sitting a mutt that we found on the street named Chalupa Batman.
Did you name it Chalupa Batman?
Well, yeah. I mean, she's not my dog,
I feel like
but
I know
her full
so
name
much
is
more
Chalupa
about
Batman.
It's
not my dog. My dog is Ruben, who was named at the shelter, but Ruben really likes to chew toys, and Chula gets really upset when Ruben chews her toys. And they started growling.
I took Timber down to my parents, and they have a dog they're fostering for aid to the deaf. And so there's some organization, I can't remember the exact name of it.
Yeah, don't they operate out of Boring?
Yes. And so they're fostering a puppy. And so Timber got to go hang out with a puppy. And for the most part, they got to run around and chase, but he did get a little bit of the neck biting, and that kind of pissed Timber off because the puppy kept like digging his sharp teeth right into his jowls, and he was like, that's annoying. That's not that.
Hanging off his jowls.
Totally. Timber doesn't really have any jowls, so he was not happy about that at all. But the rest of the time, they were just playing and running, and it was great.
Oh, that's nice. I used to work for a couple when I was a kid that did that. There's one in Morristown, New Jersey. That's like a Seeing Eye training center or whatever. Mm-hmm. I think they just call it the Seeing Eye there. I think the program works the same all across the country, where they don't want to train the dogs until they're, I forget, like over a year old or something like that.
Right.
So they do the breeding program, and then they foster them out to families to raise until they're however old. Yeah. And then
That's awesome.
I remember that at least in that program, they get first dibs if the dog fails. The seeing eye training, and they had one that had failed because it was afraid of like loud noises, particularly thunder and lightning. It would like run and hide.
Sure.
It was otherwise a perfectly trained, well-mannered dog.
I bet my parents are hoping that they have a foster failure.
Yeah, I mean, I think, probably only, I have no idea what percentage, but I'm sure most don't pass.
Really, you think so?
Pretty rigorous, tough. They've got to focus all that time.
They breed for it, though, don't they?
Yeah, but I can't imagine that it's, like, easy.
Sure. Sure.
Like that dog that couple had failed because it's afraid of thunder.
Right. There could be a lot of things.
Yeah.
Well, I have to do something I've been neglecting for a while.
Huh.
I have to thank some patrons.
Oh, yeah. I think we got... How many did we get over the last 2 weeks? A good handful.
More than 10, less than 30. Last week was Thanksgiving, so I didn't get a chance to do it then. And I think I skipped it the week before. So it's been probably 4 episodes or so since I've had a chance to thank them.
Gotcha.
So I am falling behind on that because the help has not stopped rolling in. It's not like people are slowing down, or
it feels pretty steady.
It does feel very steady. So it's just been fun to watch that growth.
It's continuing to grow. Like we may actually be able to do well. I don't know what I'm saying.
Okay. Just that every month we seem to get another group of patrons who are helping us out, and I know a trend line when I see one, and this one makes me pretty damn happy.
Yeah.
That's all I want to say. So I'm going to start with Neil Williams. This is back in November 16th. Pledged the full $20.
Thank you very much, Neil.
I Dream of Stars pledged. Alistair Barnes pledged a couple bucks.
Thank you, Alistair. We appreciate you.
Colton Guyman jumped up a level. Always nice to see someone who still appreciates us.
Always appreciated. That happens a lot. A surprising amount.
That's a good chunk of where I think the jumps come from, is people who come back to us.
People upping the ante.
Yeah. Speaking of which, John Hunt jumped up a little bit to the highest level.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
I'm consistently surprised by that people care about what we're doing.
Still happy about it, though. Gemma Murray.
Appreciate you, Gemma.
Now, here's a name that looks familiar to me. Donald Heiler.
Thanks, Dad.
It's like, I've seen that last name somewhere before. Thanks, Patrick's dad. Oh, man, you were turning a beautiful shade of red. Torbjorn Carlson. It's got some umlauts on there, so I'm not so sure about the pronunciation.
Thank you, Tor. Is it Bjorn?
Bjorn.
Bjorn.
Josh Heffley. Can you tell I'm not any good at names?
We're terrible at this, but thank you, Josh.
Thank you. Adria Farmer, who I actually emailed a few times. Good to speak with you.
Adria?
Aradia. Aradia.
Thank you, Miss Farmer. Miss, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Christine Rice upped her pledge. And Marguerite Havgar.
You guys are all awesome, and like we always say, it makes this whole thing worth it and keeps us going.
And I also want to say, we've had some just great feedback on our emails, just people who continually send positive messages and tell us how much they love it. And that's just been really, really great.
Yeah, every week now there's at least a handful of emails of people just saying thank you, which is awesome.
I'm glad you guys like what we're doing.
We'd probably be doing it anyway, just with less dedication. And
I'd be like, Patrick, are you coming over? You'd be like, no, I want to hang out with my girlfriend this week. So that's it for the patrons. I don't really have a lot of corrections. Haven't really been getting...
Yeah?
Yeah. We should send people back to the Reddit, because we've been posting summaries on Reddit, and that's a good way to sort of communicate with us about about each chapter.
And keep everything organized. Yeah.
So, I do still post on WoTSpoilers.reddit.com. So come check us out there and have a conversation there.
Yeah, check out our subreddit, guys.
Yeah. We also spend a lot of time, of course, talking with our Discord folks. Unfortunately, that is just patron only. There's a great conversation going on there. Like today, my phone was just going off all day because I was sitting at work and I kept reading. I have it set to vibrate.
I don't even have the app on my phone. I'm going to do it right now.
And yeah, I just was following along with the conversation all day, really enjoying myself. And I was supposed to be working, so I didn't do a lot of replying, but definitely enjoyed reading it. Kelsey, you were participating in that.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I was also at work. But yeah, we were sharing a lot of artwork. So if you guys are patrons and want to hop on the Discord, like sometimes we share photos of different artwork we find or ask questions about characters or make fun of, Nynaeve tugging on her braids. So full of good stuff.
Well, and I just love seeing people, have a conversation there.
Yeah, it's cool that it's like a place that people hang out.
Yeah, it's really cool. And it just adds to the whole community feel that I feel like is going on.
Yeah. There's dozens of you.
Dozens. Yeah, like today, I asked the important question of if I was the only one who liked the circus. So you too can weigh in on...
Do you mean like the real world?
No, like the Wheel of Time circus sequence.
Okay.
That everyone hates.
It's like the circus. That's an interesting thing to be
circus.
Into. I gotcha.
Yeah.
I mean, I love anything having to do with Tuan.
That's a good point.
Well, she was a part of the circus when Matt met up with Luca.
Yeah.
So there's those two distinct circus scenes. There's one Nynaeve and Elaine and Tom, and they go up and they...
I think that's the more controversial sequence because I like the plot that happens, but a lot of people don't think a lot of plot happens, and arguably Nynaeve is not on her best behavior. So...
What don't people like about it?
There's not a lot of action that happens, and they're not really moving that fast, and it's one of those scenes where if you probably took it out of the book, nothing would really change.
Fair.
Okay. Yeah.
It's just one of those scenes where people it really feels like he's kind of padding the books out a little bit with it at that point. But that being said, I love it.
I haven't reread that part in a long time, but I feel like I enjoyed it. I guess I always think of Matt and Tuan, though.
Yeah.
Which is later.
Yeah.
But I enjoy I enjoy Elaine up on the high wire. I enjoy her sort of playing around with the whole, figuring it out with using a platform of air, and then but she can't do that for the actual performance, so she just goes for it.
Yeah. I like it too.
And Nynaeve is clearly an attractive person, and she's dealing with this unwanted attention, and she wants, she's clearly in love with Lan, but she's got this other kind of attractive dude who's flirting with her, but she thinks it's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
It's all about relationships, and, as we've talked about before, there's a lot of vitriol around the women. And this is all about the women.
I mean, I feel like I could think of some scenes or parts with Matt or Perrin or whatever male characters that are just mostly useless scenes. I guess, but there's usually more violence.
There's that.
I think people are generally...
See, I also like the character development aspect of the characters worrying about their relationships and other people. I like that aspect of it. I don't always need battle sequences, but I mean, I get the arguments about some of these, chapters and plot lines in the series that again, are probably not super necessary. Most of the listeners are probably super fans, so if you're a super fan, you probably like it for the most part.
I am interested to see what people would think. Give us, email us or talk about it on our subreddit.
Yeah.
Let's do a poll. How do you feel about the circus? I know that the Wheel of Time specific subreddit is pretty harsh on it.
It definitely is.
Enigma votes yes to the circus.
I mean, I'm just of the opinion of, give me more Wheel of Time. The more, the better, And I think that there's some people who just want to get on with it.
It can't all be battle and torture and crazy Forsaken stuff happening.
Yeah.
In a huge epic series, there has to be setup and how characters get from one place to another, and
right, and just
otherwise,
Robert
Jordan could have just written the last battle, which would have been cool by itself.
Sure.
But it's even more epic once you've already read 10,000 pages to get there,
right,
or whatever it is.
And sometimes the characters go through kind of boring times to get through to their exciting action, and I don't know, they're growing up. Right? They're kids. They're 16 to 25-year-olds trying to figure out life.
In that regard, I think they are very well behaved considering the circumstances.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Do you know what I was doing when I was 18 to 22?
Dicking around?
Yeah. How'd you know?
Lucky guess. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they go through a lot, and it starts in the eye of the world.
Drunk for most of those 4 years. I worked and went to the bar.
Yeah.
That's a lot of what I did.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
And it starts in the eye of the world.
No, but the Eye of the World it's such a wonderful book filled with so much foreshadowing. It's where everything starts. It's the introduction of the characters, but it's also, in a lot of ways, because it's got so much great foreshadowing in it, it makes the ending that much more epic.
Totally.
Yeah.
And I think we were being asked, how much do you think Robert Jordan had planned out ahead of time? And how much do you think he was
What was interesting about the Brandon Sanderson signing is someone asked him how difficult foreshadowing is, and he said that it's actually not as difficult as you would think, because you can be as vague as you want and kind of fill it in as you need to. It gives you liberty as an author. And so I think...
So you can leave some hooks.
Right. So, on the one hand, Min's visions... almost all of them become fulfilled, and a lot of them she just mentions right when we meet her. So on the one hand,
right.
That was planned out way in advance. On the other hand, some of her visions are super vague, and so that gives the author liberties to manipulate the story as it's needed.
I always thought the one who follows after was a failed prophecy, that he put that in there and then just didn't have anything to do with it.
Was that talking about the Sword of Kalimdor?
Yeah.
Because there's that one Ashaman who it's the one who draws it out will follow after or something like that, and he sticks it back in the stone, and it's Narishma or some random...
I think it's Narishma.
Ashaman.
Or he makes Narishma go grab it. He teaches him...
because Rand left a bunch of traps or something.
Yeah, it's kind of a shit job for Narishma, because he's you almost killed me.
Yeah.
That was way more complicated than you made it seem. And Rand's whatever.
Yeah. Darth Rand back in that.
Yeah, he was kind of, hey.
Darth Rand. I just learned that people call that phase Darth Rand recently. I think there was something on the subreddit, on Wheel of Time subreddit, I don't know, a day or two ago that I ran into, where people were breaking down the phases of Rand. Did you see that?
I did.
Post?
Did
you see that, Kelsey?
Darth Rand and Jesus Rand. I don't know if I saw that post specifically, but yeah, I've seen that on the subreddit.
I think they broke it down Farm Boy, Dragon Reborn, Darth Rand, Jesus.
Yeah.
Or Zen Rand.
Mm-hmm.
I prefer Zen Rand.
Yeah, I don't like the Jesus Rand.
That's probably personal.
I think
on
of
both
more
our
like
parts.
Thor
I think
Rand.
there
Cool.
are
I like that.
there's strong Jesus illusions.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Like the leaving for 3 days, the wounds in his side.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, well, the 3 days thing, the wound in the side thing is a pretty prevalent thing, and because doesn't Odin get stabbed in the side when he's up on the tree of life?
And there's Prometheus, who gets his liver eaten by the vultures.
Yeah, but the 3 day thing, that's really a Zoroaster / Jesus thing.
Well, and the being reborn and actually being, God put into the creator in a human body. There's a ton of Christian allegory through the entire series. And there's no doubt that Rand is a Jesus figure.
Every time I go to Powell's to walk around for whatever reason, I see Neil Gaiman's new-ish book, Norse Mythology. Is that what it's called? Something like that? Been meaning to read it. I'm pretty sure it's just him talking about how different mythology plays into all these different fictions, how he does it. I don't know if you guys out there have read American Gods, but that's a great book.
I actually just went through it recently. Listened to the audiobook.
It's a fun one.
Yeah.
I really like it.
It's he likes to wax romantic about America.
Yeah.
And that doesn't really appeal to me.
Yeah, I guess. I see where you're coming from, but I feel like I can come from either side there.
I like his stories, but the fact that they're placed in modern day society, sometimes I like fantastic societies.
I feel you.
I like being somewhere else. I don't necessarily like being in the place I'm in. So
Neil Gaiman, if you're out there and listening, you should come on our podcast sometime.
Neil Gaiman, I love Sandman. He's definitely listening.
Take us seriously.
He's definitely listening.
Totally. Yeah.
Sup?
He's a huge
Sup, Neil? He's a Tamerlane donor.
Yeah, right.
I'm going to choose to believe that he's doing it under a pseudonym.
If at some point we got Sanderson to listen in, I think like we have a shot at someday of him like being like, I wonder what this is, and like putting on the first episode and be like, okay.
Didn't you say that when he signed your book, you like mentioned that you do the name of your podcast, and he was like, oh.
Yeah, I had him sign it over to the podcast. Well, I brought up the Legendarium, and he knows the Legendarium.
Gotcha.
So he did not know us.
That's okay. He's busy. He was
Until
writing.
You mentioned it, and now he's also.
He's downloaded every episode.
Clearly, between the time when we saw him and when you saw him in Houston, he binged all of our episodes.
Because it's not like he has anything else to do. It's not like raising 1 million children and writing 1 million books.
What else are you going to do when you're flying around the country, walking through airports?
Seriously,
that is a good point.
Stuff.
I listen to podcasts when I'm on an air and flying.
Yeah, I make a point of downloading a bunch too. Do you think he'll be at JordanCon?
Yes.
Almost definitely, right?
I have read that they said he's coming.
Oh, dude, if we have t-shirts by then, we should at least give him a button and a sticker.
Sure. Oh, yeah, totally.
I got some t-shirts
typically
for
we
you.
reserve these for people who donate, but guess we'll make an exception since you're such a big fan.
Get in our van. Get in the van, Mr. Sanderson. I really hope if he listens, he does not listen to this episode.
I kind of hope he'll probably think it's funny. I bet he has a good sense of humor.
We'll edit some of that out.
Get in the van, Mr. Sanderson.
That's perfect. We don't need it for. That's why we want to rent the van, not for children. We're just going to kidnap Brandon. Tell me what happens in Stormlight Archive now. What's up with the pipe lighting?
Oh my
Explain
God.
the all caps voice.
Who's Nagomi?
Show me the
Tell me who
notes.
Nagomi is. You can't break me.
You can't handle the truth. Anyway.
Okay. Yeah, I need to get my breath back here for a second.
I am sure he's a cool guy. Oh, it just reminded me. I read a funny, like, fake, like, The Onion type news article recently about George R. R. Martin's neighbor, while George Martin was sleeping, started building a wall around his house. And after this long back and forth, where every time George Martin left the house, his neighbor would run out onto the front lawn and yell, like, "Why aren't you writing?"
Oh my God. Is that real?
No.
Oh, you said it was The Onion. Duh.
It was like a Onion-esque. I don't think it was The Onion.
Satire.
So I sat down today and actually added up all the months between his various books. And it was like, between the first and the second, was like...
Was that a dog?
That's Chula getting mad that I'm not petting her. Yeah.
A dog named Chalupa.
I have Chula on my left and Ruben on my right.
So you'll never go hungry.
Exactly.
A Reuben and a Chalupa.
So actually, Chula is a Hurricane Harvey hero. My friend's apartment was completely flooded, and she posted like a picture of Chula on their couch. It's just like water all around them, and so my friend like carried her into the water, and then they made it to safety, and Chula caught a pigeon. She caught them dinner. She was like, "Never fear, family."
That's awesome. Did he like present it to them?
Oh yeah, she was so proud. She was like, "Look what I got."
I mean, a pigeon's pretty hard to catch. That's pretty impressive.
I don't know. There's been some fat pigeons out there.
Yeah, I guess.
If Arya can do it with a stick. But yeah, I gotta say, like, the one thing that I have been so surprised about is just how awesome the community has been. I have to throw out John Harrell's name. John has done an absolutely amazing job helping me with the editing. He's taking a first pass at these things. He's doing it on every episode for the past, 9 or 10 episodes now. It's been really actually since we had Kelsey on the first time.
That is really awesome.
It's been just an amazing and a huge help. So I can't thank you enough. I really can't. And that's just the kind of help that the community has been offering us all the time.
Like, consistently, too.
Yeah. And I feel bad sometimes where I have to say to people, like,
we don't really have anything for you.
We don't have anything for you, but thank you for your offer of help. And, tons of people would love to be guests. I've definitely had those offers. And I should say, the people that we've had on as guests have been the folks who have shown up in the Discord channel and have just been talking to us and providing great feedback and
consistently.
Yeah. And
I haven't seen John around in a minute.
No.
By around, I mean I haven't seen John on the internet in a minute.
But yeah, I think we wanted to try and have him back at some point. I should send him an email. But yeah, I mean, we had, and then of course just having Kelsey on, and I'm really excited to have you back because you just made me laugh so hard that I forgot what I was saying.
Glad to be here.
We got a lot of compliments on the other episode you were on too, so.
Thanks, listeners. Thanks, guys. Talking about Wheel of Time is my favorite thing, so glad to contribute.
And this is just, it's been a loose episode. I don't know.
We have no structure set aside to do. We're supposed to be reflecting on the eye of the world, but I think we're just reflecting on becoming podcasters and that adventure, really, which is a lot of what this has been for us. You remember the first time we sat down?
Yeah.
Was that at my place?
No, it was upstairs.
It was upstairs?
Yeah.
Well, okay. One of the first times was at my place.
Yeah, the first couple of times because we would we alternated your place and my place a few times.
Oh yeah.
And then it just made sense to have a setup.
We could still do that theoretically.
Yeah. I've just got a lot more equipment going on now.
That's true. And we have the recording studio,
right?
Making air quotes.
You mean the egg crates on the walls?
Yeah,
it counts.
Yeah, it totally counts. And I feel like hopefully the quality of the audio has improved a little bit, and certainly the quality of the hosts has improved a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like we're doing a good job.
But Kelsey, you've been around since, I was actually checking back to when you first started commenting on these things. You must have been one of our first listeners.
I think I was, because the release of the podcast coincided right about the first time I finished the series. So I was like, I was trying to consume everything. And so I was like reading all the posts and theories that I had been avoiding because of spoilers. And so then
cool.
The podcast just kind of came up like probably that same week. And I was like, yes, this is perfect. I don't ever have to leave.
I didn't realize your first read through was that recently.
Yeah, it was, I discovered it only about a year ago. So I'm a newbie.
How'd you discover the Wheel of Time?
My friend actually recommended it to me. Sup, Laura. She just had a baby, so she's not like a regular listener. But she had mentioned it to me, and I started listening to it on Audible, but the prologue was kind of weird, and I had a hard time focusing. And then I was in a bookstore a couple weeks later, and I saw it, and I was like, I'm going to try this in paperback. And I think it was either Christmas holiday last year or Thanksgiving holiday last year. So I had a good chunk of time to start reading, and pretty much as soon as the Trollocs attacked the two rivers, I was like, oh yeah, I'm hooked.
What, in the first book?
Yeah, book one.
So what has it been like? Is this your first reread then?
Yeah, my first reread.
So what has it been like, sort of like catching all the little details on your first reread?
That's been pretty cool. So it's hard to distinguish whether I'm catching stuff for the first time on a reread or like reading an article or listening to the podcast. It all kind of blends together. But just seeing things so clearly, like Egwene's death.
I'm nodding over here.
I mean, that's been foreshadowed forever. And even little things like, I think book 2 or 3, when the girls are in the tower and Min is with them, and Egwene mentions that, like, she asks Min, do a viewing of me, and Min, like, always gives her weird looks. And it could mean anything, right? Like, she sees a vision that doesn't make sense. She sees that she becomes the Amyrlin, or she sees her death. Like, it could mean anything, but I kind of felt like it was maybe she saw her death and she just didn't want to see it. Just little stuff like that.
Egwene's death is not something I've seen a lot of foreshadowing for.
I was going to ask, what's the foreshadowing for that?
She sees 2 forks in a road. I think it's a dream. And one is with Gawain, and it leads to their death. And then one is that, or maybe it's specifically Gawain's death, but
yeah, aren't there 2 paths, and one leads to marriage and one leads to
one leads to marriage and one leads to death, but she can't tell which is which and which things line up with which.
Right.
And then there's also like the parallels between her and Queen Alessandra, I think.
Oh, good catch.
Who it's I guess this is relevant to Eye of the World, which is great. When Moraine tells that story,
I never even noticed that the parallel between those two before.
It's like Egwene's death story. Like the Trollocs are coming down on Manetheren, and there's no hope, and she's like bonded to a warder, and the warder, her husband dies, and then
oh my god, it's like the same thing.
Yeah. Like it's like, I think she's married to the king, and they're bonded and they're married, and then she like goes down, she like dies by channeling.
Yeah, once her husband dies, she draws in enough power to take out the entire Trolloc army.
Yeah. So some
Pulls an
people
LTT, I like to call it.
what is that?
Pulls an LTT, I like to call it.
Oh, yeah. So I've seen theories that she's Alessandra Reborn, which would be cool.
Oh, I like that. I'm gonna choose to believe that one.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that you kind of just want to believe it or not.
You'd have to be crazy powerful, too.
Yeah.
Seth and I have talked about whatever Alessandra did. We've talked about that before. It might have been in one of the super early episodes, but
Yeah, that
it
was
looks
right
a
in the
hell of a
beginning.
lot like what Rand does in the Stone, but even bigger. When Rand makes like an almost sentient thing out of the power that hunts down the Trollocs.
That hurricane of lightning.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I imagine she's using a little more raw power, just like raw power to wipe them out. Like I imagine they're all in a field, and she just sends out this like gigantic, almost nuclear blast of power that just vaporizes the Trollocs.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Because the whole,
I don't think she kills any humans, though.
she levels the city.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
It's just a flat
Never
plane of
mind.
glass. Like, if there were any humans in that city, they died. But they were all in Aemon's field,
Yeah.
which is where he died. But that was far enough away from the city of Manetheren that it was preserved.
I thought Manetheren was... Well, I guess Manetheren was overtaken...
Manetheren is in the Mountains of Mist.
The
Okay.
capital is in the mountains.
Right. And the only thing that's left of it is a flat plane of glass, because she just wiped it out. And
Yeah.
Aemon's field is the location where Aemon, because it's Aemon's field, where he died.
Right, he was the king.
Right. He was her husband.
It's like the last stand, forward the hard guard and all that.
Right.
On Alessandra, or whatever it is.
I wonder, is there anyone out there who has dedicated enough time to speak the old tongue? Because I know
There's got to be at least
Someone
one
at JordanCon for sure.
I'm sure.
If you're out there,
Listening,
email us.
call us.
I mean, we could painstakingly Google each word, and because there's
There's a list. There's online
aren't there
lists.
pronunciation keys
Sure.
for all the? Yeah, there is.
It's a bit of a limited vocabulary.
Flipping through the just realized I've been pronouncing Myrddraal wrong this whole time. It's not Myrddraal.
Yes, you have been.
How have you been pronouncing it?
Myrddraal.
Myrddraal?
Yeah, it's Myrddraal.
I'm looking at the pronunciation keys on the back of the Great Hun right now.
There are definitely people that wish we would have done that a little bit earlier than the end of the book.
Probably. I don't think anyone complained about that one.
Oh, we definitely have had some complaints.
Not about me saying Myrddraal.
Oh, not Myrddraal, but just,
Pronunciation.
in
For sure,
general.
for sure.
Yeah. I mean, we do our best, but man. And then I think I had someone who was telling me
Shepherder
about,
thing.
and like the number of times I said the wrong name in the wrong place.
Oh, sure. But yeah, there's comprehensive pronunciation guides that we don't use.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it's a little much.
So I really enjoyed the first couple of episodes we did. I felt they were kind of unique.
Yeah, we haven't really done anything like that since.
And I know we want to. I mean, we've been talking about the notes. You had some computer issues, so you had tons of notes.
Yeah, for sorry, for the next couple lore episodes we're going to come out with. I have the stuff that I emailed you, but
Yeah.
I lost whatever else I was working on, which won't be that hard to put back together.
Right. But it's been hard to do without a computer.
Yeah,
Can't do it on
I
your
haven't
phone.
been working on it.
Right. So I do want to get those recorded and out, because I think the lore episodes, I really want to get started on the Great Hunt. I'm already I started reading the Boars chapter, and I was like, ooh, lots to talk about in this one.
Oh, so
Oh
good.
yeah, there's so many. I was wondering about all the different the notes that Boars makes about he sees all these different people.
We have to identify as many of them as we can.
I feel like we might be able to get a lot of them.
I think so. Some of them anyway. Or at least make decent guesses.
Yeah. Some may have never been totally revealed.
True.
I think the Tinkers were never revealed.
Tinker Dark Friends? Not as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, there was at least one
a Tinker. There's like one or two.
And there were a few that were probably never like some regular peasant folks, and one was Andorran Queen's Guard, but I feel like we could probably guess that one.
Yeah, doesn't he show up? Yeah,
He's kind of has a major plot line.
No, wait.
But he's not.
He doesn't show up as a Queen's Guard. She puts him on the Queen's Guard.
He's just what is he? He's just a mercenary when he shows up?
Yeah, I think he's a mercenary.
Okay.
That sounds right.
The whole point of that scene is just to show Dark Friends in all aspects of society.
Yeah.
And, I don't think he's necessarily showing us individuals that we see at a later time. Except maybe the Aes Sedai.
Yeah. That,
I think that's like our first confirmation that there are Black Aja. At least
that's a good point.
What I
that is
recall.
our first confirmation.
Because there's nothing in the first book about Black sisters. They're Dark Friends.
Are they mentioned? Is it mentioned that there's...
I mean, there's a couple of times where there's one where they're talking about going to Tar Valon, and I think Lan says something about maybe not even Tar Valon being safe.
Oh, yeah. But that's not really that's not a confirmation.
No, definitely not. But it's sort of the suggestion that there may be Dark Friends in the tower.
Yeah.
Nodding.
And, I mean, of course Lan knows, because New Spring, like, he and Moraine confronted the Black Aja.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also, Lan's just the type of person to not trust anybody. Unless you prove yourself.
There's no safety anywhere for Lan.
Exactly. Oh, that's so sad.
I mean, when your homeland's destroyed, it's got to be hard to feel safe.
And you're raised by soldiers.
Yeah, 5 warriors. They're like, here's your knife to play with. Have fun, little baby. Don't cut yourself too badly.
Go stab something in the plate.
That must have been a hell of a way to grow up. I mean, a lot like the Aiel, right? They grow up with a spear in their hand from a very young age.
Yeah.
Or a little Fremen child. Running around finishing off the injured after a battle. That's a whole thing.
Oh.
In the Fremen society.
In Dune.
Yeah.
Like learn to kill early.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always amazed that more Aiel, I guess the whole tradition of Gaishain means a lot of their battles don't end in a lot of bloodshed.
Or that they don't have to.
You mean because they have channelers?
Well, that they prefer to take someone prisoner rather than kill them.
There's that's right. That's right.
In taking someone prisoner. So I imagine a lot of the skirmishes between the Aiel aren't necessarily the most... They're probably there's not a lot of blood in those battles.
Have you ever read about counting coup amongst Native Americans?
No.
It was like, I don't know a terrible lot about this, and there's a ton of different tribes that all had different cultures, but I do know that amongst some, and their warfare was said to be centered around this thing called counting coup, where you would run up to or run up on an enemy and like slap him with a special stick and like back away, and this was like a whole honor thing where you like hit him and he didn't touch you, or you captured him and didn't without being injured. It wasn't said to be not as much about just slaughtering people as much as it was about like an honor thing. And that may have been, I would like to have read more about this before. I don't want to offend anyone. Like I said, there are tons of cultures, but it was definitely a thing. A thing called a coup stick, where you just like, and the shorter the stick that you touch the enemy with that's trying to kill you without being killed, the more honor you...
It kind of sounds like capture the flag.
It's a shitload like that. There's a whole... I mean, there's a lot of ritualized warfare in different places at different times.
Which makes sense, because actual warfare is costly and deadly.
The various Aztec societies had this whole thing called the Flower Wars, where it was just about taking prisoners, just sacrifice to gods. It wasn't about like taking land or dominating as much as it was about like
Human sacrifice.
Making the gods happy.
Religion. Making people do stupid things. So there were people.
As if we needed any ideas. Thanks a lot, God. Yeah, geez. Maybe we should edit out the thanks a lot, God. I know we have plenty of religious listeners. You people out there do whatever you want. I don't care. I don't begrudge anyone.
No. Just don't make me do it.
Right? That's the key.
Yeah.
Edit all that out.
That can all go. Yeah, I don't really know. It's been a fun journey. I've just been amazed how many things I've learned. New things I've learned.
Me too. And theories we've come up with on the fly that now are like my beliefs about different things.
Well, and things I've learned from you and things I've learned from the listeners. And
My favorite theory that you guys came up with was about Min's vision of the darkness versus the specks of light, and then the specks of light is friendship. I mean, that's oversimplified, but like Rand being with his people and like, but it's true for all of them, right? Like, Perrin doesn't do well alone.
no.
We've seen how that goes.
Yeah, the closer they are together, the more powerful they are.
Right. It's like their emotional well-being. I mean, yeah, they're all like super powerful and that helps each other, but they need the support of one another.
With your powers combined, I and the Dragon Reborn.
Captain Planet.
Yeah.
Earth, wind.
So whose heart? That's
Matt?
Matt. I like the question. Well, there is that whole prophecy, like, I hope that the heart of stone remembers love, and
Yeah.
like, that's very much like, I think they go through the 5 different powers, and, I gotta say, Captain Planet has a lot to do with the Wheel of Time.
You know what? And then there's like basically an Ishmael and his weird like girl villain sidekick.
Uh-huh.
Lanfear, hello.
Absolutely. And, I mean, the 5 powers, like, spirit instead of heart, but come on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they both use that. One of my favorites was Nynaeve shot first.
I didn't subscribe to that one.
Oh,
No?
we came up with that when we were talking about when Perrin and Egwene are captured by the White Cloaks and they're, like, beaten up and tied up in a tent or something, or thrown on the ground, and Nynaeve, Lan, and Moraine go to save them.
Mm-hmm.
And Nynaeve goes and cuts the horse lines so that when Moraine makes a distraction, all the horses will run away and distract the White Cloaks. And there's a moment when
She needs it to happen.
she
She's
needs
saying,
it to happen right
"Please,
away.
Please happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, give me something, or hurry up, or something like that, and then the lightning explodes out of the sky.
And there's one strike, and then we think there's a delay, and then there's a bunch of other strikes, and we think that first one was Nynaeve, and the rest of them were Moraine.
Yeah, I'm not convinced.
You're not convinced.
Oh, but it's so much fun.
So because we both convinced ourselves. So
It is fun.
Tell us why you're not convinced. I want to know.
So the language, you're absolutely right. Like, and it reinforces this whole idea of need.
Yeah.
But the reason I'm not convinced, I mean, I'm basically on the fence about it, but the reason I'm not convinced is because lightning is such a hard thing to channel, and not that she's not powerful enough, obviously, but this whole, like, she's had this block for so long. She can't really channel properly. I think that up until this point, the only thing she's really done is heal, but she has to do it like as part of her practice. So that's really why I was kind of like, I don't know about that one.
No, I buy into that. My counter argument is that she's not blocked yet.
No, I think that the block develops as a mechanism to keep them from dying. Because I think it's said at one point that wilders, so like 1 in 4 will survive. So the rest die. Right. And then of those that survive, I think most of them have some sort of block. And so my theory was that it's a block that keeps them from dying, like allows them to be that 1 in 4 through whatever mechanism.
See, I was thinking the block develops more as they learn to channel regularly, because they all have a situation in which they can channel. There's some stress or some something that causes them to channel.
Yeah.
And then as they and that protects them from being aware that they're channeling. And so the block doesn't necessarily develop until they are aware they can channel. And before that, like, need still comes into play. But no, I mean, I see what you mean, where, because I'm basing that off of Rand's journey, where need comes into play a lot in terms of why he channels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he hasn't survived being a wilder yet.
Right. It just seems too easy. Like, it seemed too easy for her to be like, please, and then she gets this super thing of lightning, and then for like 5 books, she can barely like light a candle, except when she's mad, obviously, and accidentally sets Swan's tent on fire. But I mean, yeah, I mean, there's definitely evidence that it's a decent theory. Like, there's enough evidence in the book to
support it. Yeah. No, I get where you're coming from in terms of, like, she has the block, and therefore, and she's clearly not angry. And there is indications that she only heals when she gets really pissed off that her regular cures aren't working.
It makes her upset.
Right.
Yeah.
So, no, I totally buy where you're coming from, that she doesn't have the anger in her, and she has the block in place, and it doesn't make sense for her to... And Perrin's nearby, and he's a Tavira, and so maybe the coincidence just worked out. And, you know, I think that's a good point.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of other times that we see her channel, and if she's angry for, like, from the beginning. And I think she like when she rubs salve on Perrin, who's been badly beaten. Mm-hmm. Pretty sure she's angry.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
That
scene.
Whenever she's basically
to think of other examples,
seeing anyone hurt makes her angry, so she can always heal them.
Yeah. And she was angry at having to watch Egwene die when she was a kid, and that's how she was able to heal Egwene.
Yeah, she was angry that she thought she would have to
watch her die.
Yeah.
Do you think that's the first time Nynaeve channeled was with Egwene, or do you think it was?
I don't know.
I don't think we know.
We know she talks about her being sick, and then she talks about healing Egwene, but I don't know if we have...
Is it Nynaeve that tells that story?
She tells it to Moraine, also in the Eye of the World, so this is great. Moraine says, when you heal someone, there's an affinity that you develop, which kind of plot-wise fell to the wayside. But she says, was it...
It's like around footprints in air, I think it's around that area.
She says, was it Perrin or Egwene you healed? Because you knew where we were. Exactly. Like, what hotel.
Yeah.
She was like, which one was it?
Yeah.
That's right.
I've heard that it kind of falls by the wayside. There are a few other incidents that people have been able to find where it appears a character can find another character because they've healed them. But it's never brought up again. But it does look like there are a few times where...
It's not a huge thing in the series.
No, it's not. No.
It definitely comes up a few times.
Yeah.
I guess that's one of the big Eye of the World things I'd like to talk about, is there's stuff in the Eye of the World that does not really carry to the rest of the series. You know, and we've definitely brushed over that to some degree, but it's there.
Yeah.
And this is one of them. You know, I don't do you think the Black Threads are one of them?
So, is that in reference to Rand, like, cutting off Ishmael's?
Yeah.
I never really got that. I mean, that whole sequence is so abstract.
I know it happens again with Asmodean.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never understood that. I always chalked it up to it's from Rand's perspective and he has no idea what's going on, and this is just his visual representation of what's happening.
Yeah, I think it's partially because he encounters the character in Teleron Riyadh.
Yeah.
And so, but, you know, he sees other characters in the world of dreams, and other Forsaken, and they don't have that black thread.
True.
It's a very odd combination of the two, sort of like if he never ever saw another Forsaken, or, you know, if he always saw the black thread when he saw Forsaken in the world of dreams, I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. Or if he never saw it, okay, that makes sense. But it's this sometimes thing that it's there when he needs to cut them off, but otherwise it's not there. Like that does confuse me.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of something that's not like the cop-out of it's just a literary device.
And I get that it's his connection to the Dark One, and it's there to filter. You know, we only see it on male Forsaken, so I assume it's not a true power connection, but a filter for Sidene, so that they don't get the taint.
Yeah. Oh, right, that's right, because doesn't Asmodean say, you cut off my connection to the Dark One that was keeping me sane?
Exactly.
And, I mean, he gets blocked, like, Rand blocks him, so he can't channel even if he wanted to, but...
Just a trickle, right?
Yeah.
That's actually Landfear.
Oh, that's right. She comes up with this complicated weave.
Right. And that Rand, therefore, isn't sure how much Asmodean can channel at any given time.
Right.
So he's always worried that Asmodean's like faking that he's weaker than he actually is.
That's right, because wasn't it going to dissipate over time?
Supposedly, but he didn't live long enough for that to be an issue.
Sadly.
Doesn't Asmodean just disappear? Do we know?
No, it's the huge Wheel of Time controversy.
Grendel.
Yeah,
no, guys, there's no.
No, I know Grendel killed him, but
it was for a long time.
I don't even remember.
Well, I think the controversy was when a lot of people discussed it, and then someone asked Robert Jordan in an interview, and he was like, "You guys, it's in the text. It's obvious."
It was the obvious comment that pissed everyone,
Yeah.
like really got everyone in a frenzy. Yeah. He was like, no, even at the point at which he died, it was obvious which character killed him. And people were like, no, it's not. Like, look at this argument we've written out. We have no clue. And in hindsight, it was pretty obvious.
I mean, that's definitely a reread level type of.
What? Can you remind me of the scene where that happens?
He walks into a cupboard and he goes, "You? No."
It's in an epilogue.
Oh.
It's in an epilogue.
Is it? It's the epilogue,
Yeah.
Of book 5.
Book 5.
Oh, is it
Yeah.
that early?
Fires of Heaven. That's because it's after Lanfear and Moraine go through the twisted door Terangrial. So Lanfear,
all these parts.
yeah, I know. So Lanfear is not a candidate,
Right.
because she's already gone through the doorway. But she was like the best candidate,
Yeah.
and Grendel just didn't make sense because she'd like hardly even been mentioned.
Right. She
But
wasn't
she was
very,
the only one left.
Yeah. She wasn't very developed at that point.
No. But now, knowing what I know about Grendel, of course it makes sense that she would be the one who would take him out.
Yeah. She was a pretty awesome Forsaken.
She was
Yeah.
like, her and Demandred, I think, were the most effective Forsaken. Lanfear in the beginning, but she had her own goals.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lanfear is out for herself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's the whole theory about Lanfear. Is she really, really that evil? Really?
Is she any more evil than like any
Yeah.
anyone else. Like, if all you had to do was get your ex-boyfriend to take one Chodenkal and you take the other, and then you own the world together. I mean, that's pretty... Probably call my ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
Be like, hey, there's this really good deal.
Would you like to rule the world? Check yes
It's
or
not that
no.
bad blood there. Like,
Yeah. No, yeah, totally.
A lot of, like, Lanfear and Asmodean, a lot of their evil stuff is off-screen in the Age of Legends, and just kind of like, you're just supposed to, follow, oh, they did bad things. Like, that's the story.
Lanfear does a fair amount of bad stuff during the series.
Yeah. I'm blanking right now.
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I mean, well, like, some of the characters just don't have enough screen time to do any evil. But we assume they got to whatever position of power they were in through doing some pretty awful things. It's like when Halima takes out a couple of maids because they were spying on Egwene and she wanted more control. It's like, yeah, I'll just take out 2 people. Or when Lanfear cuts off a guy's head she's talking to because she gets a summons from the Dark One and he's in her way. It's just casual murder. Just no actual empathy for other human beings. They're in your way, kill them, move on.
Right. Yeah, all the Forsaken are definitely evil. I'm just trying to, like, categorize them in my head.
Yeah, and in a lot of ways, I don't know if Lanfear... I guess we had this discussion. I thought Lanfear was caught in the backlash of opening up the bore and was immediately turned, but I guess she actually turned later.
yeah, I think that's right.
But wasn't she... the whole purpose of her research was to gain power and push boundaries.
Yeah, but it was also to unite men and women.
Was that her?
I thought it was
aim?
to find this extra source of power where I thought it was a more like kind of enlightened thing. Where they're like found this extra source of power and they were looking for a way to tap into it so that everyone could channel.
Yeah.
Not just Aes Sedai.
I thought it was...
Or not just the people who were born with the talent.
I thought it was just that they wanted the male and the females to work together without that having 2 separate powers was frustrating, and they wanted to both be able to use the same power.
Could have been all that.
I'll buy that.
But yeah, I mean, they were scientists. They were scientists investigating a new energy source and a new power source,
Which is not inherently bad.
No. I think in a lot of ways, we talk about the Manhattan Project, and I don't think anyone really vilifies the scientists.
No, nobody vilifies the Manhattan Project, just using the outcome.
Despite the fact that I think some of those scientists have gone on record to say they have a lot of guilt for their participation in that science.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. One of Dan Carlin's newer hardcore histories is, but he basically just talks about the A-bomb and like how that changed the world. And there's some good parts where, was it maybe Oppenheimer went to the president at the time and was like, I have blood on my hands. The president supposedly behind closed doors said something like, never bring that man back into my office. Like, he thinks he has blood on my hands. I dropped the bomb. He just made it.
It's a tough place to be in. And then you talk about the pilot, who I'm sure...
Oh, yeah.
Had feelings. The person who actually dropped the bomb.
Literally
Dropped the bomb. There are levels of guilt and levels of responsibility all the way up and down the chain. And I think that's true, bringing this back to Lanfear. She didn't do that alone. Her, I know her scientific partner died in the backlash.
Forgot the dude's name.
No, I like... so going back to the Black Threads, Enigma brought up the idea that he may only see it when he's touching untainted true power. But I guess that wouldn't really work with Asmodean.
Assuming that the threads are the saint.
I thought the black thread was the true power.
No.
I don't think it's the true
No.
power. Because we don't see the females have any of the threads. I think it's their connection to the one power. And it's filtering out the taint.
I see.
So Rand and Ishmael channel the true power. Does Cimarog ever?
No, Grendel does.
Grendel does. Okay, and I think that's it.
I'm trying to remember of another circumstance. I feel like, some of the other Forsaken, I feel like, they think about using it, and they said, like, I've used it a few times, but especially in the Third Age, I think in the Age of Legends, they all used it occasionally, but in the Third Age, the Dark One is really restricted who has access to the true power. To really his favorites. And only even Grendel, who was one of his favorites, only got a trickle.
Yeah.
But didn't, who gave the full boxes to the Aiel? Wasn't that Samuel?
I think that was Sam
Oh, yeah, to the...
and Grendel.
Yeah. And I think that he used some true power when he... Oh,
That's right, to, demonstrate how it worked or something like that?
Something, I'm not really sure. Oh, you know what? Never mind. The Watcher, Morden was there. Morden.
Yeah, he was watching.
Watching. And he was using the true power. So that was just Ishmael Morden again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was getting that scene a little mixed up in my head.
Ishmael
okay.
/ Morden is just constantly using the true power.
That's all he uses.
That's why he's so crazy. He's using it in the prologue.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we ever see him channel the one power.
That's interesting.
That is a good point.
Which
I never actually thought of it.
Might be what makes him Nabliss. Nabliss might be the person who channels the true power exclusively.
So when he got in book 7, when he comes to help Rand can't.
The crossing of the balefire
that's true
streams.
power.
That's true power. So the one power crosses the true power. And that's why they undo each other. Because it's actually...
I wonder about
two different
Rand
powers.
and the true power and the body switch and all of that so much.
I have so much to say about that in 6 more books.
Oh, I have... sorry. I have a question / theory.
Go for it.
So, do you guys remember when Nynaeve is in the World of Dreams and Egwene is like, oh, there's this Aes Sedai named Sharina, you would really like her, and Nynaeve kind of freaks out, and it's because Sharina was the Aes Sedai in Malkir in her accepted test.
That's right.
I was convinced that was going to play a role. I'm like, that's crazy. Who is this Sharina person? What does this mean? Because clearly, the accepted test it's connected to the pattern in some way that shows you a glimpse of your future. And then it never really played out. And so I'm kind of I'm still convinced it means something. But I don't know what. It's this half-formed theory of the pattern and the World of Dreams, and
I would go simpler than that. I would say it's just in there to show that, to make you confused as to whether or not the test is real or not.
Okay, I see.
The test, there's always that uncertainty. When they come out, what's the first thing they say? Was it real?
That's true.
And
yeah,
the Aes Sedai are saying, we don't know. Basically, some women go in and they may find a life they prefer and they may stay and live out that life.
Yeah.
And it may be totally real to them. And so I think this whole...
Or they are mirror worlds?
Maybe. Or maybe they only exist for as long as they're channeling, and then when they stop channeling, that person stops existing. And is dead.
That could be.
Interesting.
A lot of possibilities there, but I do think that with the seeing a real person, that just makes you sort of... It's one of Jordan liked leaving deliberate mysteries in his books.
True.
And I think that's one of
them.
And I think that showing you a real person is his way of saying, was it real? You don't know.
Yeah.
I do wonder sometimes if even he knew. Does it matter?
No,
Like, you can just write that and...
Yeah. Have you ever read The Lady and the Tiger?
Mm-mm.
I don't think so.
It was a short story I had to read in, like, 6th grade. You know, one of those... doesn't really mean anything. Well, it was a short story, right? That I read for literature class. And the whole point is this guy, I think he's sleeping with the king's wife, and the king throws him in an arena, and one of two doors is going to open, and either he's going to see the lady on the other side that he, you know, gets to marry and live with for the rest of his life, but it's not his true love, who's the queen's wife, or there's a tiger who's going to eat him. And he looks up, and the queen says, "Go left," and he opens the door, and the story ends. And that's it. Like, you don't know what, you know. And so the whole point of the short story is, was it the, you know, does this love of his life, would she rather him be eaten or live out his life with another woman?
Gotcha.
And it's left deliberately
to make you think.
To make you think. And there is no right answer. The author didn't come up with an answer. And I think Jordan likes to leave some of those, I call them Lady or Tiger choices, hidden around his stories. Like, is the test real or not? He doesn't know. We don't know. The Aes Sedai don't know. There is no straight up answer.
Yeah.
Which is freaking careless of them. They're like, we're just going to keep doing this thing.
Their whole attitude towards ter'angreal is careless.
Totally.
Like, we don't know how these work. We don't know what they're supposed to do, but we can get this one effect out of them. So, sure, why not? Let's
Hey, kid, you want to prove yourself? Go in there.
Yeah. Jump on in. Some people don't make it back out again. What? No. Fuck you.
It's so messed up. And there's like...
Right? That would be my reaction. I quit. How about that? Going home.
I'm going to join the kin is what's going to happen.
Totally. Dude, your initiation frat rituals are way too intense for me. I guess it's more of a sorority, though.
Well, and that's their whole point, right? You have to want it more. You have to want to be Aes Sedai more than any temptation the ter'angreal throws at you, or fear, or
Right.
whatever.
Yeah.
Which I love Nynaeve's testing so much because she leaves not because she loves the White Tower, but because she's like, this is the only way I can protect my people, and I have this tool, and I'm going to use it.
Yeah. I also like that she fails and then just goes ahead and opens it back up again.
Oh, yeah, it's insane.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Don't mess with Nynaeve. She breaks all the rules.
Yeah, pretty much all of them.
Kind of reminded me of the classic Pulp Fiction question. What's in the box?
No, that's from
I don't...
7.
That's from 7.
The briefcase in Pulp Fiction.
Oh.
Oh, okay. That's very different. What's in the box is
Gwyneth Paltrow's
Gwen's head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What's in the briefcase is that,
yeah.
Tarantino never came up with something to put in the briefcase.
That's what I say when people start talking about that at a bar or something. I'm like, guys, the name of the film is Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
Just think about that for a second. That's the whole point. The whole point is to make you think
I
about
didn't
it.
even realize that until now.
Also, Samuel L. Jackson
Spoilers.
said inside the briefcase is a light bulb. A light bulb.
Yeah.
That's what was actually in there.
Right. That's what produced the light that was on their faces. That's a good one. Yeah, we've been sort of rambling out here. This is what happens when we have no structure whatsoever. Like, we didn't like do any, normally we prep for an episode.
Yeah, we did no prep for this.
We did no prep.
Which is actually pretty cool.
It's been fun.
We've actually probably stayed about as on topic as normal.
That's a good point.
Is that a dig at how on topic we stay?
It's a lion or a woman situation. I'm leaving it up to interpretation.
Lady or the tiger?
I don't know,
Lion
man.
or
It's
woman?
late.
Does it matter if we stay on topic?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Oh, true. Yeah, there's more room for theories. More rambling. Okay. Philosophical question.
Yeah.
Eye of the world only. Who is best character?
The best character?
Best character.
Can you pick like a category as far as what does best mean? Best.
It's subjective. So,
Okay.
like, who wins Eye of the World? Like, if it was a beauty pageant.
You mean besides Bella?
I mean, yeah, like, Enigma says Bella. That's pretty strong. That's a strong vote.
Yeah. I mean, I think we can all just, like, let's go for second place here.
Okay. Are we all voting for Bella? I know. We gotta vote for Lan.
Yeah, Jonathan says Lan. Lan's awesome.
Lan's kind of... But Lan really comes out more when he gets a chance to be sort of buddy-buddy with Rand and give him some of his, death is lighter than a feather.
Christine says Nynaeve.
Nynaeve, yeah.
I want to say
Moraine.
Ishmael.
This is why I asked. This is awesome.
Okay, all right. Give me
Ishmael is just an awesome metal character, and the whole plot line of the Eye of the World is basically in his hands. He's manipulating these events constantly.
Yeah.
And he's in the boys' heads, and yeah, that's a strong argument.
He's an awesome character through the whole series.
What makes the heroes interesting is a good villain.
Yeah, because if not for him, they'd still be herding sheep. Matt would be milking cows.
Well, that's why I said Moraine, because I think if not for Moraine, they'd still be.
I mean that too.
Yeah,
they'd be dead.
And she really gets to show off. She gets to stride in and be awesome and just, kick some Trolloc ass and sink some fairies and
make a giant wall of fire.
Right. Yeah, like this is when she is pretty amazing.
Enigma says, without Bella, Moraine wouldn't know that Rand was the Dragon Reborn.
That's true.
That's great.
She is the first
that's also
sign.
true.
Bella's the first sign of the dragon being reborn. Oh, that's got to be a prophecy somewhere. The shaggy horse that doesn't tire.
Oh, one of my favorite pieces of Wheel of Time humor is Swan writing Bella. Because it's like, Bella is the most, like, Bella's never going to buck a writer. Like, she is the most steady character in the whole series, and Swan's like, I don't trust this horse.
Right.
She doesn't trust any horse.
No, I know,
but
it's funny because she's like riding the most docile horse in the world, and she's like, they gave me a difficult horse on purpose just to make fun of me.
even that horse.
I like that about her because I also mistrust horses. They're enormous, skittish animals that kind of scare easy, and they can get a little nervous and kill you accidentally.
Oh my god, can you
That
imagine?
makes me uncomfortable.
Mandarb? Like, Mandarb could kill a man.
Yeah.
Mandab kills
trained
many
I know,
men.
on purpose. He's like...
And some Trollocs, yeah. But I think of them as big dogs. And like, I know if a dog really wanted to, he could probably, kill me, right? Like, but they don't.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm sure a lot of that comes from me not really knowing anything about horses.
How much exposure have you had to horses?
Like, I'm going to say 0.
Really?
Yeah. Have you ever touched a horse?
Yes.
Have you ridden a horse?
Yes. But I was like really young, and I can think of like a couple of like pony rides at a county fair or something like that. And then when my parents took me a couple of times when I was a really little kid, and it was my understanding that I was given like the old horse, and you just had to sit on it, and they just like walk the trail. Like they don't.
I did that a couple of times.
But it's such a distant memory. I don't really. So now I wouldn't know what to do with a horse. Like I wouldn't know how to saddle it, or I wouldn't know how to.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have a lot of equestrian experience, but it's not. I know. I mean, it's not like an intuitive thing. Like you definitely.
Well, see, like when I lived in Waynesboro, I lived near some horses, a bunch of different various, I'd walk the dog and the horses would come running up to the fence and, they'd stick their nose over and you'd pet their nose and smack them on the side in the hocks, on the shoulder and give them a good pat, and they'd nibble on your hair and lick the dog. And I used to run back and forth and the horse would run with me and play, and I feel like I made friends with a bunch of the horses down there without like trying to ride them or anything. You just scratch them where they tell you to scratch and, play with them like you would any other animal. And they seem to be totally happy to do that.
They make me nervous.
They are like half a ton. They're heavy animals. Half a ton is not. That's an exaggeration. They're big. They're big, and they have hooves. But dogs have teeth. Birds have beaks. I love animals. I'll take just about any animal. I love the ravens. I love to because in Portland we've got ravens all over the place.
I would get a pet raven.
And that
sounds cool.
So smart. Really, really smart. And, I do have a pet. Well, I don't have a pet. I grew up with a blue and gold macaw.
Oh, I saw the picture you posted on Instagram.
Yeah. So I went home for Thanksgiving, and this bird thinks I'm its mate, and they mate for life. So every time I come near, it gets very, very affectionate and preens me and fluffs up and just, really wants...
Crazy that they can remember you for that long.
Oh, yeah. No problem.
Considering you only see it like every few years or something,
Yeah, but I mean, I raised her from a hatchling and fed her, and she'll probably outlive me.
Wow.
They live that long?
They live 80 years.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
And I got her when I was 10, so, unless I lived to 90.
Yeah.
There's
a good chance it'll outlive you.
Yeah. Certainly outlive my parents and become mine at some point. So, but, I have a pet parrot.
Does it just stay in a cage? But it's not like a parrot, though. It's pretty big. It's like 2 feet tall, not including tail, right?
2
Smaller?
feet, maybe including tail.
Including tail?
Yeah, maybe. It sits on my shoulder and it's not much taller than my head.
Well, look at this picture again.
Yeah, bring up the picture. It's
a big creature.
Blue and gold macaws aren't small. I mean, she's a good 10 pounds. That might be, I'm not actually sure. Oh man, at some point she got a little over amorous. I was petting her, like scratching her butt, and she got a little, Anyway, I've never seen a parrot orgasm before, but apparently it's,
Is that a real thing?
Her cloaca was expanding and contracting at a very fast rate.
I'm not going to ask what cloaca is.
It's their...
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kelsey.
I was just going to throw some biology on Patrick, but I don't know if he's...
Yeah, no, I think he needs a little bit of biology here.
So birds mate in a weird way. They've got a cloaca, which is basically like a hole, and they pass the goods through it. That's not a great explanation.
But
it gets
like
the point across.
Okay. Yeah.
They use that hole for everything.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I did know that.
Because they have like chickens lay eggs through the hole, and they poop through the hole, and they have sex through the hole, and it's all the same hole. And they pee through the hole.
Well, it's utilitarian.
Yeah. Hey, at least it's not anemone that only have one hole in and out. They eat and poop through the same hole.
Huh.
Yep. Sup, Brandon? Are you still listening, Mr. Sanderson?
Are you enjoying the talk of bird sexuality? No, so I mean, I grew up at some point in my house growing up. There were 16 different birds in that house.
my God.
At different times?
No, all at the same time. At one point, we got up to 16 birds. My mother was a little bit of a crazy bird lady.
I didn't know that a bird person was I mean, I guess I did know it was a thing.
Yeah, no, my mom was totally a bird person. And we because we had 2 lovebirds, 3 parakeets, 3 cockatiels, 2 blue and gold macaws.
All in like separate. What
Yeah.
kind of a cage or what kind of a enclosure does your bird live in?
She's got a cage, but and then a perch, and mostly she rides around on her shoulder, my shoulder. But she's got a perch, and it's on rollers. It's really just a simple like a T that she likes to sit on, and that just is in whatever social area. It's got a little catch at the bottom to catch the poop and whatever food she drops, and a bowl for her to eat and drink out of, and she just is in whatever space we're in, just sitting on her perch, hanging out. She likes to be on my shoulder, and then at night she's got a cage. Sometimes she hops off and like climbs and explores and checks everything out.
Yeah.
She's not restricted to the perch, but most of the time that's where she hangs out.
I figured birds would poop everywhere, though.
She's actually trained to poop on her perch.
Oh, well, that's handy.
Yeah, they're ridiculously smart. They're
Like
not
a litter
hard.
box.
Yeah, they're not at all hard to train.
Awesome. Then I would love to have a bird.
There's so
No, you
much
don't.
work.
Birds,
Really?
they are awful. So let me get this straight. I grew up with them. I would never ever choose to purchase and have a bird as a pet. They are, like you said, Kelsey, a massive amount of work. They make a huge mess. They do shit everywhere. You can train them to shit on their perch, and Harper does, but she poops every 10 minutes or so.
That's pretty serious.
Yeah, pretty frequent. So you do have to take her back to the perch frequently, and it's like having a 2-year-old for the rest of your life. You don't want a 2-year-old for the rest of your life.
Oh no, I don't.
I don't
No,
have
it's a terrible
birds,
idea.
but I have friends who have birds, and not only are they just a lot of work, but they you have to give them fulfilled lives, and that's also not easy. They have to be stimulated, and especially the
Right.
smart ones, and they hate to be alone. So yeah, that can be difficult.
They're difficult on 10 different levels.
See, here I was. I always kind of thought it would be nice to have a couple of songbirds and just have that nice sound. And then
Songbirds aren't quite as bad, but you need a nice big cage, and they're not that smart, so you can get away with a little less
gotcha.
Attention. But
I have no idea. I've never had a bird.
you really don't want one. They're not domesticated animals. They are in no way designed to live with people.
Makes
They're
sense.
designed to be flying free, and it pisses them off to be stuck in a cage.
Yeah, I've only ever had dogs, so
Yeah. They're domesticated.
and probably the most well domesticated of all the animals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly better than cats.
Isn't there an argument that they're not actually domesticated?
Yeah, there's some arguments that because I think it's because they're not they don't technically rely on human beings for survival.
Right.
I think at the point where domestic animal is truly considered domesticated is that they need human beings. So
Well, they're
cows.
only relatively recently part of our lives. When you look dogs have been domesticated the longest, and then I think it was goats, and then sheep, and then cows, and horses were in there somewhere. But there aren't that, and then pigs. Pigs were pretty early, but all of
different
those were
places.
centuries, millennia before cats became part of our lives. Cats are ridiculously recent.
Yeah.
I don't know when cats started, but That's
Not
my
that
understanding
long
that they just kind of started hanging around.
But I mean, there are
People, like,
populations of outdoor cats. Like they
'Cause-
will never. They'll live their whole lives outdoors.
yeah.
Totally.
And I mean, there's definitely dogs that do too, but I think it's harder for them.
That was kind of my understanding that they don't. If humans disappeared tomorrow, cats would be fine.
And wild dogs tend to revert to more of a wild phenotype. They tend to look a little bit different than domesticated dogs.
And they'll usually be in a pack of some sort.
Yes, totally.
There's some groups out there. I think, is it the dingo?
Do they eat your baby?
And there's one called the such and such singing dog, some Far East, like New Zealand singing dog or some such thing. But they're basically animals that were once domesticated and then returned.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, is that true for dingoes?
I'm talking out my ass right now.
Oh, I was just curious.
That might have been one of the examples. I can't remember.
Can you post a picture of Timber asking for a friend?
Yeah, in the Discord?
Sure, yeah. I don't know if other people love dog pictures. I love
there's
dog
like
pictures.
a ton on your
I mean, so
personal
yeah,
Instagram.
if you look at my personal Instagram, which is just Seth JJ,
Oh, on Instagram?
yeah,
Okay.
that's probably going to be your best, because there's lots and lots and lots. That's all it is
Seth
pictures.
posts more pictures of Timber than himself or anything else.
That's what my Instagram is for. Is it's for pictures of Timber, with an occasional other like thing gets spliced in there, just because like I want to put it out there. But
I'm looking at it right now.
yeah, if you look at my Instagram, it's 90% pictures of
Oh
Timber.
my gosh,
Oh, that's
he's
your mom.
so
Your mom's dogs are
cute.
huge.
What was that, Patrick?
Your mom's dogs are huge. They look like powerful animals.
Oh, they're bull mastiffs. They're gigantic.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now we take a pause while we all look at pictures of dogs.
Just scrolling through Seth's Instagram.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at Timber.
Me too.
Ruben's a cutie.
That's probably the best photo of him. He's very lazy.
Yeah.
We call him the princess because, oh god, the things he's scared of. Rain, wet grass, puppies, elevators, escalators, loud noises,
Escalators I can
vacuums,
kind of understand. They make me a little
Baths.
nervous sometimes.
the groomer, the vet.
Oh, man. Anyway, we definitely went on a tangent into Dogland there. Until you get a couple of dog owners together and they start
Oh
sharing
god,
pictures of puppies.
I know
and,
like so many dogs, and I have no idea who their parents are. I'm just like it's Lucy.
Exactly. At the dog park, we're just like, I'm Timber's dad. That's my name. Like, I don't have a name. I'm just Timber's dad.
Yep. That's why I kind of hated that like dogs don't like Aes Sedai.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the hell is up with that?
The whole like cats like Aes Sedai, like it again. That's another Eye of the Worldism. Like I know it's in a few other places, but
Yeah,
it's really
yeah, that's
not.
It's not an important part of the books, really.
No.
No, it doesn't. I mean, well, there is a Black Aja sister who plays
She
with.
rescues cats.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a cool way to like distinguish her, because I think it comes up later, like, oh, there was an Aes Sedai, the one who like has feeding all the cats in the city,
Right.
or something
Right.
like
And
that.
That's
like,
that's how they track her down, and it makes her memorable. It makes
Yeah.
her like not just another black sister.
Of course, the crazy cat lady is Black Aja.
I know.
Yeah, that's a good point. Wolves don't care about Aes Sedai, so why would dogs?
Yeah, that's true.
That's right. Yeah, the Black Tower has a bunch of dogs, and they chase around the female channelers. So
I think
yeah,
that's just one of those Jordan male versus female
right.
Wheel of Time courts.
He's trying to create this whole like opposing dynamics, and the dog people versus cat people is definitely an easy one to put out there.
I mean, I love cats too. I just can't own them because my fiance's allergic.
I am also allergic
to cats.
Yeah,
Oh, bummer.
I've lived with them, but it's a miserable experience.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm either on all sorts of medication, which makes me woozy, or my eyes are itchy, or, to be honest, my butthole gets itchy.
That's weird.
It's really weird, but fucking cats, man.
I'm sorry. I just love that you've become so comfortable in your podcast role that you're just like...
It gets to that whatever point. Get it, man. Technically allergic to dairy, but
right?
sometimes I just do it anyway, right? Because
God, like I'll be walking,
it's great,
and like a cat will come up to me, and I'll pet the cat, and it's not going to be a good time. I'm going to touch my eyes, and I'm going to like cry for 3 hours.
I feel you. The other day I walked into Little Big Burger and it's like, I'll have 2 hamburgers. And they were like, do you want any cheese on that? And I only hesitated for like a second. It's like, yeah, I'll take the Chev. Whatever. I don't have to work tomorrow.
Oh, I'm pretty sure there's a cat outside, like, doing a mating call.
Oh, the loud... I used to live in Brooklyn. And there was this lady... So... kind of the way it worked in my neighborhood is there's like these rows of apartment buildings, but behind the apartments there'll be these open courtyards that are just kind of like a shared open space. And there was this crazy cat lady that lived in like the building directly behind my building, and she would just open the window and throw cat food out of her window into the courtyard. And so there were just all these stray cats, which also, I mean, if you live in Brooklyn, it's kind of cool that she's attracting all the stray cats because that means the rats are like on different blocks.
Oh, nice.
Because that's also a problem. Or just, you'll be walking down the street and rats will scurry out from behind a garbage can all the time.
I remember that in Philadelphia. The subway system especially had just a ton of rats in it. Just because they just hang out on the tracks and eat everything that falls down onto them.
Oh, yeah. The subways are nasty, although I do miss them. It's nice to be able to just walk into a tunnel and go wherever you want in the city.
Oh, it's fantastic.
$2. I'm sure it's like, too much now, but...
I wish Portland had a better subway system.
I've always kind of wished that they would start building one, but I sort of wonder about the water table. I mean, my basement floods, and it's only like 4 feet below ground.
If they can do it in New York, which is a freaking island.
That's true. They do. Yeah, now that you say that, I mean, they have to... If the electricity gets shut off, if there's like a bad hurricane in New York, the subways just start flooding.
Right.
There's pumps that run 24/7.
Right.
And just blow the water back out into the ocean. And then
right.
It seeps back in.
But we've got mountains here. We've got rock. We should be able to carve into that and make a decent subway system. But anyway, the whole infrastructure issue in Portland, I mean, we're a city that's growing too fast for the infrastructure that we have in place, and we're not building new infrastructure.
No, it's like really clearly not made for the amount of people that live in it.
No. So, don't move to Portland. It's miserable. Go away.
We hate it. It's terrible here.
Absolutely terrible. Are you ever planning to move away?
Me?
Every day. That's all I think about.
Yeah.
Well, my fiance lives in Dallas, so we've been doing the long distance thing, and that's where I grew up. So I'm going to head back there, which is a little bit ironic because my plan was to live abroad, and now I'm the kid who's going to live back.
Go back home.
Back home. But that's okay.
And you're in
Houston.
I'm in Houston, yeah.
How far is that? How far are those away from each other?
Texas distances, so a long way.
Yeah.
It's 250 miles, and it's about 4 hours. with a little bit of traffic, and by a little bit, I mean like it's hard to get out of Houston is the problem.
Right.
So once you're out, it's like going.
I gotcha.
It's just 80 miles an hour the whole way. But
Because there's nothing in between.
No, I mean there's Buc-ee's, but
Buc-ee's?
y'all don't have Buc-ee's.
Don't know what Buc-ee's is.
Any Texas listeners? No,
Wait,
doubt it.
I
There's
feel like
four
I've heard
people
of
listening.
Buc-ee's. Do they have like a famous donut or something?
They have beaver nuts.
That's it.
Yeah.
They're like pork rinds that have maple glaze or something like that.
I'm sure they have those. But
I've heard about them. I've never.
The beaver nuts are like
They're famous
it's
apparently.
like a little crispy caramel thing. I don't know. I'm not super into them, but no, there's just there. It's a super gas station, like giant, tons of bathrooms, every snack, hot food, poop bags for your dog, like. So it's always crazy. And then they sell like all kinds of stuff. They sell like pajamas and those like weird.
I've seen stuff like that in like weird towns in the South where their big store is like it's a gas station, but then they'll have like a walk-in beer cooler that's like a huge room. There'll be like groups of people in like picking different beers, and there's like a whole deli and like I don't know. In New Jersey, they have Quick Check, which is not as big. It's more like a 7-Eleven, but they also have like a deli, and
Yeah.
it's just kind of like an AM PM on the West Coast, expanded, just bigger.
Virginia had, it was a big red overhang. Their trucks always say, "Follow us to a tasty sandwich." I can't remember the name of the place. Sheets,
yeah.
I used to go to a lot of Sheets.
They have those further north, like up in Ohio, too.
Yeah.
At least that far.
Regional differences in stores is fascinating.
Isn't it?
It is.
I love those little things about going different places in the country.
So this is my drive to Dallas, which will give you like the very Texas experience. So Houston, where like NASA, the first heart surgery, like major metropolitan area, and then you go get out of traffic, and then like Buc-ee's starts advertising about 100 miles away, so they have like the Buc-ee's billboards, and then you just hit like small towns, and then about an hour outside Dallas you start getting like the do you know where you're going when you die billboards, and there's like one that's literally fire, and it's like, don't go to hell, call this number. And then there's another one
Oh,
that's
the
like,
Christian conversion billboards.
yes,
We don't have those so much in the North.
I would hesitate to
No.
call it like Christian, because
Yeah?
I think
Have you
it's
seen-
like pretty crazy. It's not
You get
like your
outside of
mainstream.
Portland.
Well, just the really like fiery evangelist.
I'm telling you, cross the mountains, get out into Eastern Oregon.
Oh, out like Bend way.
Yeah.
Probably. I'd never get out there.
Yeah. Oh, it's out there. The billboards. It's not that. Well, you don't have a car, so you don't.
My range is kind of like
Yeah.
I go up to Seattle sometimes, but it's like Portland, Seattle, Vancouver. And if I get out of the city, it's like directly to the wilderness. I don't go to like I don't go to Bend.
Right.
I have no reason to go to town, really.
No. I think I've done some touristy stuff down there, and I've done a few bicycle tours where I've driven out there and then hopped on the bike, and that was fun. I did the whole John Day loop. That was a week of biking and camping, and the day 2, I think we hit like 100 degrees, which was just killer on the bike. It was and there was no shade on that entire ride. The Northwest is nice because there's wilderness all around us. Yeah. So we've diverged.
What are we talking about?
I don't know what we're talking about anymore. Like
I feel so bad for John. He's gonna have to like. He's gonna be like, "What the hell do I even cut? Like everything."
Yeah, like, this show is all after show. We just made a whole show of just like this is after
This season's after show.
this season's after show is exactly what we just
Just
made.
cut this into 10-minute blocks and put it at the end of each episode. You
Well,
can find
no.
out what happens next. And
Well, we just finished season 1, and season 1 needs an after show, and that's what this is.
okay. I like that. Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
We were talking at Grain and Gristle a couple weeks ago. The last time we recorded, I think. Should we call it season 1 or book 1?
Wait, are you asking me a question?
Yeah, totally.
Fuck, sorry.
When we start with book 2, are we going to call this book 2? Are we going to call it season 2? Are we just going to keep going like episode 50?
Do we go back in episodes? Or do we just continue counting in episodes?
Do we do season 2, episode 1?
That might be helpful in terms of like organizing the episodes.
Book 1, book 2?
Yeah.
Or I like season 2. I like seasons as well. I think it'll be a great resource, like if you want to go back and listen to like a certain chapter from a specific book, you can click on like season whatever
books
or book,
because then it's organized by
But I also want to keep counting up, right? I don't want to I want to say episode 52. I don't want to say season 2, episode 1. So, because most podcasts don't restart their count. Most podcasts just keep the count going. They're
named after the chapter, too,
right,
for the most part, unless we do 2 chapters.
What I could do is say, Wheel of Time, episode 52, The Great Hunt, chapter 1.
Should we just do
or The Great Hunt, whatever the title of the chapter is. Or even just, doesn't even have to be The Great Hunt. It could be, TGH. Just do the abbreviations.
I think as long as there's some way to easily figure out what book you're on and then what chapter.
I think the 3-letter thing is pretty standard amongst fans, too. Like, everybody knows what EOTW is.
Right.
Yeah, I should go. I'm pretty deep into the Way of Kings, so...
Oh, are you
reading through before you start?
Yeah, so I've never read it before. It's my first time. I've been doing audiobooks at work and then reading.
I'm excited for you
at night. It's been really awesome.
Those are really good. I'm about to read through too because I don't want to read the new book it's been a couple of years since I read those. So
yeah.
I just finished the new one.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
How is it?
Oh.
That's plenty.
I cannot wait.
It's not everything I wanted it to be, but in some ways it was so much more. Yeah. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, whenever you have expectations, there's certain things that I wanted to be in it that weren't. Because there's 7 more books. He didn't answer all my questions.
Gotcha.
But
how long is it?
So good. How long is the book? 1,200 pages.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's huge. Massive.
Have I ever read a 1,200-page book? I don't think I have. The Bible is shorter than that.
Probably. I mean, I have the paperback version, and it hurts my hand holding it open.
Oh, I didn't know they came out with the paperback at the same time as the hardback.
No, well, I have the paperback of Way of Kings.
Oh.
So I bought, basically,
I think I have that in paperback, too.
It's been on my shelf to start for a while, but I've been, rereading through Wheel of Time, and I went to the Sanderson signing, and I was like, I gotta read these books. I'm too excited. I'm just gonna jump in.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I don't know if the live listeners are Stormlight readers. I don't want to be spoilery, but I'm I think I'm getting to the point in Way of Kings. I'm a little over halfway where I understand more about the world and the magic, and I'm definitely invested in the characters.
Yeah. I feel like we can spoil whatever on this podcast. It's the whole point anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really need to go into it other than to say it's good. The Way of Kings, when it came out, there wasn't Words of Radiance yet. And so I got to the end of Way of Kings and just started, it was one of those books where I got to the last page and just flipped right to the first page and started reading again. I didn't even get up to pause. I was just that. I wanted... The experience of reading Way of the Kings was unlike anything I'd ever really experienced before, and I wanted to go do it again. You know, it's like when the little kid comes down the slide and is like, I want to do it again. I want to do it again. That was me with Way of Kings.
That's awesome. That's exactly what I did with Wheel of Time. Like, I finished, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, no. All right, book one.
Yeah. No, and I'm almost jealous because the Wheel of Time, I didn't get to have that experience because it wasn't done.
I'm so glad, like, I didn't have to wait on any of the books. And that's why, like, I think I love some of the middle books so much is because I wasn't waiting on anything. So it didn't bother me.
Oh, man. I remember the years of uncertainty after Jordan died.
Oh, God. I can't even imagine that.
It was rough. Because, like, I didn't know if the series was honestly going to be good.
Yeah.
It's
how
it's
nervous
crazy.
How nervous were you when you opened up Sanderson's
Super nervous.
I had already surrendered to the possibility that it was going to be awful.
Yeah,
you just kind of have to, like,
that I was just going to hate it, but I was like, I have to know the ending. So
the only thing that I had going for me is once I heard that Brandon Sanderson was finishing it, I read everything else he'd put out at that point, and I really liked it.
Yeah.
So I had hope. And do I think he did everything perfectly? No. Do I think he did as good of a job as anyone could have possibly done? Yes.
Yeah. I think it helps that he was such a big fan too. So he's like, I would want to read it. I didn't want to write it. Like,
right.
And, I think he knows, like, he's open about the stuff that he didn't get right, which I think helps fans. Like, sure. You're just like, okay, like, and it's also kind of special. Like, the characters are so special that it's like, well, in another author's hands, like, yeah, they're not exactly right.
Mm-hmm. I did read, though, that there was very little of Perrin written by Jordan.
Yeah.
And that most of Perrin in the last 3 books is Sanderson's.
And I think, I personally like the way he wrote Perrin.
I love it, yeah.
And I think it's because Perrin is his personal favorite Wheel of Time character, and so I think that that's part of, like, he got Perrin. And so people who get a little more annoyed at the representation of Matt and Nynaeve are people who are like, they got them. Like, they connected with Matt, they connected with Nynaeve, and then when they say, a comment that's different, it, like, is really striking to them when another reader... maybe Egwene's your favorite. Like, it doesn't really bother you that Matt isn't exactly 100%. But I really, like, when I found out Perrin was his favorite, I was like, oh yeah, that makes total sense.
And Perrin being one of my favorites, I do buy. I really like what he did with him. And, the way he took his Worlds of Dreams powers and sort of turned it up to 11 in a very Brandon Sanderson way. Oh,
totally. Like, magic systems is his thing, and he cranked it up, which is perfect because it's like the last battle. Like, rules don't matter anymore, really.
Yeah. A group of the most powerful badasses. Pretty much the whole... I mean, in the last battle, you're just following those people. Yeah, The Gathering Storm came out in 2009, by the way.
Yeah.
I think I might have waited... I think I didn't read Towers of Midnight right away.
Okay.
2005.
So there was a 4-year gap between the two?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so he died in 2007.
I feel like I did my read in 2006, the first one. I kind of remember easily because it was like my first real apartment out on my own.
Yeah, my first read was 95.
Yeah, geez. The first 6 books were out.
Yeah. And I think by the time I'd finished the first 6, the 7th one was either out or was about to come out.
First one came out.
So I pretty much read the first 7 in a row.
Oh, I'm totally lying. I did read these when I was a really little kid. I think I read like the first 4 or something like that.
Oh, yeah. Did you remember anything?
Few. A little.
Yeah.
I remembered a lot about the first book, but I didn't really follow through. I think I didn't have them all. At that point, my fantasy and science fiction reading was largely based on like whatever my grandfather just had. Like that guy just read novels. Like
Right.
yeah,
I just may have recommended the series to my 9-year-old nephew.
Nice.
yeah.
Because I was like, I'm not sure. It might be a little complicated for him. And his mom was like, yeah, he's reading like series. He's like blowing through Harry Potter. I'm like, yeah, then go for it. Like, if you can handle Harry Potter,
I think so.
this is,
I feel like it's a step up, but
not that big of a step.
no. Well, it's high fantasy in a way that Harry Potter I feel like isn't high fantasy. It's different,
It is different. It is. But
or it's somehow less complicated. And
if Harry Potter isn't quite satisfying him and he's
that make
blowing
sense?
through it really quickly, I feel like Wheel of Time is a decent place to go next.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think I was around that age the first time I read.
Because, like, the concept, for a
first
couple
few
of
books.
things, the Wheel of Time is not overtly violent. The language is not extremely difficult. And the storytelling, at least on the top level, is pretty straightforward. At least for the first 3 books.
Yeah,
You know,
Yeah.
people do stuff, they go away, they come back together, there's a big battle, they win, hurrah, heroes. Like, the first 3 books are relatively easy to understand. It's not really till the 4th book that things start to spiral out of control.
branch out.
Yeah.
In a beautiful way.
Oh, absolutely. But I think the first 3 books can definitely be recommended to pretty young kids. And then if they find those satisfying, I think they will come back to it when they feel like they can handle the whole thing. You know, I'm not one to... I'm always willing to let a kid try a book. I will never prevent a kid from reading a book. Because if it's too much or too adult, they'll lose interest.
Yeah. I mean,
I agree.
certainly if he's gone through all of Harry Potter, like, that's a lot of book to read.
Right.
And it's kind of like, okay, if you go through the first 3 books and if you still like it, then go for it.
But I think maybe, like 12, 13 is probably the more appropriate age. You're more... Not appropriate's the wrong word. You're more likely to get it and want to keep going with it.
Yeah. And I think that you're at that age you can relate to the characters more because, I mean, like, if you're 13, Matt and Random Parent are only a few years older, so...
Yeah, and the farm boy phase is, I feel like Seth was saying, it's a lot easier to understand, like, Rand likes a queen likes Rand, but things are difficult.
Yeah.
And it's like a pretty easy to...
A little bit of star-crossed lovers. You don't have to deal
Yeah.
with the whole polyamorous 3-culture relationship.
But it's a lot more cutesy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
And-
yeah, I mean, some of the later stuff is not, like, the sex stuff isn't super overt,
No, that
No.
isn't.
so...
At least The Eye of the World is almost entirely told from a single perspective.
Yeah.
I think that's why The Dragon Reborn is such a jarring novel for people, because you've spent most of your time in Rand's head, and then in The Dragon Reborn you almost don't see any of him whatsoever. You get a couple of glimpses, but he's
Yeah, that's where it really changes. I had
gives other POVs.
full access. I was allowed to take out anything I wanted from the library. Like, my family didn't look at what sort of books. I made it out fine. I don't think that stuff should be...
Oh,
think, like you
yeah.
said-
I mean, I was always reading all kinds of stuff, and
all sorts of weird
good.
fantasy and science fiction. And
if you're the type of child that's, like, a voracious reader, then I think it's, like, good for them to learn different things by books.
Absolutely. There's nothing worse for a voracious reader than trying to, like, say you can't read this, because that's immediately what they're going to go and want to read.
yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
And like, just let kids direct. We are very good at directing our own learning. If we want to learn it, we will. And so that's why I think exploration into books. If you get a kid who wants to read, throw books at him and
Totally.
don't worry about the content.
having this memory of the grandpa that I was talking about. He would go to flea markets and just buy like bulk novels and just read through like westerns and a bunch of sci-fi, and that's how I originally found the Eye of the World. And I remember him reading some Stephen King novel. I think it was It. And I was like, looked at the cover and I was like, what's that? And he was like, you shouldn't read this. and I was like, why not?
Yeah.
And he was like, well, this is like, it's going to give you nightmares. And I was like, no, it won't. No, it won't. And he gave it to me.
Did it give you
Eventually,
nightmares?
when I begged for it enough, no, I was fine.
Yeah.
I watched the movie when I was like 12. I was at my friend's house and she was like, let's watch this movie. Oh my God.
It's really
haunted
intense,
my life for so many years. I was just like lying awake, staring at the ceiling like, oh my God, I'm going to die.
I watched it for the first time when I heard the new one was coming out. I had actually never seen the old version of it. And I found it really bad and pretty corny.
I can't imagine it as an adult. Like, as an adult, I'd probably hate it, but like, and we didn't watch the ending, and I've heard the ending is stupid. We got so scared that I was like,
well, the modern one makes a good decision where it sticks with them as kids.
yeah.
The old one did a lot of swapping, just like the book did. It was true to the book in a way, but it was also, because it was swapping between like adults and kids, and the relationships between the adults was actually kind of creepy, and then they tried to mirror it in the kids, and the adults were like really bad 80s actors. And like,
Yeah.
I didn't enjoy it at all. I really enjoyed, was it Tim Curry as It?
He was great.
Yeah, was that the
He was great, yeah.
mini-series?
Thought it was just a movie.
It was a movie.
It was a really long movie.
Was it?
Oh God, yeah.
I'm thinking of it as a mini-series.
I just watched the Dune miniseries for the first time. Have you seen
That
that?
was Sci-Fi Channel made?
Yeah.
That's the better film. I had that on DVD when I was like
Should
a
I add
teenager. I remember
Dune
that's
to
why I got
my
really into
reading
it.
list?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you should read the first 3.
I think Seth
Without
and I
a doubt.
usually say, read the first 3. It gets crazy after that.
Beyond that, it gets a little outlandish, and there's major like 1,000-year time jumps and stuff like that. So
I like, the whole lineage, like God Emperor. I liked,
Heretic.
I can't remember, it might have been like 6 or 7 that I read. And then I kind of sampled the stuff his son wrote, like...
you should talk to John the bartender. He's really big into Dune.
Oh,
Yeah.
is that your friend you got in the series?
Yeah, I call him John the bartender. He's just the bartender at the bar I go to down the street. And I got him into it.
We should give a shout out to Grain and Gristle in Portland, Oregon.
Totally. Grain and Gristle. That's my bar of choice.
It's a really good spot if you want to eat meat and drink beer.
Fantastic. It's the place where
namesake.
if I order a burger medium rare, it actually comes out medium rare. And you know how rare that is?
Very rare.
About medium rare.
Okay, I get it.
But no, they have like a great stew, and they have a steak. But honestly, I just go there mostly to drink because they have their
Beers. They carry that kind of smaller brewery.
upright brewing. So they're a tasting room for upright brewing. So they generally have 4 or 5 or 6 of their beers on tap.
No, a bunch of you Portlanders listen to us, so go there.
Yeah, definitely. And
Mention Seth and Patrick. Maybe we'll get a discount.
if you run into John, tell him I sent you.
Well, if I'm ever in Portland, I will go there. Which I would love to go to Portland
Yeah, Portland's a great little city.
if I had
Don't live here.
open time and money.
Terrible city. Just
Terrible
rains
city.
all the time.
Yeah.
I feel like I should explain that Portlanders have this thing where we tell people not to move here because we hate it, and it's not true.
Get out of my lawn.
Don't give away our secrets just because it's the best place in
just
the
didn't
country, and we don't want more people to come
At
here.
least Kelsey to understand. We can edit. You can edit that out.
All right, fair enough.
Come to
Just so she knew what we were
Houston.
talking about.
I used to live in Houston.
We
I
got
don't never want to move.
hurricanes.
and heat and humidity and mosquitoes and...
We actually have dengue fever here.
Yeah.
We got everything.
You're selling it.
If you got cancer, we got a great hospital. It's like 100,000.
100,000 people in Houston?
Work there in the med center. No, there's like 9 million.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's 100,000.
I was gonna say that's like
No, just
a small city.
100,000 people work in the medical center.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, the medical
Holy
center
shit.
is a small city.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. I think we're sort of petering out here.
Yeah, I gotta go read some Way of Kings.
Yeah. So let's call it a night. And guys, it's been fantastic. That's going to be a heck of an interesting episode to put out.
Well,
I want to see how John edits this. Like, sorry, John, I feel bad for your.
and in summary, there's no way to summarize that.
There's no way to summarize that.
Definitely keep
love the eye of the
Seth's
world.
itchy asshole in there.
This is the Wheel of Time Spoilers podcast. Your hosts are Seth Jacobson and Patrick Heiler.
So there was this Deadline article where they let it slip that Amazon had the rights to it. However, it was sort of a weird article and a weird reference, and no one's confirmed or denied it. So right now, the leading candidate is Amazon to have it. But that's based on kind of a sketchy article that has neither been confirmed nor denied.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, I'd like to see that happen because, either Netflix or Amazon, they have the kind of money and the production quality that I would like to see go into the show.
And the freedom to explore the kind of show it needs to be, whereas any sort of network television is going to have, you're going to end up with something like the Shannara Chronicles, which is very MTV.
Yeah, I heard it
terrible.
flopped. I never watched it.
Oh, it was terrible.
Honestly, I just thought the books were okay, so I didn't really...
Yeah. Well, I really enjoyed the books as a kid, and I think there's a lot into them, and I think you could make a fairly dark and interesting series. That is not what MTV did.
Yeah. Was it actually MTV?
Yes.
Oh, I thought that was commentary. Ooh.
No, yeah.
That doesn't sound good.
No, it was actually MTV bought the rights and made it, and it was everything you think a show made by MTV would be.
I'm imagining that they take the character aside in a side room, and then they're like, I don't like this other character.
Yeah, it was like a combination of
the Real World. I'm just being funny now.
No, it was less Real World. It was more like what's the sparkly vampire one? Twilight.
Ooh.
It was like they took Twilight and tried to make it in a fantasy world.
Was Sword of Shannara meant to be like a YA lit thing?
No, not at all. First book is almost a direct copy of Tolkien. I mean, in the same way that Eye of the World is a lot like Tolkien.
Yeah.
But I'd say it's even closer to Tolkien. It's like between Eye of the World and Tolkien. And then Elfstones, he really started to go his own way and do his own thing. And it got interesting for a while. And they sort of tried to take that interesting part of it and do something with it. And it was just discoherent, mumbled.
Oh, that's so lame.
And all the characters were boring, teenage, angsty.
I'm looking up the synopsis of Sword of Shannara right now because I read this a long time ago. 2 major plots in a fictional world called the Four Lands. Shay Almsford.
He's basically a hobbit. Him and his brother are basically Sam and...
Oh, I don't remember any of this. I feel like this might have been the one... I think this is the one where I read a lot of the first book and I didn't like it. And I just didn't.
That's fair. But you should try book 2.
Yeah.
Because book 1 is like I said, a pretty much boring copy of... Lord of the Rings. And book 2 is like a generation later, and they have these things called the Elfstones that they just happen to get in the first one, and there's some really interesting stuff that goes on with
some magic quality.
A magic cloak, and there's demons, and they're like corrupting.
I can't remember. But I just skimmed the synopsis and remembered very little of it. So,
but yeah, go to Elfstones of Shannara. Read book 2, and then book 3 is the Wish Song of Shannara, and that sort of makes a first complete trilogy. And then there's a second. It's like 4 or 5 books, which are, I believe, the Scions of Shannara.
Yeah.
So it's like the those who have inherited the power from the original trilogy, and those are fantastic. And then he goes off into what a lot of authors do, which is he starts to write a bunch of books that merge together and repeat the same characters and repeat the same plot points over and over again, and it starts to get pretty boring.
It sounds similarly named as, I read this series a long time ago. It was called like Kushil's Avatar, I think was the first book. But that was all right. I think I read all the way through. Some interesting stuff. That was another thing that I found while wandering through the library. It's like, that's an interesting looking cover.
I did read that book, the first one. I don't think I read any of the others.
It goes on. It was I remember liking it. Of course, I could barely describe the plot to you now, but...
Right. Totally, I'm reading this summary, and I'm like, oh yeah, I definitely read the book here, and I think I enjoyed it. But you're right, I don't remember all what happened.
Honestly, the only fantasy series that I can think of that kind of revolves around the sexuality of the main characters.
Yeah.
There's a lot to it, at least.
I think you actually recommended these to me. I think that's why I've read them.
Oh.
So, or I read the first one anyway. It like got on my list at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just in a point where like I have a hard time reading anything that's not Wheel of Time these days.
That's fair.
Everything I compare to it is just inferior. With the notable exception of the stuff that I think Brandon Sanderson is doing.
Yeah.
Wheel of Time is comforting and familiar, and I'm fond of it.
Oh, yeah, and awesome and epic.
Yeah. But I devoured Oathbringer as soon as that came out.
Yeah.
Which you still haven't read.
No, I haven't.
We got to sit you down and make you read for like 2 or 3 weeks straight.
Yeah, I know, I have to. It's just... I've been super busy, but... I'll get around to it eventually.
Yeah, well, you've picked up a lot of shifts.
Yeah.
Which is how your schedule works, where you have like these waves of like working almost every day for like 2 weeks straight, and then working like one day a week. Yeah. So it's boom and bust.
Oh, by the way, Kelsey T. Baldwin, I'm glad you agreed with me on that. I thought it was a really interesting, well-written way of making sexuality like a huge part of a series like this, because I feel like it would be really tempting to just make the series basically just erotic lit,
right?
But it's not. Right. And I feel like that's where, you know, a lot of bad fantasy kind of goes. It's just like
a lot of fan fiction goes there.
Super hot alien chicks, bro, and that's like all you get out of that, you know.
And I'm gonna yell at you to read Broken Earth again, just because Broken Earth is fantastic.
Oh, yeah. Well, Seth has talked a lot about that. That's another one I've been meaning to get around to, but between Wheel of Time stuff, Mistborn, and work.
Yeah. How are you doing on Mistborn these days?
I'm like halfway through Will of Ascension.
Okay.
Next time I sit down for a day, because last time I sat down for a day, I just completed Mistborn, the first one.
Yeah.
That's what it's called, right?
Yeah. It's The Final Empire, I think, is the subtitle.
Oh, The Final Empire. Oh, that's funny. My copy just says Mistborn on it.
Yeah, I think they only...
Wait, that's your copy, isn't it? I think.
No, I loaned out my copy. That's my copy of Well of Ascension. Your copy of Mistborn.
Oh, okay.
So it's Mistborn, The Final Empire is what they subtitled it once they started coming out with more books also in the Mistborn trilogy.
Confusing.
Yeah, so I think in the later copies it is subtitled The Final Empire. But yeah, I'm super excited to get started on the Mistborn podcast. I've been like chomping at the bit.
I really am too. We promised to release something 22 days from now because we're recording this on the 8th.
I'd like to get it recorded and released before we go to JordanCon.
Yeah, that way we can get a little interaction with people and stuff.
Point people to it and say, here's episode 0.
Yeah.
Get in on the ground floor.
We're going to talk about what we're going to talk about, and that should be pretty easy.
Yeah, we don't have to do too much prep for that.
Yeah.
But we keep, like I said, with your schedule being busy, it's been hard to coordinate a good time to sit down and do it. I finished the whole series, including A Secret History.
Ugh, I'm jealous.
I've had time to read. So, and then I went back and I reread the Dragon Reborn too.
Yeah.
From start to finish. So that was really helpful. I'm going to try and do that, I think, between each book, is like reread the whole next book. Because there's so many things that are relevant at the end of the book to the beginning. And so it's nice to have read the whole thing when we start.
Yeah. I've been trying to read it. Like, as I read it, if there's anything that I don't understand, I don't bother like trying to leave it a mystery. I just look it up immediately. And I mean, I've read the series already, Mistborn.
Mm-hmm.
To try to read it with as many spoilers included as possible so that when we start going back through it, when we come back to page 1 and start recording, I'll be pretty well versed.
Yeah, I was absolutely doing that too the whole time, which was like, wait, I don't know, is this Miss Spirit Kelsier? Is it?
Oh, yeah. And, it's purposely confusing.
Yeah.
Like, RJ does that a bunch.
But it's already, people have been able to figure out who's who, and so you can just look it up as we're going through, and then you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I know what's going on. It's been fun to sort of reread the Mistborn trilogy with the same eye for detail that we've been using in the Wheel of Time, and sort of in my head treat it to the same analysis.
Totally. I just passed the part where Vin still thinks Orisor?
Orsur.
Question mark? Orsur?
Yeah.
Is Orsor, but he's not.
No, he's
Orsor's
Tensoon.
dead. Yeah.
And I'm really glad, because I'm going to call him Tensoon, because that's way easier to say. But yeah, no, that's a really cool one. And Tensoon I love Tensoon. He might be my favorite character.
I like the Mist Wraiths a lot, but we don't call them that. We call them
Kandra.
Kandra, who are like grown-up Mist Wraiths, essentially. Or spiked Mist Wraiths.
Yeah. They've been imbued with, investiture, basically hemalurgic spike.
Yeah. How do they do the spike? Because with humans, they nail it through a person into a person, right?
Well, that's with the Inquisitors.
Right.
So the Inquisitors, the spike goes through a Mistborn or Misting directly into the Inquisitor. And then you get their, basically, whatever power you pull out of them. And the placement and the type of metal matters.
Right.
What
about with the giant blue guys?
The Koloss. They get 4 spikes. But those spikes aren't made from a Misting or a Mistborn. They're actually made from regular human beings. And what they do is they pull out the part of preservation that is their soul. And then they combine that into 4 spikes into one person. And that becomes the Koloss. The Kandra, it's just 2 spikes. And they're made as a pair.
They would call one presence, and the other one...
There's 4 blessings. And each Kandra gets one of the 4.
Right.
So there's potency,
presence,
and I don't remember what the other 2 are.
Tensoon has both those.
Tensoon, he steals the potency one from Orsur. So Orsur just had the potency, Tensoon just had presence. And Tensoon killed him and took his, and so he had 2, which made him really powerful.
Is that why Tensoon can keep up with Vin as he runs through the streets?
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, he's essentially a double spiked
super Kandra. Yeah. A Koloss Kandra.
So I'm just getting deep into the magical systems and the 18 different metals. Yes, there are 18.
Yeah, I was looking into that.
Because it's the 16 normal ones plus the 2 god metals. The various pieces of the body, how they both have like, one has black smoke, the other one's the mist, one's atium, the other one's...
I forget what it's called. Luracium?
Yeah, Luracian or something like that.
But I'm not even at that point in the series yet.
Right.
We'll get there. And some of them you don't find out about until the second set, right?
Yeah, you don't find out about the last 2 normal metals until the second set of books. Those are the
Alloy of Law.
Those are the time bubbles.
Yeah. I read about them and I was like, I don't remember this in Mistborn.
No, it's not at all. And you haven't read Secret History yet either, where there's a lot of stuff revealed.
Or Alloy of Law.
You haven't read Alloy of Law either?
No.
Okay.
I'll just keep going.
Yeah, you should.
Because Alloy of Law is going to come up.
It will. But for the most part, I'm not too worried about... It is definitely a second trilogy, and while some stuff is callbacks, I don't think there's too much that flashes forward.
Yeah, I'm tempted to say that they're not connected, but like from what I've read, there's some connections, but there aren't really. Not between the characters in the books. Okay, no, that's also not true, but yeah. I think you know what I mean.
I do.
It's not one cohesive story.
No, there's a large, centuries time break.
Yeah, I'm aware, Sir Septon, of what's in Secret History, but I haven't read it myself.
I've been telling him about it as I've been going through it.
Yeah.
So he's sort of like, all right, I get it. Shut up. Yep. But we're trying to spoil things as much as possible. So just so we have as many spoilers on our front of our minds as possible.
Yeah. So I'm going to read the whole thing. And then when we start at page 1, that's when we'll start recording.
I'm sure I'll start bringing up the 3 realms.
Yeah.
The cognitive realm, the spiritual realm, the physical realm, and how those interact. I'll be probably talking about how the spiritual realm that Kelsier goes into is very different from the spiritual realm in Stormlight, because in Stormlight, it's all black beads. They're these little round glass beads that represent the souls of items. In Mistborn, it's all misty. It's like it's just 2 very different environments, even though it's both the cognitive realm. And it's because of how the people in the different areas think about the magic systems.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe by the time we're done with Mistborn, Stormlight will be done.
No. No. Hopefully by the time we're done with Mistborn, the next book will be out. That would be nice. Maybe he finishes the first 5.
Does he have like a projected amount of books that are supposed
10.
to 10?
Yeah, and he's got a pretty strict outline, and he's very good about sticking to his book lengths. So, and it's supposed to be 2 groups of 5.
Cool.
So there's like a group of 5, and then I think a 10, 20-year break, not specified, but basically long enough for some of the kids to grow up and things like that.
Gotcha.
And time to pass. And then there's going to be another 5. Yeah, his plan is 1 every 2 years, but I think it's going to end up being closer to 1 every 3 years. So I'm guessing we probably won't see the end of the first 5 book for another 5-6 years.
Yeah.
So
that's too bad.
And I think we're going to get Mistborn done in probably 2 years, even if we don't go that fast on it. Although I guess we could do the second trilogy.
Yeah.
So
that's what I'm thinking of when we finish Mistborn one day in the distant future. That begs the question, do we want to do more Cosmere stuff? And the answer is yes, we want to do more Cosmere stuff.
Probably, yeah.
We want to, but we only want to do series that are complete.
Yeah.
Because then how can we spoil them if they're incomplete?
We don't want to be guessing at stuff.
No.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Cosmere stuff, but again, it's not complete,
Oh yeah, we could do singles and stuff too. We don't have to do long series either. But once we're doing Wheel of Time and Mistborn, we probably won't want to be doing anything else until one of them's done, unless something kicks off and we start making a lot more money, and we can just do this for full time.
Yeah,
because if I could work on this for 8 hours a day and have that be affordable, then we could probably do 3 series.
Yeah. Plus bringing in some other people.
Yeah. For editing and things like that. Oh, Name of the Wind. Yeah, I would love to do that, but when the hell is that going to ever get done? I love that series. Yeah, I know.
We'll never do Game of Thrones either because he'll never finish it.
Yeah. I particularly have a lot of love for The Slow Regard of Silent Things, which is like a sideline to... Did you read that, Seth?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I loved it.
It was
great.
Really good. I have never and can't think of any other novel that only has one character. I can't think of any except that one.
Nothing that's nearly
I just
as
thought
good.
that was I was blown away by that. And, you know, Ari's weird and has a bizarre way of looking at things, and it's just really fun.
I'll have to do a reread on that. I've been waiting for his next book to come out before I go back and reread his stuff, but it's been such a long time that I've forgotten.
I have a copy. I lent it to Julia, along with Eye of the World. She took my copy of Eye of the World and then listened to the audiobook. I'm like, okay, well, whatever. I'm just glad you're into it.
Is she, is it the one that's all marked up?
Yeah, she said it was partly marked up. Because I had two copies, and I think I picked up the wrong one.
Oh,
and
that's
I carried
right.
that around for like a week, and I was just like, oh, whatever, it's fine.
That's right.
I also buy my paperbacks used, guys, so they're $2 or $3 for a used paperback, and I just don't worry too much about it.
Yeah, the Eye of the World goes away. Eye of the World, people take it, it vanishes. I don't care. It's fine. Whenever I see a used bookstore, I always check for a Wheel of Time book. Always. And I buy them. The other thing that's coming up that I'm really getting excited for is this D&D session with some of the Chosen.
Oh, yeah. That is pretty exciting, and that's a project that I'm not really involved in at all, but it's been really fun to hear about it.
It's going to be run, the lore master is going to be Morgantini, who came and visited us.
Yeah, we
hung out with him that one night, so that was pretty fun.
Some beers and tacos.
Aradia, who you all know and love, is going to be on there. I think she's playing Dwarf. And Christini's going to be playing an High Elf. And then Fate hasn't finished his character sheet yet. And I'm doing a Forest Warrior...
Human,
yeah. So sort of an Aiel type. Alan Aiel combo.
Cool.
Character. And this is all done in Lord of the Rings. So it's in the time between The Hobbit and...
Fellowship.
So it's between those, it's in that 90-year period of time.
Cool.
And we've given him some backstory, and I'm excited to see what he's going to do. We did a practice session just with pre-made characters a while back, and that was a lot of fun. And I did a really rough cut, and we got about 2 quality hours of us just hanging out and playing games, and it sounded like a blast.
These D&D and tabletop podcast type things are pretty darn popular. There are some really, really big ones out there. There's a ton of people. A lot of us nerds have grown up and we're still into it. So
yeah, and I started listening to Glass Cannon just to get an idea of what a D&D podcast sounds like.
Yeah.
And also just to help me pick up the skills and the various...
The guys on Glass Cannon are really good.
They're fun. And I'm just really enjoying it as a podcast. I see now why they're a popular genre.
It's fun.
You get to play D&D without doing any of the work. And you're listening, to people who know what they're doing and have the language down and are good friends and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I think they threw some cool music in there. I listened to an episode or two when one of the Chosen, Morgantini, came down from Washington and visited us in Portland. He was going to a Glass Cannon meetup. That's how I heard about it. So I went and listened to it. They're good.
Yeah.
And very popular.
I'm super excited because having met 2 of the 5 people who are doing it, and so those 3 of us have met, and it's we've hung out in this Discord channel forever, so there's a good chemistry there.
Where is Christini? Isn't she in the Midwest somewhere? Why am I thinking Midwest?
I want to agree with you.
Too far to just meet up.
Yeah, no, there's definitely no way she can get down. I have no idea where Fate is. And both Fate and Morgantini are experienced D&D players. So Morgantini knows what he's doing setting this up, and he's done a lot of work getting it going.
That's awesome.
And Fate, he'll be a good support character. And then sort of me, Christini, and Aradia are just winging it and learning as much as we can because this is new for us.
It'll be fine. And like a lot of this stuff we've said about WoTS spoilers, that like I think that it sounds good a lot of the time, recording equipment and space and everything, but also just like that we're already comfortable with each other. We know each other. Mm-hmm. You can joke and stuff, where it would be really difficult to do that with strangers. So it's really good that this is like a group of people that hang out all the time anyway.
Right. We don't really have concrete plans to release it as a podcast at this point, but it's definitely a possibility, and we're sort of planning for it without committing to it.
Gotcha.
It's going to depend on schedules and how much content we can produce and the quality of the content. And
it's hard to get 5 or 6 people that live in different time zones together at any one time, even in a text chat,
Right. And there's always, the recording stuff and just time investment and deciding if it's worth it. But I really would love to be producing a D&D podcast beside the WoTS Spoilers podcast, beside the Mistborn Spoilers.
And it's right up our alley. Obviously, a lot of people who already listened to WoTS Spoilers and will probably listen to Mistborn are probably into tabletop too. These things all kind of go
right. There's some overlapping interest going on there.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm just excited to play D&D for the first time in my life with a group of people. I've played a few times in my teenage years with a bunch of assholes. And never had the patience to really get into it beyond like character creation and stuff.
Yeah, you need a good group of people, who can work well with each other. Mm-hmm. I had a good group in high school that I got together with. And, I feel like part of the reason that worked probably is because we really didn't have a lot better to do as like, especially before we were driving. But even after we were driving, I played some campaigns that were really fun.
My issue, I always lived in places where to get anywhere you had to drive. And so before I could drive, it was very difficult to get anywhere on a regular basis and commit to something like a D&D group project. Because I could like show up once, but then I'd have trouble showing up again on a regular basis.
Kelsey T. Baldwin just said you guys created a pretty sweet community out of us WoT fans, and thank you.
I will say over and over again that we just tapped into an existing amazing community and, maybe brought some people together, but the community was out there. And we just were able to tap into it. I was thinking about this today. I really contribute a lot of the positivity on our network to the prevalence of women.
Yeah, that still surprises me because when you do fantasy sci-fi stuff, I guess at least the stereotype is that it's like it's all men or like 90%, but it's a lot of the time our Discord server is like half and half, it looks like, which is cool.
It's definitely a Wheel of Time thing. It's not just the community. It's because of the way Wheel of Time, I believe, has always shown a bit of a balance of the genders, and it's always attracted a more heavily female audience than a lot of the other.
Yeah, and I think the way we present it.
Yeah. There's a lot of violence porn out there in fantasy novels that, frankly, is not very attractive to a lot of people.
Yeah.
I find Game of Thrones to be a lot of like revenge and
porny. No, it is.
Yeah, it's kind of violence porn.
I mean, there's a lot of that. When I first read it, I thought that was kind of cool that I was like, oh, this is the first thing I ever read that's just like straight up incest, murder, torture. It's just right there in front of you.
Yeah, and it's not implied. It's just like that's what's on the page.
Yeah.
And that was fantastic and fairly groundbreaking at the time. But then it just got copied into the ground.
Sure. I've read a lot of other novels like that now. I'm thinking of like one that was called I want to say it was like called Prince of Thorns.
Oh, yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
That was like brutal.
Yeah, there's a lot of brutal stuff out there. And that's just not what I enjoy reading. I don't feel like there's any subtlety to it.
No, there isn't. But it has its appeal. Like, well, I mean, to me anyway, it has its appeal. Sure. Like just wild, endless action, basically. It's cool in its own right, but it's not as sustainable as something like Wheel of Time, as far as like
maintaining interest.
Yeah, and once you read your crazy battle scene violence porn or whatever, like, are you really going to read that again? Like you read it and you got to its conclusion and it's like no longer really interesting.
Which is totally different than Dumais Wells, because Dumais Wells, although it is violent and we all think of the, Ashaman kill as just like this seminal moment, it's actually, a lot of it is in Rand's head and a lot of it is, seen from a distance, and a lot of there's more going on there than just the meat grinder.
Yeah, a lot more. And, I think that's also a scene that we all talk about in the Wheel of Time a lot, the battle at Dumais Wells, because that it has that violence porn element.
Sure.
Kind of overusing this phrase, but it has that element to it, and Wheel of Time really doesn't have a lot of that.
It is a rare scene where that happens.
Like, Robert Jordan is rarely describing piles of bodies.
But I feel like that makes it stand out all that much more that, you're basically halfway through the series, 6 books in, before you get this, incredible violent conclusion. And then the next time you really have violence like that is the final battle.
Yeah, at least in so much, especially human versus human. Like, we see a lot of dead Trollocs.
Right. But they're basically automatons that we can, I'm sorry, Narg, but for the most part, we just don't care about Trollocs.
Were they talking about in Dark Friends Social before? A new show called Cooking with Narg? Don't ask questions.
Right. It's a roast of what?
A roast.
A roast.
Shut up.
Don't ask questions. Mm-hmm. I also like cast iron cooking with Mr. Sluhan. Using the violence as a punctuation point or as a crescendo means that Dumais Wells is an incredibly memorable point in the series. Whereas something like Game of Thrones, I mean, maybe the Red Wedding, like, I can't really point to like one instance of violence that I'm like, that was shocking more than anything else. That was
the Red Wedding, but thing. There's tons and tons of violence like that. But I mean, the Red Wedding's remarkable, because several main characters die.
Right.
Yeah.
And I guess that, you could compare the last battle to that, but that's the end of the series. So
even still, the last battle, like, there's a bunch of Matt's perspective where he's like controlling events. Like, there's like viewing the battle from above through the horizontal gateways.
It's much more game like than battle like in some places.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of battle scenes, but I mean, the last battle's like, what, hundreds of pages long. So.
Right. Well, and I like what the last battle does, where it sort of takes you in and out of the violence, and how there's calm spots in war, and spots where people are planning, and spots where like you almost can't even tell a war is going on.
Yeah.
But then there's this extreme violence going on elsewhere. And it's sort of, it's a more complete view of the world during a war. Whereas Game of Thrones is always just feels like, and here's the battle.
Centered around, yeah.
I also wanted to say just like how awesome the episodes were that the girls did.
Oh, yeah. Those did really well. We noticed that they got more downloads than usual.
I think it's fantastic that they did that, and I definitely want them to do more.
Yeah, I think they're into it, but that was really fun. I'm glad we can do that with our podcast.
Me too. Yeah, there's nothing more fun than like building something that's moving and handing the keys over to somebody else and watch it go.
They did a really good job, surprisingly stutter-free for two people. Well, I mean, neither of them were doing it for the first time, I guess, because they had both done episodes with us before they did one together.
Sure. But this is the first time where they were driving the conversation and steering it. And, before it was you and I talking, and they were also adding their feedback. Whereas this, they had to like
it more.
Yeah. Whereas here they had their own subject spring. Anyway, they did a fantastic job, is all I'm saying. Is like, that was really cool to see and fun to edit and fun to listen to.
Yeah, it was.
I think
it was fun to just hang out here and be one of the listeners.
Have you guys all? Also, I want to shout out to John because his editing work, as always, is fantastic.
John Horrell, you're the man. Thank you so much. But yeah, that guy helps us a ton.
We wouldn't have the time to do what we do if he didn't put in a ton of work for us.
Yeah.
I don't think the quality would be as good either. You know, he knows what he's doing around the audio. You know, he's able to edit without like making it sound bad.
He's a professional.
Yeah, he's a professional.
This is really, other podcasters pay like $100 an episode to do stuff like, have this stuff like this done.
Yeah. And John just does it
just
for
like,
us.
no, I like it.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me do it.
And we keep like,
just like, what? Really?
Are you
Thanks.
sure? Are you sure? Okay. Oh, so I asked for questions, just things to talk about, and I got some good ones. I wanted to know if you wanted to maybe go through those.
Yeah.
Just basically, folks on Discord, we asked if you had anything you wanted us to talk about, and got a fairly long list of things, some of which are kind of silly. So that's perfect. So Block on the New Kid asks, what are you most looking forward to in the Dragon Reborn? And is there anything you guys are dreading?
Dreading? As far as talking about?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say there's anything I'm dreading. I'm interested in how, this isn't Dragon Reborn specific, but I'm interested in how some scenes will go in the future, like Elaine's 7-page bath scene. What do we do for that, you know?
I think there's going to be plenty to talk about. I'm really excited about getting into Teleron Riyadh. And like I've just reread The Dragon Reborn, and it is heavy on the Teleron Riyadh stuff. I mean, Perrin's in there, Rand's in there, Egwene is in there. They get the stone ring Terangrial from Varen. So
Kalimdor stuff.
Yeah. I'm really excited to get
stuff.
into how Teleron Riyadh works, and it becomes a sort of parallel communication network for them, which is just fantastic.
How does Dragon Reborn end? What is the last? Because for me, I know I've heard a lot of other fans say this themselves, that like the story of the Wheel of Time runs together in my head, and I often forget where one book ends and the other begins.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why I just reread The Dragon Reborn, so that gave me a good idea of what it spans from beginning to end. You know, but I'm actually really excited about how it expands the point of views. It's the first time where we are not primarily in Rand's head, and
lots of Lanfear stuff too.
Yeah. So much. I'm really excited to get into this one because, you know, if I said that like the Great Hunt is where the story gets its feet, the Dragon Reborn is where it starts to run. And then I feel like it really hits its stride with the Shadow Rising. That to me, I think is the best book in the series.
Yeah.
And then it spends some time doing some setup. And then you got this great Lord of Chaos and Dumai's Wells for book 6, which is fantastic. Book 5 can be a little slow for me at times. And then I feel like book 7 is a huge turning point with the crossing of the streams.
Uh-huh.
To me, that's like a seminal pivot point in the series.
I'm nodding.
When like the relationship between Rand and the Dark changes and becomes a little more symbiotic. And then I just feel like it's a slow build up until sort of get all the characters into place and have them do what they need to do for the last battle.
Mm-hmm. I'm chuckling at the next question. When are y'all going to consult the glossaries for pronunciation guides?
Yeah, I put that in there because I wanted to say never. I am never going to consult the pronunciation guides. I listen to the audiobooks. I do what I'll listen to you guys correct me, but I'm going to say how I say it and deal with it. Ha. I'm working on Egwene.
Egwene. And not
Egwene. I was listening to the audiobook for The Dragon Reborn. Man, there's so many new terms in The Dragon Reborn that they did not have the pronunciation down for in the audiobook.
So they're wrong sometimes in the audiobooks.
Oh, they're wrong a ton in the audiobooks. Like Teleron Riyadh was totally different. I couldn't even tell you how they pronounced them because I'd hear them and I'd be like, what word is that? And I'd be like, oh, that's a new word for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they haven't nailed down how they're going to pronounce it yet. There's definitely different ways to pronounce these words if you're going by the audiobooks, because they change.
We're pretty good. I'll let you be the judge of that. I'll let everyone else be the judge of that. I think we're pretty good.
I do too. Some people are definitely bothered by our pronunciations because they don't agree with what they think. But, you know, we've picked something and we're sticking with it for the most part.
Yeah.
We're trying not to vary it up too much. You may not agree with us, but, you know, go back to what Brandon Sanderson said is like, he doesn't really care how you pronounce the names. It's a book medium.
It's never really meant to. It wasn't intended for this kind of format.
Oh yeah, and I'm really excited for Post Healing Matt, and the Lucky Knight is great.
But Post Healing Matt in general, just like through the rest of the series, will be really fun.
Yeah, and I feel like I picked up on a few things that on this read through that I hadn't picked up before.
Oh, and he beats up Gawain and Galad. That'll be fun.
And I have been super obsessed with Egwene and Galad together, because so far it seems like they're still destined to be together. Like all through the Dragon Reborn, they seem to be destined to be together. Mm-hmm. There's one point where Elaine sits down and says, "Oh, didn't you realize Gawain is totally into you?"
Oh, really?
Yeah. And that's the first time that Egwene considers him. I think that's really when her mind changes. She like considers him as a potential for the first time, but yeah, it's a definite changeover at that point. So there's already, just having listened to it again, I've got like 1,000 things. My mind's going on like between the Mistborn stuff and the Dragon Reborn, because I feel like we've been on the Great Hunt for a while, and we've sort of been getting to the end of that. But now with this like this new book and the new series and the D&D stuff, I am absolutely on like an adrenaline rush of content, and I am stoked to get going on all this stuff.
Awesome. Me too. Looking at the next.
Not to mention we've got the Jordan Con coming up in 11 days.
Oh yeah. Jeez. I can't believe we're going to be on a plane in a week and a half.
Hoping we're going to start recording the Dragon Reborn, but by the time this comes out, the next episode hopefully will be us live from Jordan Con. So that should be the next episode you guys hear. So I'm excited about it. We don't exactly know what we're going to be doing. It's a little bit of get there and see.
Yeah.
Simply because we really don't know what the environment's going to be like. We don't know who we're going to get a chance to talk to. We definitely want to have a meetup at a bar somewhere.
Totally.
Probably the night of the 20th, but that's going to be probably announced on Discord as to where we're going to meet up, just like that day.
It's just going to be so weird to be in a room full of people who are into the Wheel of Time. That doesn't happen.
No.
You know?
Well, I guess except when we got like Kelsey, a radio over, and then there was like 3 of us.
Well, then there was 3.
It's about as close as I can get to a room full. We couldn't get down there if you guys hadn't funded it, which, by the way, thank you so much to all the patrons who are sending us to Jordan Con.
Thank you, patrons, for buying those plane tickets. Yeah, that's important to point out.
Definitely. That's where we've taken the last 2 months of donations, and it's just been fantastic that we're going to be able to do this, because I don't think we could have otherwise.
No, I don't think we would have made it. It's a big expense, you know. A couple $1,000 is breaks the bank for us. So.
And we're excited about next month. That'll pay for the hotel rooms.
Yeah.
And then we'll have a little bit left over too. That's true. We got an offer for someone who wanted to do a bit of an ad.
Yeah.
It's a tattoo shop. I don't know the details, but it's the guy who did Jeff Petries, who's on here all the time. You guys have seen him.
Steve finished it.
He finished it. And there's a video on Instagram that is fantastic. And I want to get him on here and have him do a little interview about the process, and talk to him about it, and talk about how awesome that tattoo is, and how, because the tattoo artists you said were fans of the series itself. Mm-hmm. So there's no better place to get a Wheel of Time tattoo than in a place where... I've been talking to them
for a while.
And they're in Georgia, so they're near the con.
Yeah, I think they're based out of Savannah, the shop.
What's the name of the shop?
I believe it's Red Ocean Tattoo. Let me look that up really quick. He's good.
I wonder if he's
Looking
close
at his
enough
stuff right
to
now.
visit from the con, because he's in the same state.
I should ask him if he'll be there.
Yeah, that would actually be, because he could probably come in, just drive in.
I don't know Georgia very well. I'm looking it up. Oh, yeah. Savannah's on the coast. Atlanta's like North Georgia.
I don't know the state at all.
The red dot, Savannah. You can see Atlanta in like the top.
Oh, yeah, it is.
It's,
Wow, Georgia's
hundred miles.
bigger than I thought it was.
it's a pretty big state.
I didn't realize it extended up that far.
DT says, Google says, it's 3 hours and 48 minutes driving from the hotel.
You know, if he's a Wheel of Time fan, he might be making
Maybe
the
he'll
drive
be
anyway.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that's not unreasonable. I can make that drive in a morning to go to the con.
Sure. I'll message him about it to see if he'll be there, because
Yeah.
that would be cool to talk to him,
That would be, yeah.
interview him. Yeah, it'll be cool we can just get small things like that and just piece together a bunch of short interviews.
Yeah. Encourage people who were at the con who wanted a Wheel of Time tattoo to make the drive.
Yeah. To interview me while getting a Wheel of Time tattoo.
That would be really funny. Put the microphone on you for all the little like exclamations of pain.
You gotta do the whole interview early, because I'll tell you, after about an hour and a half of getting tattooed, I pretty much shut down. No longer interested in conversation. I just quietly breathe.
Yeah, I imagine you'd be in a lot of pain.
I've sat for probably 4 hours. I don't think I've ever sat longer than that. Maybe a little, but not much.
I'm putting a link into the Instagram video of the tattoo.
Oh, yeah, that's really cool. There's no sound in this, is there?
Yeah, there is.
Oh, yep, there's sound in this. Okay.
But you can see it's some of the fantastic fan art I've seen put together in a really unique and interesting way, and it wraps all the way around.
I like that he has Ishmael on the back.
The Ishmael is fantastic. I think the Moraine also is really, really good.
Loyal.
Mm-hmm. And then it's got the sort of the three boys on top of each other.
Yeah, it's like so much color.
So, I
I'm trying
think
to think of how to explain the style. Like, very little outline.
Mhm.
And it's really a full sleeve.
From wrist to shoulder, every inch all the way around.
Like, my sleeve is like a collection of things, and it is themed, but it's all outlines. My sleeve is all outlines.
And yours was done in a bunch of different pieces. His was conceived as a single sleeve from start to finish.
Yeah. Super cool.
But you can see why we're totally willing to accept them as sponsors.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that work is incredible. As everyone in Discord is saying as they watch the video.
And like, if we're going to advertise anything, I would love to advertise for tattoo shops. Like,
Sure.
and like smaller stuff like that. You know, that's cool to do. I wouldn't be particularly excited about doing like, I don't know, Postmates or whatever,
Depending on how much they're willing to pay me, I will totally blow Postmates. But for the most part, I'd prefer to do something like this.
Exactly. And I'm right there with you.
So maybe we should cut that out. But when you hear us doing Postmates in a year, remember this. It's not selling out. It's making money off.
Isn't that what work is? You're
Exactly.
selling your time out.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty stoked that we broke 20,000 downloads this past month.
That's true. Guys, we broke 20,000 downloads this month. And by that, I mean we got 20,000 downloads in 30 days, not 20,000 downloads total.
Right.
Which is a big mile marker for us.
That was something that early on when we were looking at like, what kind of size do we need to be to really reach out to advertisers and start talking to them? It's been a year, so those numbers have grown, but I always thought that 20,000 downloads in a month was going to be a significant number for us.
But a lot of our listeners are international, which does not help us with the advertising stuff.
No, unfortunately, advertisers mostly just want to talk to the folks in the U.S. See, patrons, there's like 130, around 130 patrons.
I think it was 136 the last time I looked. Thanks, by the way, everyone in this room, because you're all donors.
Right. Yeah, no, you guys are fantastic. let's go back to the questions. We had a few more.
Mm-hmm.
After reading this, did you expect to like any of the Sean-Chan? And with the reread, does it affect how you feel about them overall? I do like the Sean-Chan. I like them a lot. And
I like them because they're interesting,
Yeah.
not because they're nice.
Right, exactly. I'm not like they're good people. I like the Forsaken a lot too, but that's not because they're good people.
Right. Like, I love Lanfear as a character, but she's an awful person.
Right.
And that's what I think Stone Dog was getting at in saying basically, like, could you like the Sean-Chan? And, like, as characters, of course, they're complex. Complex is the best way to put it. Like, there's good and bad, and it's a culture of people. You can't say it's not black or white.
And there's no doubt that in America, we live with a constant reminder of slavery and what that does to a society.
Yeah.
We can address the individuals as decent people in the society, even when the society is built around a flawed or deeply placed inequality.
Right. We've had this conversation a little bit before, and I'm hesitant to get into it too much, but there's interesting, I guess, arguments or conversations that I see happening quite a bit when people are discussing history, like specifically American history, but also, Roman history, Greek history, whatever. Lots of people have owned slaves over the time, and the slave trade has been many different types. There's many different variants over history, but it's difficult to, when you look back at something like this, and obviously the Sean-Chan happened in a fictional people in a fictional universe, but can you them out of the context of their time? Like, was George Washington a terrible human being? Should we disregard other things that he did and said because he owned many slaves? Should we do that? Can we do that? I don't know. The answer is I don't fucking know.
We can't. I think we have to put them in their time and place. And we can say it was wrong for the society to be doing that. Doesn't make the people who involved in that society automatically bad people. They didn't necessarily fight against the bad thing. We cannot evaluate people outside of their time. You have to understand somebody's context. I feel the same thing is true for the Sean-Chan, is you have to evaluate them in the context of their society. And someone like Llewellyn, when she realizes the truth, really changes her behavior.
What happens when a Sean-Chan lord or Sean-Chan royalty, bucks the system, they get hung in a silk bag out of a window until they starve to death. Right. You can't really take them out of the context of their culture, because also ask how much of a choice do they have, and insofar as how much they participate in enslaving people.
And that comes back to the whole question of how do cultures shift? How do you change cultural norms and what's a currently accepted practice in a culture? And that's something that I think is a bigger topic than the Wheel of Time Spoilers podcast.
Not qualified to answer these questions. Please don't anyone on the internet think that we know what we're talking about, because we don't.
There was a great discussion about the testing. So I think this was brought up during Aradia's comments on how are young girls tested for Soldam and how are they tested for Domine.
Right. We talked about this in a little bit.
We did, but there was interesting new ideas that came forth. So there's really two ways you could test young girls for Domine. You could either lock the collar around their neck and see if it works, or just walk them past a channeler and see if the channeler senses their ability to channel.
When you do that, it's important to point out that the Damani senses a girl with a spark, not with any ability to channel.
Right.
So a collared Damani can sense a girl's spark.
And they know that that's what they're looking for.
Right.
I had always thought that there's no way they use the collar, because the collar would trap the Soldam as well, because they have the ability to channel. But Discord was pointing out that before, these girls have the ability to learn, but they can't actually channel. And so you can't force them into a link because they don't have the ability to channel yet. So you could actually probably use the collar to test for girls with the spark versus those with the ability. I think the collar would work on girls who had the spark.
But that's not how they do it, though.
But I don't think that's how they do it, simply because I don't think people submit to the collar.
They basically, all the young girls in a Shanshan village go to what I assume would be several linked pairs of Soldam and Damani. They're all there, so anyone with a spark can be sensed. All the young girls have the opportunity to put up on the bracelet. Mm-hmm. And if they can sense the Damani's feelings, then they're trained as Soldam.
I think the debate is between, do they test with the collar or do they just test with people walking by? And there was some interesting points on both sides of that I wanted to bring up.
I felt sure about that, but now I can't think of where we see that exactly.
Yeah, I don't think there's a specific example.
Oh, okay.
And so the reason the collar works on the Soldam is after they've been linked long enough to the Domine, it unlocks their ability to channel. I think they're just basically warders with a block in place, but they have the ability to channel. Mm-hmm. And they just don't know how to do anything. And so then when you put the collar on them, all of a sudden it works because they have that ability to channel sort of trained into them unconsciously, unlike totally untrained girls.
Right.
They've touched the source by proxy. I mean, they've been the controlling element in a channeling link.
For many years.
It always makes me wonder if Soldam lived longer.
I don't know.
Don't think so. I think Domine lived for a long time, but I don't think the Soldam get the benefit of channeling.
Yeah, we know Damani do.
Do we see any old, in quotes, Soldam?
None that I can think of. But I mean, we don't meet a ton. I mean, a little bit, but we don't meet a ton in great detail. But we do with a couple of the Damani. She's like the oldest channeler in the world. Yeah. She's like 600 or something.
Something ridiculous. And she's the only one who's like more powerful than Nynaeve. Yeah.
Olivia,
that's right.
And I found it by going to Lanfear's page and looking at her strength and the power. Because Olivia is often used as like one of the markers of like the high end of female power. This wiki page says Lanfear is stronger than most females except for Olivia Semerhag.
Kansma asks, when do we think the Forsaken have been released? Do we think it was during the Flicker months?
Well,
I think it was when the seals break.
That would be the most logical.
Mm-hmm. Is that we've got a few of them out here in the beginning after the first seal broke in the Eye of the World.
Lanfear, Ishmael, Balal.
Agenor.
Right.
And then here, I think at the end of the Great Hunt, those seals break and releases the rest of the Forsaken.
Yeah, that would be the most logical.
They're either out already or they're released. I think they're released as the seals break. So I'm not entirely sure which ones get released when.
There's no way to really know when exactly they're released. Like we can say, like, for instance, when we were doing the patron only episode on Grandal, like I can see where her plot picks up and like when we see her perspectives at first and when people are talking about her being around, but that's as far as we know. Like we don't know the day that she was released.
Full season between the end of the Great Hunt and the Dragon Reborn. So there's a full 3 months in there where the Forsaken, it's basically all winter, where the Forsaken could be, setting themselves up. And at the beginning of the Dragon Reborn, we see Morghese has changed her perspective a little bit on the Aes Sedai because Gabriel is, basically mind controlling her.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the Dragon Reborn, I definitely see evidence of the Forsaken being out in the world for some time. But it's hard to really know if that was during the months of Flicker or if it's during the months after the end of the Great Hunt. I think it's after the 2 seals are broken and the rest of the Forsaken get out.
During, like, around the time when the horn is first blown.
Between the beginning of the Great Hunt, or the end of the Eye of the World, and the beginning of the Dragon Reborn. So the Great Hunt plus the 2 time periods on either side is a full year.
Yeah.
Which is the longest time period over any one individual book in the series.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's only, a 2-year series. So yeah, they start after Elaine has gone to the tower, which means after the Great Hunt. So yeah, I'm firmly convinced that we saw those 2 seals break in the Great Hunt, and that released the rest of the Forsaken.
I would think so, if they're not out yet. But like I said, there's no real way to say.
But that's my headcanon, is that the 4 Forsaken were out from the breaking of the first seal, and then 4 more from the next one, and 4 more for the next one. And I guess maybe there's one who didn't get out quite yet. Maybe Demandred was stuck in for a while until the last one broke. Maybe that's why we don't hear from him for such a long time.
And Ishamael's first, because this is part of his 1,000-year cycle.
Yeah, he was never fully constrained.
Right. Only partly.
I wonder if that's the reason why he's always in a dream shard, is that he can't physically get into the real world until the seals break, because that he's partially constrained until the end of the Eye of the World.
Interesting theory.
That because we see him in dreams, but we never see him actually enter the physical world. And maybe that's how he's one of the ways he's partially constrained, is that he can only influence the Black Ajah or something like that.
We do rarely see him in the real world.
Yeah. Almost never until he's Moradin. But I do think in the Eye of the World, when they fight, it's just in the world of dreams. Rand goes up those steps and enters the world of dreams. Baal-Zaman doesn't come out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's arguable whether or not we've seen him not in Dalaran Riyadh yet. Even in the Battle in the Sky, that's why what I'm saying is, like, even that's debatable.
Oh, yeah, because you could say the Horn was uniting Dalaran Riyadh in the real world.
In the sky?
Yeah, no, it was in Dalaran Riyadh, clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Falron wants to hear us talk about power levels, but frankly, we just haven't done the research on it. I'd have to do some research before I talked about it.
Yeah, Falron, we don't know that much about that. The only way I can really know which characters are more powerful than the rest is because they're often like in the wiki pages, and knowing from having read the series a bunch of times, I know character A is less powerful than character B, who is less powerful than character C, who is more powerful than... And so based on that, I have like a rough idea, but it's very hard to say. Like, we talk about how powerful Lanfear may or may not be all the time, and I don't think we'll ever really come to a conclusion.
By the way, I think that was Khan's I've got my who said what is above and below, and so I'm like reading the wrong username for who said what on these things. Sorry about that. Bambi was the one who asked about the release of the Forsaken. New Kid on the Block was what you're most looking forward to. Jeff Dugan was the one who asked about the pronunciation guide.
Oh, and then it's just reversed.
And then it's just reversed, yeah. So that's the problem, is I was doing it one way and then I reversed it, which threw me off. Falron actually asked, I'd love for there to be a discussion on how Egwene's time with the Seanchan helped strengthen her and prepare her role as a Wise One's apprentice, and later when they're trying to break her in the White Tower.
We've talked about this a good bit in previous episodes, well, a little bit at least, where Egwene's time with the Seanchan, this is a big moment for her because of the stretching, where a new channeler that's forced to try harder learns faster, and they grow faster toward their potential in the power.
I also think it has a lot to do with her mental discipline, and her determination to not be taken prisoner again is a lot of why she gains power as quickly as she does, is she really does not want to be put back in the situation where she doesn't have the power to protect herself. And so that's driving her to learn as fast as she possibly can.
That's very true.
I think that's why she's always driven to learn more, is because she does not want to be vulnerable. Basically, she wants to be the person in the White Tower with Sora's Sa'angreal blasting a rocket out of the sky, not the girl cowering in the corner with a collar around her neck.
Yeah, this changes her attitude in many ways. I feel like I would also like to point out that, and I think of this as in some of my life experiences sometimes, where, you go through a hard thing and then later on your perspective is changed forever. So things that aren't as hard as that never seem like as big of a deal ever again.
Right.
You can always kind of be like, you remember that time where I was enslaved and tortured when I had to live with a collar around my neck? Of course, that never happened to me. But Egwene has that perspective. Like, she has that real world experience. So after that, like, being beaten with a ruler is like, whatever.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is. She has a paddle or whatever it is. She just lived through the sensation of being boiled alive.
Right. and survived it and didn't break.
Yeah.
And it just becomes practice. I mean, it's, she is in so much pain for such long chunks of time. She becomes capable of ignoring it and locking it away.
Yeah.
And I think the Sean Chan experience was her first step down that road.
I was saying this a bit when we were talking about her experiences, but just that I see these moments, these big moments, as like heat that tempers the metal that Egwene will become. She's getting stronger and stronger each time one of these crazy events happens.
Also more brittle.
Oh, yeah, fair.
Yeah.
But she's getting harder, tougher all the time. And the Sean Chan, like, there's the stretching, which I mentioned, but they teach her battle weaves that nobody else really seems to have.
Yeah, or isn't at least willing to teach her. None of the Aes Sedai are going to show her how to, like, blow up the earth.
Right.
She probably embodies the most knowledge in any one person from all the various different cultures, because she
as far as knowledge and the power, other than the Forsaken.
I think even more than the Forsaken, because she learns a lot of the Forsaken tricks through Moghedien.
Yeah.
And there are things that the Sean Chan and the Wise Ones have thought of, that, the whole bonding ceremony for sisters.
Right. There are things that she knows that the Forsaken don't.
Right.
Plus, when you consider Quendiar creation, yeah, the Sea Folk weather stuff, but also the dream world stuff.
Right.
She becomes a really powerful dreamer.
She's also an incredibly powerful dreamer.
And prescient as well, which is something we don't really see Perrin taking advantage of very much. But Egwene is able to tell things about her future when she dreams.
I mean, she's at least able to predict the assault on the White Tower by the Sean Chan.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, there's a great scene in Dragon Reborn where she, like, goes through all her dreams, and every single one of them is a foretelling of the future. And some of them are foretellings in the Towers of Midnight and A Memory of Light. So nice. A lot of those things that she foretells don't happen until later. I'm excited to get to that little scene.
That's awesome. That's so funny that the cast iron pan has become like a meme in the server.
I got really excited about the cast iron stuff.
I know you do.
I love cast iron, man. It's a great cooking surface. Kelsey has another question. Kelsey Baldwin had a question regarding your talents episode. Do you consider Elaine's proficiency in creating duplicating Angreal as a... Yes, I do consider it a talent. I absolutely consider her proficiency.
Yeah, not everyone can do that.
Yeah. And then I also think it's interesting that Rand gave them this seed ter'angreal, which means, isn't it? So it takes a ter'angreal to create Angreal.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Rand tells her how to make them right before he takes off for the Blight. It's like the last piece of information.
How to make Angreal.
And he gives her the seed. And it's like you have to put your power into the seed for a long period of time to create the Angreal. So it like leaves you weak for a period of time, which is why they're hard to create. And I've always thought a Saw Angreal was created in the same way, but instead of an individual doing it, it would be a circle. And that's why they were even rarer, is it would be so hard to get a circle to agree to put all of their power into a seed for an extended period of time, and then only one of you gets to use it.
Yeah.
My headcanon is that Saw Angreal are created by circle, and Angreal are created by an individual, but they're created in the same way.
I like that.
And ter'angreal can be created at a whim, but you need the talent. And there's a very specific ter'angreal that creates Angreal and Saw Angreal. This will be episode 99. And then episode 100 is going to be live from JordanCon.
Crazy.
Guys,
I can't believe we're actually going to be there.
I can't believe that it's going to be crazy. It's going to be episode 100 on our 1 year anniversary at JordanCon live.
I'm sure we'll be wanting to spend some time in Discord too, because we can just talk to you guys about what we did that day.
Totally.
And we can make that part of episodes too, you know. We've never done anything like the JordanCon episode before.
No. And one a week is, or one a book is fine for the tangent episode.
Yeah.
I figure that's every 50 episodes or so, one random.
We'll only subject you to this once every year or so, twice a year maybe.
Well, and it's nice for us to just get a chance to sit back and talk about where we are and the state of the podcast and the state of the books and what our plans are. And
We got to talk about the Mistborn stuff.
Yeah.
And
just thank everyone who's helping us. It's been a cool experience. And I guess I want to thank everybody out there who listens. We've thanked our patrons a lot because they do support us financially, but everyone out there who listens, who downloads, you've just done fantastic things for us. I mean, every download is counted. We love it. Thank you.
Thank you for listening in general. But hey, if you don't have cash or you don't have the spare cash to buy us a cup of coffee, you can do stuff like subscribe to our YouTube channel and like our stuff there, which are just recordings of episodes. That's the only reason we put those there. Just we had some requests. People wanted to listen on YouTube.
Yep.
You can write us a nice review in iTunes.
That's always fantastic. I know what I've been hearing from a lot of people is they find us through just doing a search on iTunes for Wheel of Time. And so a good rating on there makes a huge difference for people finding us.
Yeah.
Huge.
You can also write us a very kind email, which a lot of you do. And that's really, really nice.
Oh, I always appreciate that. But I figured I would actually read a couple of the reviews that we've gotten over time because I want to encourage people to review. So I'm going to put a couple out there.
Okay.
Someone named Murdral. It's fun. Great guys. They've come really far since the beginning of their podcast. I mainly listen while I'm swimming in the mornings, and I'm always learning new things. I thought I knew everything after reading the series 7+ times. These guys bring up really good points and theories that I've never thought of myself. # Nynaeve shot first.
Just one of our early theories. How does he listen while swimming?
I assume waterproof earbuds, and I've seen little waterproof MP3 players.
Cool. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah. And then you get like earbuds that go in, and I haven't looked at the technology in a while because I can't swim anymore because I tore my rotator cuff. But I was a huge swimmer for a long time, and in the days before MP3 players, and I desperately wanted to find a way to hook up a CD player to like my swim cap or something so I could like listen. There's no way to do it.
Yeah.
But with new MP3 players, I've seen them. I've seen little tiny ones that you like basically strap onto your goggles in like the back of your head, and then like they have just a little wire that comes down into your ear, and they're really neat. Now with like Bluetooth headphones, I bet you could like do Bluetooth headphones in your ears and like have the phone sitting on like the edge of the pool or something.
Probably. If the headphones were waterproof. Yeah, you could definitely. I used to do laundry in my old apartment. I would walk down the stairs, go into the basement, and just leave my phone plugged in upstairs. It didn't matter because I was in the same building. I was directly below where my phone was, so it worked fine.
JF140 says, the best sheep herders you'll find. Was starting my 4th listen of The Wheel of Time and decided to see if there was a podcast that tore the series apart to listen to while I did. Seth and Patrick do a great job making it fresh again. Timber also has great thoughts. Get your Wheel of Time fix with a dash of beer recommendations. What more could you ask for?
We haven't done a beer recommendation in a while. We should do that more.
We haven't been drinking that much during the recording sessions.
That's true.
Neil G. Williams writes, compelling listening for any Wheel of Time. If you are a fan of Wheel of Time, you will adore this podcast. Seth and Patrick dive headfirst into the intrigue and behind-the-scenes plots and myriad storylines that make Wheel of Time the finest example of epic fantasy ever written. You should also subscribe because the more followers the podcast acquires, the more its hosts are guilt-tripped into putting more and more effort into making this already great podcast even better. A perfect positive feedback loop.
I remember that one.
That was good. Bloody Moo Moo writes, WOTWOO, word. He gets the award for shortest review. Great. Was FHKINBG writes, great podcast. Some top-level Ashaman really know their stuff.
Thanks.
My T-Thor writes, great stuff, deep dive, read the glossary for pronunciations. Only complaint. And then there's a bunch of other ones, but I think that's good enough for now. I just wanted to read a few of those out and say thank you for those of you people who have rated. And those are US only. I know there's a bunch of international reviews. I'll have to get to those. They're a little harder for me to see because I have to like log into the international store, which is complicated. So I don't always check up on those, but I know you guys are not just writing reviews in the US, so I appreciate the international ones as well.
We appreciate all of you. Thanks for listening so far.
Thank you, and good night.
Night. smell like pesto and lemons? Am I going nuts?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's one of the neighbors is cooking.
One of the neighbors is cooking. And the smell is getting down to us in the
Just
basement.
like, are my clothes that disgusting? They just smell like food.
This is the Wheel of Time Spoilers podcast. Your hosts are Seth Jacobson and Patrick Heiler.
Again, we've been thanking people the last couple episodes. I've got a couple of more thank yous that I want to put out there. Jason Curry, I wanted to say thank you to. He likes to give us a little bit of money outside of Patreon. He sends us bonuses whenever we finish a book. And because it's outside of Patreon, I forgot about that. But he's also given us...
Yes, and he's been around forever.
Right.
He was like one of the original donors, I think.
And he just joined Discord as Conan Blackthorn.
Oh, awesome.
Oh. Hey, welcome.
Welcome. I saw him in the feed, but I didn't know who that was.
Were we exchanging emails or talking on Facebook recently? I can never remember which platform I'm talking to people on.
It's all blends together for
I feel
me.
like I was talking to him recently. And if you're there, what's up? Yes, you are there.
He is here.
Hello, Mr. Curry. Perhaps he's just listening.
And then I had one more thank you I needed to say, which was to Patrick, because we've gotten through 3 of these books. It's been fucking amazing. Thank you for hanging with me and keeping this up this whole time.
Oh, you're welcome, my friend. I wasn't expecting that. Here, let's clink.
We're
Can we
cheersing
clink
over the
loud
beers.
enough
Yep.
that the mics will pick it up? Did that pick it up? Okay.
Definitely.
This has been a hell of a ride, and it's just getting more exciting with the release of the TV show. And I don't think either of us thought we'd be here.
I am
when we
nodding
started.
seriously.
Yeah,
I
there's some
think
head
about
nodding.
that all the freaking time. Like, it was like a year ago when we were like, whoa, cool, this thing might actually like pay for itself. We're not just going to be in the hole like making this thing. And now we're in a position where we're like, going to start a conversation with Libsyn tomorrow about what our options are as far as advertising.
Right.
We never would have thought.
No.
And another huge development that we can bullshit about for a bit, but just insofar as the development of the podcast, we were always talking like, if a show happens, that's going to be a big freaking deal for us.
Absolutely.
And it's happening. We just found out, 2 days ago or today? Yesterday? I forget.
2 a.m. yesterday.
Is that when I
So that
texted you?
was yes, that is when you texted me. I didn't actually see it until I woke up in the morning, but that's when the news came out. Was basic.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
So exciting.
Oh my God.
And so, by the way, you may be hearing 2 other voices, and I should introduce them
All right.
before we get too much further. You've probably heard them before. They've both been guests. Aradia Farmer, who's been on many times.
Say hello, Radio.
Hey, everyone.
And, she's a constant presence in the Discord, correcting us all the time. We call her the fastest typist in the West. She can really come out with answers before anyone else even has a chance to figure out what they are.
She's kind of like more efficient than WotWiki.
It's ridiculous. We just ask Aradia. We don't actually have to go to the wiki. We have an Aradia. And then we have Travis, who's a slightly more recent addition, but again, one of the loudest voices in the Discord. And he likes to die on some hills. So we figure it's always
I
nice
like
to
to
give him.
stand on hills. I do not die on them.
I would beg to differ.
You've yet to take any hill from underneath me.
That is not true. I've undermined at least one of your hills. At least one.
Which one? Maybe Team Walk By.
That was the exact one I was thinking of.
Okay, all right, I'll give you that one.
Right?
I love it though. And for people who don't hang out in Discord and don't really know what we're talking about dying on hills and things like that, we're always having debates on various headcanon of how something works, how the mechanics of something works, or how, or
For example, Team Walk By, or I don't know, what was the counter to that? Team Everyone's Collared.
Something like that, where we're talking about how the Shan test channelers and we couldn't come to a conclusion. Well, I guess the whole point of that was Travis is always in there in the debate, whether it's on our side or not, but frequently it's not on our side. But that's really fun, and one of the things that makes hanging out in Discord really fun.
It's so much more than just a podcast. You guys made a real community. It's so cool.
I would disagree with you. You guys made the real community. Patrick and I just
we made the server and then people showed up and turned it into a thing. It would be pretty lame if only our ideas were ever implemented. There would not be that much going on.
Yeah, it was amazing how much my field camp was like this server, but in real life. Like, we just all happened to show up because we had to take this class, and we were like fucking family after like 2 days, and then we got to hang out for a whole week, and it was just, I made so many genuine friends, and it reminded me so much of the experience in the server, only with camping. And it's, I don't know, it's surreal finding communities that are just so much fun. And then you go to a class where you're supposed to work together in groups and everyone's just like a dull, then not interested. It's amazing. This community is so great. So amazing.
I will say, if there's one thing I've done differently than other internet communities is I don't tolerate intolerance.
Well, yeah, and I think we've been very lucky that probably in the WoTS Spoilers Discord, like all the people who are going to show up are pre-vetted, and that there are people who have read the Wheel of Time, and so that's helpful.
I've seen too many Wheel of Time communities to believe that that's the sole reason that we are so friendly.
Yeah.
There's something else going on here. It's not just. I do think the Wheel of Time helps.
I don't know how many of you guys are involved in like the big Facebook group. Because there's multiple Facebook groups, but there's one that has something like 13,000 people. And that one, years ago, like 3 years ago, maybe even 4 years ago now, when I first joined it, and it was like 3,000 people, it was a pretty cool community. Everybody kind of knew each other. There were cliques, but they were all cliques that were kind of like, they all got along with each other. And like, as that group has gotten bigger and come to encompass like 12,000 people, and they've added to their administrative team and stuff like that, it's just gotten so out of hand, and it's not a fun place to be anymore. Like, I'm only still in that group because every now and again an interesting post comes along, and I've been in it for so long that I refuse to be chased out. But I don't participate in it very much anymore.
Travis, is it no bans, no censorship?
No, that's the one that I adminned at for like a brief moment.
Oh, really? That one can be particularly nasty.
That one can be particularly crude. People like to just troll that group, and unfortunately, the lady who made that one, she's really cool, but like her whole thing was like, we're gonna make this group and people can talk about whatever they want in it, because it was like the complete antithesis of the big group, which is the one that Ebony is the admin of. And Ebony, I don't blame Ebony at all.
Ebony's great. I got to hang out with her at Jordan Con.
The one that Ebony is an admin of, Ebony's a great admin. It's some of the other admins that I don't care for too much. But they've relegated so much. Like, in our Discord, we have, like, channels. I think that Discord is just a better platform for discussing it, personally. Because there's different channels where we can talk about certain things, like the show and the What Wednesday and our pets and selfies and whatever we want to do. Like, there's an individual channel for that, all within the same platform. Whereas that group, you used to be able to do all of that stuff within that one group, and then the admins kind of came in and were like, no, we're going to split all of this up because it just gets to be too busy and posts get buried, and then they started putting in like restrictions, like don't talk about anything, even if you're relating it to the series, that might kind of a little bit start to become political or religious. And it's just like, well, now we can't compare, the White Cloaks to the KKK, because that gets bad really quickly.
Right.
Yeah.
Or we can't compare, like, there was a big thing where people were, like, comparing Elida and Trump. And it's like, okay, while you might have some validity in that, we're getting political. And now that whole entire thread is going to get shut down. And if you even think about, like, disagreeing with an admin, they just kick you out of the group altogether. And it's just become a place that's like so heavy-handed and over-controlled that I don't want anything to do with it.
That's fair. And I think that's a balance that we are certainly going to struggle to hit as we grow. And, you know, I mean, yeah, right, you're right there with me. I mean, that's why we've established the Hall of the Tower. That's why I'm trying to bring as many people as I can in that I trust into the admin group. And yeah, I mean, there's going to be a huge effort in the future to maintain the civility of the Discord group, because I think right now it's doing a fantastic job.
This Discord is amazing.
Right.
Like, it makes an excellent community for the kind of discussion that is just so stimulating and so rewarding and like worthwhile. And for the most part, I think that the team that we have at the moment is able to keep things on track, and not even with like just getting out there and being super heavy-handed and being like, no, don't do that. It's just more of a like,
it's leading by example.
All right, yeah, that's cool, but let's talk about this instead now. Just kind of bringing up another topic and steering it a lot more subtly.
Yes, I agree with that. There has been very little, what should I say, angst and or banning.
Drama.
That really hasn't happened very much at all. No,
Agonor has only brought out the ban hammer like 3 times.
Which is pretty impressive for any internet community, to be honest.
I think what's really great is that all of the people that are here, the huge core that we have, like, it's a very large core, and it's a very tight core, and we all have the same love for this series and the same love for this community, and it keeps us all together. And when somebody does come in that starts to create waves, I think as a community, we either redirect that individual and kind of like integrate them and like teach them subtly how to integrate. That's
what I'm most impressed with, is that I've seen that happen over and over again.
We just kind of push them out.
Yeah. Well, and even the pushing out is not overt. It's just they get no responses to the stuff that no one really wants to talk about.
Right, yeah, people just don't feed into it. So they kind of either get the clue that, okay, we don't talk about that here, or we don't go that direction here, and they either stop going in that direction and go in other directions with us, or they just kind of fall off the face of the earth.
And that's why I am so excited to meet everybody in person that I can meet. Like the 25 people or so that are going to show up on this weekend. Guys,
God, I'm so
there's going to be some hugging going on. I'm just going to forewarn you.
It's going to be so great.
So, show of hands, who wore pink today?
I didn't know I was supposed to wear pink.
It's a reference.
Today's Mean Girls Day. It's October 3rd, and it's Wednesday.
I
didn't know that today was Mean Girls Day.
I didn't, but I've never watched Mean Girls, so I'm like...
I do actually have a pink shirt that I wear sometimes. Pink button down.
And Jesus is going to be watching over us all weekend.
I want to talk about a certain series that may or may not be at the source of the podcast. I want to talk about the Wheel of Time.
Oh, hey, imagine that.
Novel idea.
We have just finished the first trilogy, and me and Patrick have said an awful lot of things about this book. There's 154 or 5 episodes out there for you to listen to. It's a lot of hours. We're stoked about it. I want to hear someone else's opinion.
Like my opinion?
Well, you're the one talking, so yeah.
I mean, I think you guys know how I feel about this community that we've built and this podcast that you guys have created, and I just wish that it would have happened sooner. I've craved this kind of community and discussion and in-depth, like, deconstruction of the series for so long, and I've tried so hard to get all of my friends into the series so I could have these kinds of conversations with them, and then Seth and Patrick come along and it's like, wish granted, and now my life is that much more complete. So
seriously,
I'm not crying. I mean, if I am, they're happy tears, but
I think we felt the same way. Is that we wanted this, and that's why we created it. I don't think there was never, I mean, certainly no profit motive behind it. The idea that we'd be making money is ridiculous.
We thought we were going to have to pay to do it.
Yeah, we were like trying to figure out how to split the costs.
I think one of the things that made this so appealing to me was when I started listening, which was just after JordanCon, the last JordanCon, because that's when Ebony posted it and I saw it and was like, I'll give that a shot. When I first started listening and I heard your guys' like introduction of each other and yourselves and your reasoning for wanting to do this, like just how organic and natural that sounded and how genuine that sounded. Like, we're just two guys that have been friends for a really long time and accidentally found out that we both have this passion for this series and like wanted to be able to dive deeper into it with each other, but also potentially with other people and make that available to other people. Like, something about that just spoke to me so heavily, and I was like, man, I want to be a part of this community so hard.
That's cool, Travis. I actually didn't know that you were like one of the, because we got a big rise in followers when Jason Denzel tweeted about us first. That was pretty early on. And
that was episode 1.
And then, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then around the con, because like Dragon Mount featured us like a couple of times, mentioned us in different places. And that was another big jump.
Well, we made friends with Ebony and Mashi, and the two of them are both writers on Dragon Mount. And we interviewed Jason Denzel around that time. So if you want to go back and listen to that episode. And I honestly think like episode 100 kind of fucking rocked live from the con.
Yeah, that was really
so
fun.
Awesome.
With your interview.
I think it was great that it happened that way, that like episode 100 was you guys at the con.
Yeah, it just worked out perfectly.
Totally coincidental. I couldn't plan that if I wanted to.
We had to like slow down release schedules slightly before we got there, or we would have run over it. Didn't we like not release one episode? We typically
like one or two.
Yeah,
I think I did like I stretched it a little bit, but I didn't like
really wanted to make that happen.
Yeah, we really wanted to make that happen. So but that was fine.
Stone Dog says the podcast relit my love for this series, and I mean, I feel that in a way. Like, not that I was ever losing love for this series, but it just, like, I wouldn't say it relit my love, but it deepened it.
Yeah.
So much nodding.
I'm there with you. Like, I was kind of at the point with Wheel of Time where I was like, I know this series. I know everything that happens in this series. Like, I get all the important parts. There's a few little bits that Sanderson added at the end that I may need to, like, look into deeply. My God, was I wrong. Like, I've learned so much by doing this podcast. So much.
I'm so nodding.
Yeah.
I'm nodding so hard right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I got to the point, I think that me and Aradia might share this. Like, we know all of the factoids. Like, you know, the semantics of the way things work. Like, the foundations of things, but it's the deeper theories and the subterfuge and the intrigue and the motivations and stuff that we're deconstructing and looking deeper into that is what really makes for it. Because I think Aradia and I are both incredibly knowledgeable about, like, this character looks like this and this character committed this action,
right? And
this is how this kind of thing works. But it's the digging into the other things that has been an incredible experience.
Yeah.
I feel like there was a couple of key posts on Reddit, the Reddit subreddit, that sort of made me re-examine how some characters were thinking. Both Matt and Fail.
Yeah.
And I felt like I had to rethink both of those characters. And
in what ways?
Fail was awful. Terrible, no good, very bad. I can't stand her. Why does she even exist? She makes the story worse. And then I read that summary on Reddit about looking at things from her perspective and the fact that Perrin reacts to how she feels, not how she portrays how she feels, and how that's such a hard thing because, like, you present a certain face to the world and you expect people to react to that, even though you may be terrified on the inside. And he's reacting to the emotions that are on her inside that she's trying to hide from the world. And that drives her fucking nuts. You know, like, he's reacting wrong. She's telling him, you know, and like, if you look at it from that perspective, she is a very sympathetic character who is dealing with a emotionally crazy boyfriend, who's somehow figuring out what she's feeling, even though she doesn't want it to be. And, who's she wants him to be strong. That's part of her culture. And he's acting weak around her and strong around this Barrelane bitch. There's a certain level of sympathy I have for her. Now, she's flawed on many levels, as are all the characters.
Every character.
Yeah, which is what makes them human to me. But
Right.
But that transition made me really re-examine Fail. And then at the same time, just really someone said basically Matt says one thing, feels another thing, and does a third thing. And you have to examine those separately to figure him out. And so that combination of those two things.
Matt is one of those characters that I have such a love-hate relationship with.
Sure.
Because, I love Matt. I think that he has some of the coolest adventures, and he has some of the, he's the trope of the person that everybody wants to be in an adventure. He finds himself in these crazy situations. He always lucks out and things just kind of work for him. He has these crazy things that just fall in his lap. And that's what everybody thinks of when they think of a great adventure and what it would be like. And he is that character. And the entire time he just cries about it.
Oh God, that's a good summary of Matt.
That actually, yes, he does. But that does, that also plays into what Seth was saying, where he thinks one thing, says something else, and acts in as C. He has thought as A, or speech as B. His action is C. And we got to see a cute example of that right at the end of
Dragon Reborn.
The Dragon Reborn, right? When he's what was it? He's thinking, he's having thoughts while he's speaking.
Yeah. And
the thoughts are oh man, I hope Tom's better. So I'd like to hook up with him again so we can get the hell out of this crazy stuff. And while he's saying out loud, literally, you can count on me, guys.
Yeah.
And we know he does something totally different, which is
follow the group. Just stays with,
totally.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing is if you look at Matt and just his actions, he is easily one of the most honorable characters in the entire series.
That's my point.
He always does what is needed of him and what's right of him. There are just certain things about Matt that drive me nuts. His womanizing, for some reason, it's always rubbed me the wrong way.
It's really
always
pretty
rubbed
ugly.
me the wrong way. It's always rubbed me the wrong way. I don't care about your drinking and your gambling. Go out and have fun. But the fact that you treat women like accessories has always bothered me.
There is that, but at the same time, he only chased women who encouraged it. He was out there he is essentially, he's a pretty boy, and women are into him, and he's yeah, sure, okay.
Not to mention he's rich. I'm sure that helps.
Yeah.
By accident.
Yeah.
He's rich by accident. And he still complains about it.
Well, fair.
Is Matt a womanizer? Is that?
But you notice he gives money away to women and children in need.
He does.
The time. And he is constantly helping people with his money.
I don't know what I think of that. Are we ready to classify Matt as a womanizer?
Well,
Matt is definitely a womanizer. He goes into these inns. He always looks for inns where they're not quite trashy and garbage, and the girls aren't going to have crabs. But he doesn't go into the ones where the girls would smack him across the face for his impotent grins.
Yeah.
He goes into the ones that are in the middle where the girls are just a little loose. They're good enough that they have a good reputation and they're right in the public, but there's always one or two of them that if he tips them a silver penny and smiles at them and buys them a drink when they're on their break, he knows he can get his kiss and his cuddle at the end of the night.
But he's not they're not.
I gotta say, I'm curious what Aradia thinks.
Yeah,
I think he's really chauvinistic. The way that he assumes women can't take care of themselves and assumes responsibility.
He is a product of his upbringing.
And that's what really bothers me. And like,
but how is he a product of his upbringing? Answer me that, because like the women, I'm sorry, the women of the two rivers, look at Nynaeve, look at Egwene, look at Mistress Luhan. She killed a Trolloc with a frying pan. What do you mean they can't take care of themselves?
So, I mean, I feel like, I don't know, with Matt, it's like, especially when you finally get Brigida's POV, when they're in Camelin, and she talks, like, so first you see it in Oliver, right? Because Matt points out all these traits about Oliver that he gets from the different Red Arms, and he's like, but I don't know where he's getting, you know, that, like, just lascivious leer from. I don't know why he's trying to, like, pinch women and slap them on the ass. He can't do that. So first you see it with Oliver, and then you see Brigida's POV.
Do what I say, not what I do.
She's like, wow, he's not slapping that girl's ass. And I'm like, what the fuck? He's, like, just casually, like, fondling women in public because they're the barmaid. Like, seriously right now? Like, that's not cool.
I'm nodding.
At all. So, you know, I have issues with Matt, but I really do think the analysis that he is, like, the archetype of the happy-go-lucky adventurer, and then Matt has to, like, live with all the consequences of that. So it's like he still gets to be the happy-go-lucky adventurer, but he gets punished because, you know, it actually sucks to be doing that. So he's a necessary character, but
I think that Matt kind of portrays everything that Robert Jordan wanted the series to portray about adventuring and the way that these kinds of situations would actually work out. Like, if you've ever listened to his interview at the end of the audiobooks where he says that, like, an interview isn't going to work, or an adventure isn't going to work the way that it does in, like, The Lord of the Rings, where this old wise wizard walks into the village, says, hey, you're the chosen one, it's your turn to save the world, and everybody's just like, all right, cool, let's go. There's going to be all kinds of other things going on, and there's going to be a lot more complicated storylines than that. And you've got Matt, who kind of shows that, and you get to see both sides because the stories always show the fun stuff. So we get to see Matt's fun stuff, his drinking, his gambling, his fighting, his luck with the women, and the beautiful women that he gets to experience, and the beautiful cities that he gets to see, and all of the stuff that he gets to do that we normally think about when we think of an adventure or a novel or a story. But we also get to see the parts that don't make it into the story, where he ends up in these battles all the time that he didn't ask for and that he tries to avoid, and almost loses his life several times, and does lose his life on at least one occasion.
Well,
I mean,
him and a few other of the main characters. I mean, it's being dead and back alive again is not a unique property of Matt.
No, it's not. I mean, there are several other. I mean, you could say that it happened with Aviendha, and you could say, I mean, did Rand ever die?
I mean, his body certainly did.
Yeah.
Nynaeve's doorway closed on her accepted test.
Yeah.
I mean, but Matt's like the cat of the series. He definitely has the most lives.
Right.
Yeah.
Probably one of my favorite one-liners I ever thought of on the fly was when we were talking about Nynaeve's accepted test, and I was like, the way back comes but once, unless you're Nynaeve.
Right. Unless you're Nynaeve.
And then it comes when you goddamn want it to.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
However many times you want it to.
She's fucking Nynaeve. Can we talk about Nynaeve for a little while?
Oh yeah, we can talk about Nynaeve all you want.
Leah, yes, we are recording.
I actually literally today at work just finished the part where, because I listened to the audiobooks, I just finished her testing for the shawl, and
God, that scene was so badass. Her getting voted into Aes Sedaiism, and
it's always such a powerful scene because it's like, we all know that Aes Sedai are one of two things. They're either the model of what the tower wants them to be, or they're the model of what the world needs them to be. And you see that in characters like Nynaeve and Egwene and Moraine and Cadsuane. They are the people that the world needs them to be. And then you see like
That's
Lelaine
an interesting way to phrase it.
And Ramonda, or even Varen would be like what the world needs her to be. But you see them like Honora and Lelaine and Ramonda and some of these other Aes Sedai who put dignity and Aes Sedai serenity and the image of the White Tower over the service of the White Tower.
I dig that.
yeah, I did not. I'm kind of with Agenor in the Discord. Like, I did not understand her as a kid. I really did not get her, but as an adult, she makes a lot more sense.
Yeah,
like, a lot.
I really have to agree with that. I feel like as I especially this last time, this reread that I'm kind of doing for the podcast or with the podcast. As an adult, looking back, like, she's so young and she got thrust in this position of power where people don't really, there's I'm sure a couple of key people in her community that thought she could handle it, but really no one else did. So she kind of developed this characteristic where she's like brutally heavily-handed all the time with everyone, just to prove, to flex her power all the time.
There was a scene right before she got to her testing, and I kind of want to touch on something Jesus said in the Discord. But with Nynaeve, there was a scene before her testing where Egwene summons her to the world of dreams and is like, show up in the world of dreams and meet with me before I make you regret it. And when she finally shows up and Egwene and her are talking, and she's like, Nynaeve, I actually didn't call you here to chastise you or to do anything bad. I want your advice. And she goes off about, I want your advice because you're one of the only people that I know that's been in a situation like mine, where you were thrust into this position of power and influence and leadership way too young, and nobody took you seriously because of your age. And I'm in a position where I'm on the cusp of being the Amerlin that I want to be and that I need to be, and one misstep can make me the puppet of the hall. How do I deal with this? And Nynaeve, not realizing that she's kind of setting up her own subjugation here, goes and is like, you have to be firm, and you can't let them see you just making noise. People aren't going to like you. You're going to have to be heavy-handed, and you're going to have to assert your authority and establish that dominance. But it has to be done. And then she kind of backs Nynaeve into this corner, like, but you're my friend and you don't do that.
It's a brilliant piece of politics. She basically learns from the former Amerlin seat how to manipulate people. To make. But I just think how to manipulate people, and she applies that to Nynaeve.
And Siuan was also really young for her office. She was 40 years old, but that's incredibly young for an Amerlin. An Amerlin should be like 140.
A lot of Aes Sedai don't even get to be Aes Sedai until they're 40, much less the Amerlin
exactly.
seat.
So she had to learn the same lessons of being an absolute hard ass, and teaches that to Egwene. So Egwene's really a great synthesis of the big politics and the small village politics, but from the same position of ageism-induced problems.
Siuan was thrown in with the silver pike.
Yeah, I always saw a lot of similarity between Nynaeve and Siuan, just in that they're in their personalities and maybe a little bit in their upbringing. It seems like Siuan possibly had a little bit of a rougher time, but they're just both these really tough women from...
Well, farmer and fisherman's daughter. I don't feel like that there's a big difference there.
There's a lot of similarity. And I mean, Nynaeve grew up in a more rural place.
Same cast, for sure.
As opposed to Moraine, who was the daughter of... Yeah, she was totally royalty. She was the nephew
of the king.
Right.
The niece of the king.
Right. So
Agenor is saying they're both like these strong working class women that actually had to... Yeah, that's a good way to put it. They actually had to work for a living. Yeah.
They had different social positions within the context of working class, and they lived in vastly different, like, urban environments. I mean, Nynaeve lived in a village. Swan lived in Tyr. Like, she
one of the biggest cities.
Dragon. Like, she was living in a very urban environment and, like, had to deal with that. So, like, there's that's different in their upbringing. But, yeah, both hardworking, sweat of the brow, working class type
tough
people.
Motherfuckers.
Absolutely.
Yeah. For lack of a better term.
Yeah, very much.
I think that's one of the reasons why Suan was able to understand Rand on a level that I'm not sure Moraine ever did.
Right, yeah.
You know, Moraine never really got the rural part of Rand.
But Moraine grew up very privileged. She's been wealthy her entire life.
And she's totally one of those Aes Sedai who will, you know, make herself into what the world needs. I mean, she was a blue. She was the bluest of blues.
Sure.
Yes.
So, like, yeah, I think Swan, by virtue of having to be Amyrlin, which is really a different type of Aes Sedai, maybe, you know, between that and her upbringing, her appreciation of Rand's situation was maybe more nuanced. But Moraine also got the ball rolling. I mean, she had no idea what she was going to find, and she went in there with enough force of will to make anybody come along and make anything happen.
Yeah.
Speaking of Moraine, what do you think about the news that she may be the focus of the early Wheel of Time series, that she may be, quote unquote, the main character in the beginning?
My first reaction is that it's an awesome idea. Because you'll be able to do so much world building in her flashbacks and in her internal, like, monologue type stuff, and, like, her POV. You'll be able to do so much quicker world building than walking the boys through it, because they're really fucking dense in the books.
And so, from her perspective, you can know what's going on in a way that you really can't know from the boys' perspective.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
If you give, like a 10-minute montage that hits on the high points of New Spring, basically, and then has the wind rushing her into the two rivers, then that would be a much better place to start.
Or even just flashbacks of New Spring throughout. Yeah, go for it.
To counter that, it's just that, like, I've seen a lot of people on Facebook and Twitter get really upset about Moraine being portrayed as, like, the main character. And I'm kind of just sitting back and looking at it like, nobody said that Moraine's going to be the main character. It just said that it's going to follow Moraine. And you can say from, you know, any angle that the first book of the series did follow Moraine. She was there through almost every scene. And she wasn't the main character, but she was definitely the driving force behind everything.
The decision maker.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one else knows what they're doing.
I also, like, don't want to sit there and take that too seriously, because if you look through, pick any series that you've watched on Netflix that you've binged and read the series summary, like the little kicker that they give you to, like, make it sound super interesting, and, like, read the episode synopses that they give you for each episode.
It's terrible.
And they're terrible, and they're not really accurate to what actually happens.
Right.
So by them saying that, you know, if you read the way that it was put out with the announcement for the green light, it's almost pandering to the feminist movement, in the sense that we're putting they've built it to a...
I'm nodding, Travis.
They've built it to to look like women are the dominant sex, and that only women can use magic, and women kind of rule the world, and the series is going to follow this powerful woman who is part of this world-ruling class. And that is kind of there to, I think, draw in the vocal crowd of this age and this era in the world right now, where everybody kind of wants to see women in power and people of color in power. And the thing about the Wheel of Time is that if you're really going to be true to it, which I really feel like Rafe will be, and Rafe has already talked about it in this attitude, or in this light, that
I was about to break in and just to bring up that Rafe has pretty much specifically said he really wants to put a focus on, like, powerful female characters, and kind of take the LGBT characters that are in the series and make it less subtle. Like, just go
less,
ahead,
yeah,
let him
make
just
it
be
less
gay.
subtle and not just
know?
about, situational homosexuality.
Right.
But even more than that, what I was getting at was that Rafe has already acknowledged that the series isn't about, women being in power or men being in power or one being over the other. The
Balance.
series is entirely about the restoration of balance and the complete chaos that comes with a lack of that balance. And I feel like we're going to see that transition throughout the series of, what happens when women are completely in control. We're going to get that in the beginning when women are completely in control, with the White Tower being the height of power in the world, shifting that to Rand and the Oshaman being the height of power in the world for a minute, and how that they're two different kinds of chaos. But when Rand and Egwene come together and figure out how to work with each other, and not just Rand and Egwene, but when men and women, you've got Perrin and Fail, you've got Rand and Cadwyn, and Rand and everybody else, and Matt and Tuon, and the boys as a whole with Aes Sedai as a whole, and the world as a whole with Aes Sedai as a whole, these masculine and feminine energies and forces learning to work with each other rather than against each other. You see that transition throughout the series. You see it shift from one source of power to another source of power to a more unified front. And it's an incredible journey. And I think that Rafe understands that, and Rafe is going to implement that.
I hope so.
I also kind of really wanted to add that I am sort of down with it. Like, I'm cool with Rafe even more or less explicitly stating, I can't remember the exact tweet, but I'm pretty sure it was a tweet I read a while ago, more or less explicitly stating that he's like kind of going to capitalize on the way culture's moving right now, like Me Too and like feminist stuff, and like using the Wheel of Time, because the Wheel of Time has feminist themes in it, and it has people of color, and it has queer people, and it's like, what other fantasy series does? Like, it's just a bunch of white straight people. Like,
Broken Earth, N.K. Jemisin. Go fucking read it now.
I hear you.
that
They're
book's
out
so
there.
good.
There's a few.
But it's a new book. It's a new trilogy. I mean, this shit was
absolutely
in the
No.
90s.
No, I mean, when you talk
This is
about
the series
time
that
series,
started that in the fantasy genre.
Right.
Because if you look at old fantasy and original fantasy and classic fantasy, the hobbits are white, the elves are white,
The aliens are
I
white.
never thought of it.
the
but
dwarves
yeah.
are white.
the
No, the
horsemen,
aliens are green.
The horse
Come on.
people are white, and the aliens are green, but they're also invaders and need to be killed.
Or the aliens are white because they're actually Martians or something.
Right. Or gray.
Or, yeah,
or
the
gray.
aliens are white, and they're the higher power. They're the higher white that's going to enlighten us all.
Right.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, it's...
But
yeah. RJ tried really hard,
it's-
so the show just has to really go, a little bit deeper into what he already laid out.
No,
Because
and
times
just
have
based on the
changed.
time, what he implied, we have to say straight out.
Exactly.
Right, exactly. That's such a beautiful way of putting it. What he implied, we have to say straight out, because he was implying this at a time where you couldn't say it straight out without it being hot button topic material. And now it's so much more commonly spoken of and even demanded by people. Like, the world wants to see this right now. So
Right.
much of the world wants to see it.
Yeah, I just want to get into what Fire Phoenix said in the Discord about how we continue to have a long discussion about how rape is portrayed in the series. That's just something that we do in the Discord for anyone who didn't know.
Yes.
But because it's a real world
there's-
issue that's actually in the books, and it's portrayed in the books like the worst thing that can happen. Basically, like, we don't see it on screen, but it's held up as like one of the worst things that can happen. And
Worse than death.
And the reason we don't see it on screen is because it is one of the worst things that can happen. Like, RJ treats it like the taboo that it is.
right, which is just unusual for the genre, shall we say?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Especially because if you look at the other end of it, where you have authors like George R.R. Martin, who also built an incredible world and wrote an incredible story, you have him where he, like, almost in depth describes a rape
way
scene.
too much depth.
Can I put it on the other end of that? Piers Anthony describes rape scenes in much of his fantasy for humorous effects.
Well,
There is a heavy amount of magic induced sex in Piers Anthony. with nymphs or various other creatures. And so, like, I when you talk about various levels of rape, I feel like there's almost a triangle of treating it as something serious that is taboo, treating it as something that is carnage and viscous and almost enjoyable, and treating it as humorous and dismissive. And I think two of those are bad.
There's some of that in the Wheel of Time too. We've had this conversation a bunch of times about Matt and Tylen.
It's a tough conversation. I don't necessarily really want to have it.
Yeah, I know. I kind of want to cowardly shrink away from having this discussion because I'm,
So thanks for bringing it up. As I look at you with
My stepmom is so proud of me right now.
I feel like it's one of those things that's worth talking about. Like, yeah, rape is a touchy subject and sexual violence is a very touchy subject, but it's also one of those things that if you want to make a difference with it, and if you want to show the true effect of it and the impact that has on not just individuals but society, and not just society but individuals, like, you have to talk about it, and you have to be able to look that demon in the eye before you can slay it.
You're totally right. I'm just afraid to say something stupid and then everyone will hate me.
Yeah.
That's my fear.
I feel it. But in those moments when something like that does happen, again, it's looking that demon in the eye and being like, fuck,
Whereas,
I fucked up. I enabled that demon. Let me learn from that mistake and face it.
Sure.
I have the opposite problem because I feel like I'm stuck on both sides of the argument. I see it as a horrific rape, but I also kind of find it entertaining. And because it's written to be entertaining.
It is. Yeah.
It is.
And I have found it entertaining for most of my life until recently, where
like, holy shit, this is actually kind of fucked up.
Yeah. Wow, actually, this is bad. And I've had to re-examine that in my head, but at the same time, I can still read it as funny.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that there's I've never found rape to be particularly funny, but to say that I haven't found it entertaining would be a lie. Not entertaining in a, let's go watch people get raped kind of a thing, but it's like we find violence entertaining. We find destruction entertaining. Does that make them good? No. It's just
America's Funniest Home Videos succeeded on guys getting smacked in the balls.
Yeah, and then you had Ridiculousness that came after that did just as well for the exact same reason. And it's just one of those things, it's going to be entertaining because of the fact that it's so compelling. We don't find it entertaining, or at least we shouldn't find it entertaining, because it's relatable or interesting or encouraging or inspiring. I hope that people don't find rape inspiring, unless you find it inspiring to make a difference. But it's definitely one of those things that tugs at our heartstrings and inspires emotion and gets us emotionally and intellectually involved in something because of the depth and the impact that it has on people and societies.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things that, you obviously don't want to talk about it lightly, but not talking about it isn't the answer either.
And I want to sort of, Obi Thunder said something that I think is important, that it's really an attempt to take someone who is a womanizer and put him in the reverse situation where he is subject to a manonizer.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea is that the humor in it is that he is in the opposite situation as usual, that he is experiencing the relationship from the other side. And in order to...
And in a culture where it's kind of cool.
Exactly. In a culture where women are dominant and men are subordinate. And he's experiencing just, as basically a victim of his own womanizing. And what I feel is super important about that is that, and I'm stalling because I forgot what I was going to say.
OB, I kind of have to disagree a little bit, though, because, the culture was exactly that. All women saw it as normal. Right now, society almost sees it as normal to put women in those kinds of situations and to be misogynistic, and, rape culture and rape jokes are a societal norm. That doesn't make it right. That doesn't make it okay. And just because it was okay for the queen of this country, where women are obviously the powerhouse of a relationship, doesn't make it okay to mistreat a man that has expressly stated that he's uncomfortable with the situation, or doesn't like the situation, or wants out of the situation. Like, it's hard for me to say that it wasn't rape when she literally locked him in a room and refused to let him eat until she got her way with him.
It's brutal. I'm just, yeah.
No, yeah, absolutely. And my point was that Robert Jordan, in order to sort of make this equivalence, maybe sort of when he flipped it, in order to be like, oh, why wouldn't Matt just have sex with her and leave? He had to like make some sort of, he went to extremes with it. And so instead of being just a reversal of roles, it really, if you strictly reverse the roles, it would be rape. It's just that he had to take it to extremes to make it what he felt realistic.
That's fair.
Having a male in the situation as a female.
Yeah.
Like, he was really just trying to flip the situation, and in order to make it more compelling, by our standards, he made it rapey.
I really like that Jesus Ferengi is bringing up, like, Tylan tells him to smile. Like, it's really a complete role reversal. Like, oh, such a pretty face. Like, why don't you smile for me?
Totally. It's
that whole thing.
I mean, I believe Harriet wrote that line.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
And it maybe is interesting, and like Travis was saying, important to have these kind of conversations, because to read that scene over again and like with viewed through the lens of culture now is like, sure, it's creepy, but it also like it puts things into perspective, and in a way that like kind of what I was getting at before is like being a masculine presenting straight white guy, I often like cringe away from these conversations because I don't want to be that guy who like has all these opinions about feminism and rape culture and that, but this also helps put it into perspective so that like I can see this through like the eyes of a character that I feel like is like myself. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's really valid.
Or that looks like me, you know.
I also want to say, as a straight white guy, the number of conversations I've been approached with, assuming I have certain opinions.
Oh, well, sure.
Anyway, I can't. The number of times, like, I don't. Sorry, I'm trying to avoid talking about politics right now.
It can always get edited out.
Yeah.
But no, I understand.
Well, this is all important stuff to talk about.
I mean, it is an important subject, and it's one of those subjects that we can go on and on and on about for days. And
sure.
Ultimately, I think that for the most part, everybody in this Discord agrees that rape is bad, and that rape...
Whoa! I wouldn't go Seth.
I mean, and if you don't, please kindly find your way out of this Discord.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll show you the door with the banhammer. Just go ahead and raise your hand now, and Agnor will be more than happy to accommodate.
Agnor smash.
Yeah. So,
right.
No, I have...
I just want to say, I think it's really cool that we all know this scene is coming, and we are having this conversation so many times, and we're going to rehash all of this so many times before we even get to the scene.
When we get there, and like...
I mean, like, on the one hand, it's like, man, we're talking about this a whole bunch, but on the other hand, it's like we really get to process this as a community, like, repeatedly through this experience we all share of having read that scene however many times, and I just think it's really cool.
It's a big part of his story.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool thing we have, that we can do that.
Yeah. He's there for a whole book. Like, there's a lot of material with Matt and Tywin.
He's there for a little bit more than a whole book, isn't he?
Yeah, oh, well, there's a whole gap where he's not in a book.
Right.
Which book is that? I mean, which book is the Tywin stuff? Does anyone
the one before
know? I know that I'm asking a difficult question. Yeah.
Lord of Chaos.
No, it's after Lord of Chaos.
Crown of Swords?
Is it Crown of Swords? I thought it was Crown of Swords.
Yeah.
I think it might be.
Then I thought I was. Then I doubted myself.
I think it might be like maybe a little bit towards the end of Crown of Swords through most of Crown of Swords. Lord of Chaos and Crown of Swords. I meant to say through the end of Lord of Chaos and through most of Crown of Swords. That's what was supposed to come out of my mouth.
Oh, I see.
Because they use the Bowl of the Winds at the end of book 7, right? Which is Crown of Swords.
Yes.
I just listened to it. Like
I
a
can
week
never
ago.
keep
I don't
track.
know. It's a blur.
Right. I've read the series so many times, and I know the sequence of events. But because I've read the series so many times, I stopped paying attention to what happens in what book.
Book 8 is Winter's Heart, where he cleanses the source.
Book 9 is where he cleanses the source. I'll never forget that tidbit.
But you're right. I always think Winter's Heart's book 8, but it's really book 9.
There are separate books.
Yeah, Fire Phoenix. I'm completely with you on that.
That's how I just place events. Like, I remember what's happening around that time, like what everybody else is doing, and I don't really know.
It's a relative
Well,
timeline.
the cleansing, book 9, 10. The cleansing is really the slog, because you go back in time.
Night check. No, cleansing's just like the last.
Is the cleansing
it's
the
like just
entire
like the
book?
last
No.
2 or 3 chapters.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the
And then
cleansing's
the
so
first
fast.
20 chapters of the next
Also
book.
that.
Right. It's such a weird
It's funny
sequence.
to think that when book 10 comes in and you're reliving the moments before the cleansing and the moments during the cleansing and the moments after the cleansing, to think that the first third of book 10 really takes place over several hours.
Yeah. No, it's incredible. Especially when in real time you were waiting years. Sorry, Timber started growling at me because he has a bone and I was poking at him. I don't know if you guys can
My
hear that.
dog is... Oh, I got a dog since the last time I've been on the show.
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
I mean, you've probably seen him in the Discord, but last time I had a cat and she wouldn't stop talking, and now I have a dog and he won't stop clawing his way across the kitchen tile. So you guys have probably heard him scampering back and forth.
Oh, yeah, I think I did a couple of times. Yeah, Stone Dog says that book when it came out was so frustrating, and I totally agree, because, the cleansing happened, and he wanted to know what happened after the cleansing, and that entire book was about what happened before the cleansing.
And during the cleansing.
And you were just like, oh my god, I just want to find out what happens next.
Yeah, it wasn't really even until, book, 11 and 12 that we really start to see the after effects of the cleansing?
Yeah, no, it's incredible, how... I mean, and that's where I think the origin of the slog comes from. And, in real time, reading through these books, it doesn't bother me at all. But when you had to wait years between the books, yeah, it was a big fucking problem to go back in time and not know what happens. Are you kidding me, Robert Jordan? I'm coming after you.
Are we going to pause anytime soon to take potty breaks and stuff?
We've been slipping away to do so.
I actually just got back.
Oh.
But yeah, we can totally take a break if you want, for drinks and potty breaks and all that kind of stuff.
No, that's a good suggestion. Let's refill some beers and
Oh, hey, everyone, Leah's saying that I should tell you that there's still spots to hang on Friday. So yeah, everyone who's listening to that, and Saturday. Everyone who's listening.
If you can make your way to Portland, Oregon on October 12th, 13th, 14th, there is still space for you to hang out.
Do it.
Come chill. We've got at least 24 people showing up. You will not be the only one, but it'll be a fun group. It's going to be a blast.
Is this getting published? Are people going to hear about this in the podcast?
Probably.
Cool.
Yeah, we've got a channel in the Discord. You can message Leah. Everyone should wear the color of their Aja.
Also, seriously, guys, if you listen to the podcast and you're not in the Discord, please join the Discord. Look us up. Find us. For real, because...
we're cool.
We're cool people, and we love new people, and even if you're not going to be a patron, which is fine, you're by no means obligated to become a patron, but join us in the Discord. You can still participate in the conversations and the discussions and the fun.
Are we?
And then
yes, we're.
Yeah,
recording.
we never stopped recording.
I forgot.
By all means, join us in the Discord. You guys are all welcome.
God, I haven't listened to an episode in so long, but I don't feel like I'm missing out that much because I get to participate in the Discord and stuff.
Yeah, people who are there for the live recordings don't really. I wonder about that sometimes. How many people are listening to the live recording and listening to the episode when it's released, or the opposite? Like, how many people just listen live? Because I could see it. Like, I don't blame you.
Recently, I've only listened live, but because I've missed a lot of the more recent live recordings, I still download because I still want you guys to get your downloads. I subscribe, so it just automatically downloads.
Right. Yeah. Please subscribe.
But I haven't actually gone back. I honestly haven't listened to an episode since the last time. This is going to sound so vain. I'm so sorry. I haven't listened to an episode since the last time I was on the show.
I bet you're going to listen to this one.
I haven't listened. I haven't gotten to participate in the live recordings a lot lately because I've had stuff going on, and I haven't really had a place in my life to listen to podcasts. So I'm like just building up a massive binge, which like I'm low key excited about.
Yeah, I'm
honestly.
not sad about the binge that I have ahead of me because that's episode like 126, 127, and we're at like 153 or something like that now. So I have lots of binging to do, and I'm excited for it because I plan on going back and listening by all means.
Right, and I hate missing the live recordings.
So what I'm hearing is we're releasing the episodes too quickly. I should just slow way down and release fewer episodes and make this last longer.
I mean, we can always, no, don't do that. Just don't. Just please don't.
We can always not do that.
One episode a week
Fire
is
Phoenix
enough,
is
right?
saying no. Seriously.
With like progressively less O's.
Yeah, and now you've made Fate sad. So don't do that. Don't make Fate sad.
Poor writer.
Yeah, I hate missing the live recordings, but you guys cannot do live recordings on Tuesday and Thursday nights
Reluctant
because I'll never
hero
be able
pose.
to come. So don't stop it.
For now, it's going to be just like when we can. We are both looking forward to getting back to a regular schedule because
Yes.
I really liked being, what was it, Thursday, Sunday, Monday or something? Thursday, Saturday, Monday?
Yeah.
For the longest time, that was what we did. But
Yeah, I can never make it to Thursdays, and it gives me so many sads.
Hey, you used to be able to make it.
Because I was hurt. I couldn't go to Aikido class because my ankle was hurt, so I could go to Thursday sessions. But now my ankle's better. I can't be part of the Thursday podcast.
You know the solution.
Because I have to become an Aes Sedai warder.
I'm going to have to break
thing.
your ankle.
No, you need to adhere to my schedule.
So everybody at SpoilerCon, injure Aradia.
Oh man, you guys are great. No, you guys just need to fucking adhere to my schedule.
Well, if you'd send us an email and let us know what it is, we'll work on it.
You guys keep doing what you're doing because it works great for me, except for that one day that I saw you guys were recording, but I didn't see that you were recording at noon, so I didn't tune in at work, and I was really pissed off when I discovered what happened after work.
sorry.
Don't worry. Us getting up early and recording is not going to be a Hobbit.
No.
Habit. I said Hobbit instead.
You did say Hobbit.
You totally
I
did
hope
say
you don't
Hobbit.
edit
I
that
feel
out.
that.
I hope you don't
I am
edit
so not a morning person. I am so not a morning person. I cannot do shit. in the
I am a morning
ever.
person.
Ever.
Patrick is not.
No.
Yeah,
I am not a morning person.
I don't think I could drag Patrick to the microphone before noon. I mean, like, even that was... Didn't we start recording, like, at noon or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I got up. But, it's also particularly difficult. My schedule's so freaking weird now because I used to only work brunch as a bartender, which is this great niche thing that you can do in Portland. You can be a bartender and make a bartender's living and work from 8 to 3. It's fucking great. But now I work at like a regular bar where I kind of do both. So my sleep schedule is just all over the place. I work brunch Saturday, Sunday, close Monday night. So then I'm up till 2 a.m. Well, and that's like when I'm done.
And
so that I can't finish work and just go to sleep. It's impossible,
There was a good stint of time like a week ago that I wanted you guys to live where I live because my job was hiring and we just needed somebody who was reasonably intelligent and sounds good on the phone, which either of you guys fit that criteria.
I can handle it.
And it would have been a perfect, like, 9 to 5 job Monday through Friday. So you guys would have had evenings and weekends to do whatever you wanted.
I've had phone jobs before. There's a reason I do what I do.
That's fair.
And it's not working in an office.
Well, Seth, you worked in an office for a long time. I understand wanting to do something different.
Yeah. I'm relatively new to the food business. I'm still enjoying the perks, such as free beer, free food, the ability to, drink on the job.
Which is a poorly kept secret of being a cook. Hashtag chef is drunk.
I'm not talking about home cooking. I'm talking about kitchen cooking.
Right. Professionals are drunk.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
No, I don't. It's not like, not 100%. I'm exaggerating.
I'm exaggerating quite a bit. I'm just...
I can see it. It's like one of the few jobs where I can really see, like, work beers being the most acceptable thing ever.
Never trust a skinny innkeeper. It's so
exactly.
True.
How come we never see any drunk cooks in the Wheel of Time? Now that you mention it, like, none of the cooks are drunk.
Oh, that's what you think.
Let's just have a really high tolerance.
You think Master Elvire makes all that, or Tam makes all that cider and doesn't drink any of it?
Mm-hmm.
Sitting alone out in a farm in the middle of nowhere? Like, what do you do?
Raising your son by yourself? You're
work
smoking
and
your
drink.
Two Rivers tobacco and drinking your apple cider.
You got like 12 books. That's it. Shit.
Does Master Elvire, does he actually make liquor? I thought
brandy.
I thought that Tam did that. I thought Tam was the liquor master. I thought he made the brandy and the cider.
No, Tam just makes a cider.
Yeah, Master Elvire makes brandy.
Doesn't in the first chapter, isn't Tam bringing like it's a lot of cider and a little bit of
brandy
or something like that?
Yeah. But Master Elvire also makes brandy.
Oh,
Probably they all make brandy and cider. Like, I mean, if you think about, like, okay, so up in Oregon, I was just writing with this for an assignment today. We have shit tons of pioneer apple orchards and, like, homestead trees, like, all over the place. So if you imagine, like, the Two Rivers as being, like, Oregon territory, there's a lot of, like, everyone has orchards.
Yeah.
Everybody has orchards.
I seriously last week ate breakfast on my 10-block walk to work. I ate figs and apples.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Nice.
Yeah. They just hang out over the street.
Amazing.
It's like,
My boss brought fresh figs to work the other week, and they were so good.
Aren't they delicious?
Yeah. We got fresh plums from my husband's work. He just, like, got a basket of plums handed to him by his boss. Like, here, I have plums.
I went to go to get breakfast, and on the way I encountered a fig tree, and I started eating fresh figs, and by the time I was done I was like, oh I'm full.
yeah, right.
All right, I'm gonna go home and make some coffee. And that was my breakfast. I've totally done that where I was like, oh, I'm just gonna go to the breakfast place, and I literally ate breakfast on the way and decided not to go pay money for
We
breakfast.
were probably eating from the same tree.
Probably.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's hard. There's so many trees around here.
Yeah.
I actually had to pull over. I was driving, I don't know where I was. I was not close to here. And I saw a fig tree where the figs had turned a dark purple. And like they look like Christmas tree ornaments.
That's when they're perfect.
Yeah. And so I pulled over and I had to just pick a bunch of those.
There's something about sun-warm produce that is unlike anything
yeah.
else in the world.
Absolutely.
Directly off the tree.
Way.
Yeah.
We may be hunter-gatherers. That may...
Urban hunter-gatherers.
Hipster hunter-gatherers. Hipster hunters.
Hunter hipsters? Hipster-gatherers?
Yeah, in Abu Dar, they make lemonade. Remember Matt bites a lemon and refuses to drink lemonade?
He's like, why would anyone drink that?
I love that so much.
That's so
She's
funny.
like, I will not drink anything made of that bullshit. That is nonsense.
That totally flew by me.
You know what line I think about all the
Really?
time? Strawberries don't taste like straw at all. It's like, I think that's a Nynaeve when she's in the south somewhere. Yeah.
It's with Elaine. Elaine claims to have eaten them, and Nynaeve's like, these, I don't believe that you've ever eaten them, and they don't taste like straw, and I don't think they're good. It's fine.
And
it's great.
The Aiel grow tomatoes and corn.
That one I caught.
Right, which I'm just like, they do not have enough water for that. Like, I'm so perplexed by tomatoes and corn of all fucking produce.
But they recycle all of their water, and they have a lot of water in their holds. It's when they go out raiding when water is a problem, and they don't waste any water. Like, when they shower with organic soap that ultimately just becomes fertilizer when they dump their bathing water into their crops.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. They are definitely Fremen, but with less sci-fi and more just fi. Just pure fi. But yeah, it's true. Let's see, what else? He talks about, I know it's not a fruit, but octopus. He talks about octopus in the same sort of, like, wondering ways. He talks about lemons.
Oh, I don't remember the octopus thing either.
Yeah, it's right before Tylan attacks him, because he compares Tylan to an octopus.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, wow.
It's like part of him being like, holy shit, she has so many arms. What the hell? This is like those weird creatures they sell down on the docks. And that's like the only mention of it.
Can I just say, like, now that we've gotten past the first trilogy, which I really feel like is the classic hero journey, there is so much information in the rest of these books. I know, just you saying lemons and octopus, I didn't know either of those things. I'm already learning. Like, when we get to these books, I'm going to learn so fucking much.
A lot of the time, it's like a vague description. Like, strawberries don't taste like straw at all. It's really obvious. But, you know, I think when Matt eats the lemon, he like describes this yellow fruit that looks, and you know,
with
and he
a
just
tough exterior.
Yeah. So you have to kind of read into it. Whereas otherwise, you know, it could have been an apricot or, you know, whatever.
Right.
A number of things.
Right.
A pear.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to break into TSR. It's going to be such a journey.
Oh my god, so many intense things happen in the Shadow Reborn. It's obnoxious.
Right.
It's like, I mean, there's the whole Two Rivers, Tinker, Fail. It's happening.
I mean, the Aiel Vision stuff.
Oh my god, the Aiel Vision
man.
stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's going to be like one episode per vision.
TSR might also be the longest book. Okay, well,
No.
not.
I think
I'm
Lord
not
of
gonna
Chaos.
lie. Lord of Chaos. My paperback here is 980 pages.
Lord of Chaos is over 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, Amal is too, but it's one of the longer ones for sure. There's a lot in here.
Obi Thun is
the
agreeing
last
with
three
me
are
that
longer than any
LOC
of the others,
is the
aren't they?
longest.
But I feel like Shadow Rising is in many ways very similar to Eye of the World, and that it's an incredible standalone.
Yes.
I mean, you need the context of what comes before, but so much happens that it's like what am I thinking? I think I'm thinking of Crossroads of Twilight, maybe. It's really just a bridge between two other books. Whereas I feel like Shadow Rising is...
It's the beginning of a new genre.
Story.
It's the genesis. It's the egg of a new genre. Like,
exactly.
Everything up to The Dragon Reborn was a rehash of The Lord of the Rings. It was a hero's journey.
Right.
We've all seen that a million times. And then he took this thing and said, yeah, I'm going to make a universe out of this. And I'm going to show you what happens after Happily Ever After. I'm going to show you what happens after the hero wins.
Yeah, after the ring falls into the volcano. Then
Exactly. And that to me is the brilliance of this whole universe. He just keeps going. He's like, yeah, that was my trilogy. You enjoyed it. This is what happens afterwards. And I mean, it's a little disingenuous because you have the whole last battle.
But no, it's definitely like The Shadow Rising is the book that lets you know that that's what's going to happen now.
Right. It's the place where the storylines diverge. It's really the last time the three boys are together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of the storylines that stay separate for the rest of the series get established
right here.
In Shadow
exactly.
Rising.
It's where I feel like the rest of the series is going. It is the genesis of everything else that happens afterwards.
This is when all the different storylines take on their own lives and sometimes make the timeline so fucked up that you need an entire book, an entire leap book.
It's
so
funny
to
that you
speak.
call TSR the Genesis, because the Fires of Heaven is in a lot of ways an Exodus, with the Aiel coming en masse over the Dragon Wall, and
Oh, that's cool. That's an interesting
The
way to
desert
look at
people
it.
leaving the desert and wandering.
Mass exodus.
I'd never thought of that.
Not to mention the
12 tribes of the Aiel.
The 13 tribes of the Aiel. Don't forget the Gen Aiel.
Well, the Gen are the tribe that is
exactly.
The tribe that is not a
not. And they're
tribe.
not around anymore. Right. And, I mean, technically, a lot of them stay behind, too. A lot of Aiel stay behind in Meridian.
Sure.
a lot of Aiel stay behind in Meridian, but I feel like most of the spears go over the Dragon Wall. Very few spears stay behind. It's a lot of roof mistresses and craftspeople that stay behind for the most part.
And I feel like the whole culture of Ruidion has to change because water is abundant in that city.
Yeah. Well, the Aiel culture will never be the same. Like, and it's prophesized that the Aiel culture will never be the same. The Chief of Chiefs will come and he will break them, he will reforge them and
destroy them
and leave nothing but a remnant of a remnant
and take them back.
Right. So yeah, whoever's left in the waste, maybe they end up not carrying the legacy of the Aiel. Maybe they're the only legacy of the Aiel. Like, who knows? What the fuck happens with the Ruidion? See, there's another fucking standalone series that you could spin off from the end.
Just the development of the city.
What the fuck happens in Ruidion?
Yeah.
Yeah. What happens there?
If I could bring, you come across those posts on Facebook and stuff all the time where it's like, if you could bring any person from any time back from the grave, who would it be? It's always an easy Robert Jordan for me because, like, I mean, yeah, it would be great to talk to, like,
bring him back and make sure he's bored.
The pharaohs, or like the people of like Pompeii, or like all of these other great historical things, or like a librarian.
Carl Sagan.
One of the librarians from the Library of Alexandria would be such a great thing to bring back. But fuck all of that. I just want to bring RJ back so he can judge Brandon Sanderson's work, make the adjustments that need to be made, and do all of the spin-offs that need to exist.
Either that or just tell you to Rafo. So annoying.
I just realized, Robert Jordan wasn't that old when he died. He was 59.
No, he's kind of like Carl Sagan in that regard, actually. Taken by some stupid fucking illness way too early.
Yep.
Yeah, it's bummer. That is really young.
Vaccinate your children, please.
I don't think that would have helped.
I know. I'm just saying.
I mean, I'm totally down, but
he had some super rare disease.
Amyloidosis?
Amyloidosis or something like that?
Blood disease?
Yeah. He said skeptically.
Oh
I'm not sure exactly.
The survival ratings of that disease were so low.
I wonder if that's literally the same thing that got Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan died from some weird blood disease, too. And he was in his 40s. I'm going to be really annoyed if they both died of the same thing. I'm going to have a bone to pick with that thing.
So amyloidosis is a group of diseases in which abnormal protein known as amyloid fibrils builds up in tissue. I don't really understand what this means.
Fibroids?
I actually was looking it up. I couldn't really figure out what the problem was. I think it may cause a thickening of heart muscles, which eventually causes a heart attack. So I'd love to hear feedback from anyone who actually understands this disease and what happened physically.
This sounds very complicated.
Is there a doctor in the house?
Yeah, someone drop some bioscience on us.
Apparently there's many different forms that it takes, and some are genetic, some aren't.
What they released in the press doesn't fully describe what actually happened, and so we're left to speculate a little bit.
Well, yeah, and that's like personal family stuff.
Totally.
I understand not wanting to be like, here's precisely what's happening to this guy's body.
Yeah, for sure.
And yet we're a fan base based around speculating on exactly what happened in a particular series, and it's hard not to at least think about that a little bit. And be
it's sad.
It's sad. But whatever it was, I mean, obviously it took him from us far too soon.
Way.
I'm with Travis on this. Just bring RJ back and write the fourth age.
You know what? I would love to see him write the fourth age, but even more, I would just love to see him expound upon the third age and what goes on, like, with Ruidian. I mean, I guess that would technically be fourth age.
Yeah, it's fourth age after the LB is over.
Ruidian, the Ways, the Ogier, the Aiel. I want to know everything about what happens to the Aiel.
And I want to see the evolution of Emond's Field. I want to see what happens to Emond's Field as the Two Rivers as a province begins to come into its own.
And yeah, the Emond's Field as a large city.
Right? Yeah, how does its relationship to Andor change?
But I'm totally stoked for the story of Perrin cleansing the ways by Brandon Sanderson.
Oh my god.
It's happening, guys.
So jazzed for
That's
that.
why it disappeared off of the internet, because it's getting published in that thing that's coming out, right?
I'm so excited.
I didn't know it was ever available on the internet.
Yeah, like it was possible to read it, and then I never got around to actually doing it, but like there are people out there who had copies of it, or like there were places you could go to like read copies of it, because it was a story that people were like, few people, but there were people that talked about it and knew what happened, and it was more than just like Brandon Sanderson talking about it or Harriet mentioning it, or like the discussion about why it never made it into actual publication. Like it was actually like, here's some Brandon Sanderson fanfic that people can actually access. And there were interviews like before. I think last time I was on the show, I talked about it, and like before that day, I had been able to like look it up and like find interviews where Brandon Sanderson had talked about it and why it didn't get published. And then that day, when I brought it up to you guys, I tried finding anything on it, and it was just all gone. And I felt like total Mandela effect. And then a couple months later, find out that that story is going to be getting published, and I can't remember the name of this. It's getting published in this thing. I can't remember what this thing is called, but. Yeah, Unfettered.
It's Unfettered 3, right? It's like, because there was River of Souls and Unfettered 1, and then Unfettered 2, I guess, didn't have it, and this is Unfettered 3, if I believe.
That's correct.
It's a collection of short stories, and for anyone who's curious, I feel like you guys probably all know that they're all worth reading, like all the stories in Unfettered. It's a really fun... I always have had fun reading the short story compilations.
I haven't read the rest of Unfettered.
I enjoy it.
I will confess that.
I will as well.
Oh, well.
I
downloaded the whole ebook, but I haven't read the whole thing.
It was one of those things where, like, for instance, I just picked up The Shadow Rising and looked at page 1, and I read a page and a half before I actually put it back down while I was listening. It just, you just keep going and, like, oh, shit, I'm not supposed to be doing this right now.
So does that mean you're not going to take a ridiculously long break before you jump into it? Because that's what that sounded like to me.
Well, it's certainly not going to be ridiculously long. Somebody was asking, a couple of people have asked me about that on social medias recently. Yeah. And I said max 2 weeks probably, and we're going to be doing stuff during that time.
Right.
Like we're planning on doing patron episodes tomorrow.
It's more just this week we're going to record this episode and a couple of patron episodes.
Below River of Souls. I'm hoping to throw together one more Forsaken and get it done and out before we jump into the Shadow Rising. The momentum, as Travis said, has been really freaking amazing lately.
The momentum has been going off the charts, yeah.
And I hope that we can keep that rolling with, our hashtags and tagging on Twitter during the What Wednesdays and every other time that we post anything Wheel of Time related on any social media.
That I'm convinced has made a really big difference.
Huge.
And I've considered trying to maybe organize stuff sometimes, but if you guys just ever want to go and proselytize, please do. And most of you already are.
It totally worked.
Yeah.
I'm not even on Twitter, but just from just watching what's happened in the Discord and watching what happened with the downloads, clearly the Twitter situation is working for you guys. Holy crap. I'm not even part of that. I can't even take responsibility for that. That is not me.
So within 2 days, we'll have beat last November.
Holy shit, you guys. You're fucking doing such an important thing. Look at how well it's going.
And I can show you that. I've shown you guys some of the graphs, and but the numbers are I mean, growth is consistent. It's huge. Hold on, I gotta let Timber in. He's like going nuts.
He's just running back and forth on the stairs.
It's so cool to see how this is growing, especially because like all I do is hang out in the Discord. Like I don't really do much social media anything. I tell everyone that I come across about it. Like there's someone in my class who so we had to do an introductory like forum post, be like, hey, this is what I'm into like outside of school, like blah blah blah, because it's an online class. And of course I'm like, one of my hobbies is rereading the Wheel of Time because it's one of my hobbies.
Fair.
And somebody is like, hey, I'm also a fan of Wheel of Time. I'm like, have you heard of the Wheel of Time Spoilers podcast? Like, give me an inch and I am like,
going to run for miles.
All over that. Oh my god, like I said, there's a person my family's land who like recognized your guys' sticker as being Wheel of Time characters, and I'm like, so can I send you the link? Ha ha ha. What's up? Hey, can I send you the link? Have you listened to the podcast yet? Hey, what's up? What's up? Like, I'm obnoxious. I'm literally obnoxious. But I don't do any social media stuff. It's only IRL stuff that I do.
Well, that's fine. You do a lot with the Discord. Don't. You're amazing. Thank you for everything that you do.
Don't underrate yourself because you do contribute so much to the Discord.
It's so weird. I've never been this involved in anything, like, ever. Like, I'm such a fucking recluse. I don't deal with people. Like, this is so outside of my comfort zone in so many ways. And yet, it is my ultimate comfort zone because it's the Wheel of Time.
Perfect.
And I had a woman, like, stab my leg for 7 hours straight to, like, mark how much dedication I have to the Wheel of Time. So, I'm just so glad you guys made this platform possible because I was not going to invent a podcast like this. Like, I might help make the Discord go, but you guys planted the seed.
Oh, totally.
Seriously.
Totally. You guys started this, and it's...
Well, this thing is going to continue to grow, and you guys are going to end up being a big part of it. It's like, it's kind of too late. You already are, so I hope you're in for the ride.
Oh, yeah, totally. I don't plan on abandoning you guys whatsoever, so... I'm happy about this. And honestly, I think one of my biggest fears isn't so much that, like, I'm going to end up being a part of it, but rather that, like, something is going to happen and you guys are going to not be able to continue.
No, that's
we'll
not.
take it over
that's
at
not
that point.
Yeah,
really in the cart.
I mean, I don't see it being in the cards, and I have so much faith in you guys and don't think that that's part of your guys' like plan or character, or like even if something tragic were to happen, I feel like you guys would find a way to continue making this happen. But I mean, that's not the way fear works.
I mean, if I'm still conscious, I'll be making this. If I'm dead, one of you two will hang out with Patrick, and John will edit the episodes. Like,
no, this is going forever.
And if Patrick's dead, I'll talk to somebody else.
Like, with Patrick.
And if both of us die, you and Aradia will take over, as well as like Kelsey.
Should we make like a master Google Doc that's password protected with all the passwords for everything, just in case something happens? It's like
probably should.
It's like the will of the podcast.
The will of the podcast.
Yeah, just in case anything happens, here's how you change everything. All the information.
I mean, technically, we are a company, right? Like Fox and Raven Media LLC is an entity that exists independent of me or Patrick.
Patrick. Seth and I are CEOs.
And yeah, and
That's awesome.
And I think, Patrick, will you testify that if you and I are both dead, Aradia gets possession of Fox and Raven Media?
Thumb down. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god, it's a thing. It's on the internet.
I'm just gonna pretend that I'm not being left out.
I have seniority twin. I was born first.
You were born first, and you joined the podcast first. But I mean,
that's what I mean.
But I'm here too.
Yes, you are.
Well, I'll put you in my... Okay, so the record stand, it's in my will that Travis comes after me.
Okay, there we go.
Can
there's going to have to be at least two people.
Assistant CEO?
Yes. I shouldn't have to do this myself, twin. No, I could not do this myself. You're definitely my keeper.
Excuse me, in the Discord, I am the Amerlin.
Right.
I know.
Right.
Name speaker.
Oh,
Oh my god, you guys, you realize that like we're just bullshitting without any attention whatsoever to what happened in this book.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's fine. But this,
That's the thing.
you know what? This is called Tangents Reborn.
yeah.
Like,
Wait,
And
so
you have long tangents with Travis going on right now. So, I mean, it was bound to happen.
Matt
Totally.
gets carried
Yeah.
across the continent and doesn't remember anything. Girls go to school. Rand runs across the continent, gets to Tyr. Girls leave school, also go to Tyr. What else happens?
Fireworks, blow up a wall.
Bunch
Yeah.
of
Fireworks
fireworks.
blow up a wall. Girls get rescued.
Aiel,
Aiel show up.
Fael,
Big civil war in Cairhien.
Perrin and Fael fall in love.
the Aiel preliminary forces show up.
Egwene proves that channeling in Tiller and Riyadh is real.
Not necessarily.
Can I totally
No, but-
tangent? So
How dare you?
Perrin gets like rescues Fael, and like, is that the begin? Is that when the relationship becomes physical right there?
Yes.
because that's when I imagined.
She's
They, like, wake
naked
up-
in chains.
They wake up alone
makes
in a
way more
hotel
sense that
room
way.
after this crazy thing.
I think I just died.
And they're like all like messed up and bruised, and but then they were like they start making out right then, right?
My falcon, my blacksmith.
I mean,
my falcon,
my blacksmith.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like that's
I mean, he can't be on top because he's fucking torn up. Let's just-
Fair.
let's
That's
just-
fair. I mean,
He's gonna not resist when she attacks him. That's how that goes down, I think.
yeah. I mean, I don't think it starts right then because he's badly injured. So I think
Yeah, he's like seriously
I think that there may be some kissing going on, and
probably more kissing
But,
than he's ever experienced
but
before.
Definitely a
the little
release
Puritan.
to the sexual tension between
Yes.
Fael and
Yes.
Perrin shortly after.
Heavy petting.
just because he's a wolf
Yeah.
doesn't. I mean, she like when the dog gets the leg going, I can just.
oh Jesus, it's too real.
And Rand admits to himself that he's the Dragon Reborn. That's
Yes,
kind of how
that's
the book
super
ends.
important.
Yeah, well-
He finally gets the fuck over himself.
Would you call it admitting it to himself or just like surrendering?
He's forced to admit, like he has to
I
admit.
think he admits it. I think because so he goes through literally like that thing that's really annoying. Like, okay, I'm not a video game person, but you know how you go through the fake boss battle and then there's the real boss battle?
Yeah,
It's not even my final form.
Right? Like that's how this book really, like, as an end of a trilogy, like that's how this book really goes. It's like he doesn't even reach for Kalandor and admit that he's the dragon until after the preliminary fake boss has been defeated.
yes.
You know, like Moraine comes in and fucking swoops the fake boss out of the way, and Rand's like, "Oh, good, I don't have to deal with like
We talked
resolving
about
this question in my mind."
It's almost anticlimactic the way that she dispatches Bilal.
It's very anticlimactic. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
We talked about that in the second to the last chapter of the Dragon Reborn, and because Rand is afraid to take Kalandor during the fight with Bilal because he's like, what if I turn around, jump, try to grab it, and my hand slaps an invisible wall, then I get stabbed in the back. And so he's afraid to do
Right.
it because he doesn't
Totally.
believe that he's the Dragon Reborn. But then Ishmael shows up, takes out Moraine, and he's like, well, it's either maybe die or definitely die. So
Right.
right.
If I face him head on, he's gonna kill me in a heartbeat. So I got to take the chance that I am the dragon. I'm either the Dragon Reborn or I'm dead.
yeah,
Is his choice.
right.
Yeah. And he doesn't feel put in that position with Bilal, which does say something about his skills and how much he's like advanced because he's facing a Forsaken and doesn't feel the need to take the last extreme. That is really significant for his personal growth.
I think some of
The
that might
fact
be
that-
ignorance.
I think a lot of that might be
Also
ignorance.
that-
Sure.
Yeah, because
But-
Bilal is kind of still toying with him. Like, there's not a major like duel or anything going on between him and Bilal. Like, it's kind of just Bilal
yeah.
gloating and being the evil
point is to-
mastermind behind all of this. And like,
It's kind of, well, think about it like Turok. Like, he was way more nervous about Turok
yeah,
than he was about Bilal.
yeah.
And they're kind of similar opponents.
Bilal is clearly better.
Well, definitely. But, and yeah, as Agenor said, like, he did the evil monologue thing. So, like, there's that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like, this is the book where Rand stops doubting that he's the dragon and commits to being the dragon. And then the rest of the series, he's doubting if he's doing a good job, if he's mad. But he doesn't doubt the fact that he is the dragon. That is something that ends at the end of the story.
When he
was
takes
the
Calendar.
test.
Yeah.
I just kind of feel like before, maybe it's still fair to say that he admitted it to himself, but I just feel like before he grabbed Calendar, he already knew. He knew in his heart of hearts, and he just needed some tangible proof so he could come to grips with it. And that's what Calendar did.
Well, he's fulfilled so many of the other prophecies, like being born on Dragon Slope. There's a bunch of other prophecies, Old Blood being raised by a different Old Blood,
the
whatever.
Ancient Blood raised by the Old Blood.
So, like, he's fulfilled those prophecies, but he couldn't necessarily prove any of those to himself. But when he got Calendar, that was final, tangible proof that, yes, I fulfilled one of the prophecies. Yes, I am the Dragon Reborn. Even though he's fulfilled a bunch more, he didn't want to admit that because that meant Tam wasn't his father.
Have any of you guys ever noticed that the cleansing of the source is in the prophecies?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but which...
Wounds of Madness.
The Wounds of Madness.
Yeah, totally.
Where he heals the Wounds of Madness, and something about he breaks the chains of madness too.
No, and by our hand, something about like by our hand was this curse brought, and by his hand shall it be taken away, something like that.
Right. No, it's totally proper.
My friend who actually introduced me to this series, like when I told him that like I saw the cleansing coming, he was like, "How?" And I'm like, because all of the different scenes where you see Moraine spewing prophecy and where Rand is reading the prophecy to try to figure out what it is he's supposed to be doing, like there's a lot of little things, and if you pick them apart and really listen to what's going on, you can kind of figure it out. So it kind of blew his mind, and I was like, well, see who's the bigger fan here.
That's super awesome.
Hey, Seth, do you see the suggestion in Discord for a Patreon episode?
On prophecy?
On prophecy.
I'm on my other laptop right now, but I will try to remember that and add it to the list.
It's a good idea.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. An episode that's just about the prophecies for patrons. Should do it.
Ooh, that might have to be a couple episodes.
Right. We could do like Min's prophecies, and then like dreams, and then like...
Right, and then like the Koreathon cycle.
Right,
its own thing.
exactly.
Yeah. Viewings, dreams, written prophecy.
And then all the Fourth Age stuff.
Right.
Oh,
right,
dude, the visions from Ruidian. All the visions from...
Yep.
man.
Yeah.
All of Avienda's future visions.
Avienda and then Rand stuff.
Well, that's
or I guess that's
past.
past
We're going
stuff.
to get to that real soon.
I know. I'm so excited to go to the waste.
We got to kill off Bilal first.
Excited.
Yeah.
We got to
I'm going to do Bilal and then pick a big one this time and try to do like Lanfear.
So when are we going to start our novel?
Hey, you're writing a novel now?
No. I just said that.
Sometimes when we're drinking together, we loosely talk. I loosely
right. You've got a
talk
few
about.
ideas.
I have an idea for an interesting magic system, or what I think is an interesting magic system. Just to be clear, that I've been working on in my head for a really long time, and
you could totally write it and read your own audiobook.
Let me put it this way.
that would be so cool.
I will be your editor if you write it.
Okay.
But I can't write it.
I just don't even know like who my characters are or anything yet. I like understand the magic system and I kind of understand the world a little, but I don't know much more like what is the plot.
That's
I have to
the
come up with
hardest part right
something.
there is plot building, but character building is so much fun to me. Like I love creating like backstories and like character traits and character flaws, and like character building is incredibly fun to me, but plot building is so challenging.
That's actually one of the only things I've done is I built the main character and her pet, for lack of a better. This is going to get much more complicated. It's not just a pet.
It's like a familiar kind of a thing?
Yes, like a familiar. All right, I'm just going to throw it out there. So the magic system in this world is drugs. I know it sounds crazy, but like you can like visit the spirit world and commune with your animal, and like you get on a new different level. It's just, well,
you have to take these mushrooms first.
Right. You have to eat a lot of mushrooms. Like if you keep on going to the spirit world, you've got to eat a ton, and that's the drawback to the magic system.
And then there's these crazy villains who are trying to make it like even stronger, and they're like refining.
Yeah. There's magical
so
crack, but like it'll fuck up your life still.
Yeah,
you
can inject it, but it kind of makes you crazy when you're not on the high.
I would read that so hard.
But that's the concept.
Like,
but like, you know, coming up with and reading books like The Wheel of Time is so fucking intimidating. Like I can't ever imagine creating anything like that.
And see, that's my problem, is I always want to sit down and write a novel. Like, it's something I've wanted to do for the longest time. And then every time I sit down to do it, like, there was one where I literally filled probably like 7 or 8 composition books with like a story that I was writing. And then I sat down and I read through it, and I saw like all of these similarities to The Wheel of Time, and was like, all these similarities but inferiorities to The Wheel of Time, and I was just like, no, I'll never be able to do this. It will never be, I'm never gonna be good enough.
You'll never run if you compare yourself to Usain Bolt.
Yeah, no, that's great advice.
And you cannot compare yourself to the best in the genre. You just can't. Like, if you do that, you're being an idiot, because Robert Jordan was amazing.
Dude, you need to read Broken Earth.
You know what? I'm on book.
Dude, I don't even care what your excuse is.
I'm on book 13. I'm on book 13 of The Wheel of Time, and I already own the Broken Earth trilogy on Audible. That's my next conquest.
Dude, it's the fucking best.
No, it's not your next conquest. It's what you're going to listen to right now. You're going to hang up. You know what? Just fucking hang up right now.
That's it. We're done recording. Go read Broken Earth. Don't talk to us until you're done.
It's so
I haven't read it either, guys.
Seriously, I've told so many of my geology friends about it, because I'm like, guys, it's the geology.
This is literally
like
the third conversation about Broken Earth I'm having today. Patrick doesn't know this, but I had a conversation about Broken Earth twice this morning with 2 different people, and now
So I'm going to read Broken Earth, and then I'm going to fall in love with it the same way Aradia has, and we're going to do Broken Earth spoilers, me and Aradia.
Dude, yes. But see, first I have to do Pern spoilers, because I know Pern way better than Broken Earth.
Oh, okay. Well, I haven't read Pern. Maybe I should read Pern too.
Oh, dude, what? Seriously, she's been writing that for so long, and now her son took over. So the author has been writing these books since the late 70s, and now her son is writing in the same world. And I have not read all the books, but I want to do Pern spoilers, and I'm pretty sure somebody once upon a time said they'd do it with me. But I would do Broken Earth spoilers. I just need to read it a few more times. I've only read it once.
I've read it so many times.
Well, I only read it because you told me to, so I've only gotten through it one time. But I bought the whole trilogy all at once, because I figured if you told me to read it, then how could I possibly regret that? So,
well, and you're a fucking geologist, and it's about earthquakes, and it couldn't be better for you. Like, there honestly couldn't be a better book.
And then the Spinel followed her. Yes. I didn't even know what Spinel was before I studied geology, and now I do, and that makes the book so much better.
I feel like I should take this opportunity to say that we've been recording for approximately 2 hours or a little less. And is there any way to wrap this up? Is there a way that would be good to wrap it up? Do we just go for another hour?
I mean, that's my question. I mean, we can keep going. I feel like
I just thought we should have this discussion.
Yeah, no, okay. I absolutely agree with you guys. Do you guys want to keep going? Do you want to wrap it up? How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm down to keep going. I feel like maybe we could get a little bit more WoT-related stuff going, so that way there's actually something to publish.
I would love to go for a 45-minute WoT-focused wrap-up tangent thread.
Totally. Read us in, Patrick.
What are we talking? What are we talking? What are we reading?
Read us in. The wheel of time turns, and ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend.
And legend fades to myth. And even myth is long
forgotten.
And the age that gave it birth comes again.
In one age, called the third age
by some. An age yet to come. An age long past.
This is getting culty. Doesn't this sound a little like a combination between a prayer meeting and an AA meeting or something?
Something like that.
Or just the daily prayer.
Keep coming back.
The daily prayer of the Wheel of Time. Give us now
Forgive
our
me,
daily
Dragon,
bread.
for I have not read.
1 Watt book is too many, and 1,000 is never enough, guys.
Ooh, I like Kelsey Baldwin's idea. Like, what are we looking forward to in the Shadow Reborn, and like, what are we looking forward to?
Did you say the Shadow
talk
Reborn?
about?
She did.
Wow, I did. Hey, it's TSR. You know what? I got the acronym right.
You got the initials right.
But what are we looking forward to, or what do we want to dissect, or what character arcs do we want to watch?
You know what I'm not looking forward to? I know it's not the next book, it's the book after the next book, but I'm definitely
It's
not
not helpful.
I'm definitely not looking forward to the cessation of Moraine's involvement.
Ooh,
Yeah.
the big blowout between Rand and Moraine. That gets really gross. I hate
She's
it.
not really in Shadow Reborn.
Shadow
Is she?
Rising.
No,
woman.
she's definitely not in the Shadow Reborn because
Say
that's
that
not a book.
on purpose now. Shadow Rising. Okay, TSR.
I can say I'm really excited to get to the Aiel in general, and Rand's introduction to Aiel culture. I'm really excited about
You
that.
redheaded bastard, you love the Aiel.
I do
Dude,
love
but
the
the
Aiel.
Aiel are so cool, and they're probably like 90% babes. So
Would you like to play Midnight's Kiss?
They're in such good shape. They all just run all day. They're,
dude, yeah, they're all fit.
There's some great legs going on. Yeah.
I will run down your
Some
horse.
great legs going on. And I mean,
Maddie
don't
Falls
get
for
bothered
Hot
by
Red.
this, Seth, but I've always had a bit of a thing for the gingers. So, or Patrick, I'm sorry.
Wait, what? Oh, for gingers?
Yeah.
Oh,
I was
well.
gonna say, why should I get offended? I'm a fucking brown as dirt.
You're a Kyrianan. You're
I'm
just
too-
a tall Kyrianan.
I'm 2 Rivers all the way, guys.
Okay, sure.
I mean, like brown hair,
I'm a
brown
short
eyes.
IU. I'm definitely a short IU.
I would say that I'm
short.
probably 2 Rivers or Altarin in complexion. Like, I'm slightly olivey, I have dark hair, and like coppery brown eyes.
I'm also a short Aiel.
Yeah, I mean, I could be Andoran, Kelsey. I'm definitely. I mean, I'm so not tall. I'm so short. Like Andoran might work. I could be the red-haired Andor girl for sure.
Okay.
How tall are you?
5'2".
Oh, okay. My mom's 5'2". I'm 5'7".
Yeah, I'm short. My border's like 5'11", so I get a crick in my neck.
Julia's 5'2", but she's blonde. Where are the blonde people in the Wheel of Time?
Andor.
Yeah?
Yeah, Andor. And then what is it? Leandrin. Leandrin has honey brown, so that's like borderline blonde, like depending what kind of honey you're thinking of.
Yeah, I've always seen her as
Yeah.
like a chestnut / dirty blonde colored hair.
But yes, mostly Andor and the IEO. Like those are the redheads.
But I think that her hair color isn't necessarily even common for Terrebonne, because I feel like most of the Terrebonners have.
Yeah, no, it's
dark
not. She
hair.
has an unusual hair. It's kind of like how Tyrants like occasionally have blue eyes. Like there's like in
The occasional
yeah.
pale-haired, which is like throwback to the Spanish stock, is what that is. Because
Right, basically.
they have the fair skin, the fair European skin and fair European eyes from Spain mixed with the native coloring.
Oh Jesus! See, I'm so bad with makeup. Like I try, I really do, but it's just so much work, and then you have to take it off again. And I do makeup in fits and starts. I really want to put purple in my hair though. Like I really want just like a big ol' obnoxious stripe of like neon purple through my hair.
Just
That's
do
like,
it. Just do it. Man, there's nothing
It
more
takes time and shit.
there's nothing more liberating than putting color in your hair. Like I love when I have blue in my hair. I just hate that it washes out.
So when I dyed my hair blue, so I was a swimmer and I used to dye my hair every year before I shaved it off. And blue hair is great. It's fucking tastic. Although it washes out to like a green color, which is kind of gross.
It doesn't wash out to a green color if you lift the blonde high enough. If you lift the blonde high enough and you get it past that yellow and get it closer to white before you start putting the bleach in, it actually washes out to this beautiful, like, Elsa princess.
But then my
light
scalp
blue.
is like, rotting because I put so much bleach on my hair.
Oh, wow. I mean, it's worth it.
That's not great.
You may pay that sort of damage for your beauty, but I'm not willing to.
Well, fortunately for me, my boyfriend is a cosmetologist and dyes my hair and doesn't ruin my scalp.
Yeah, see, this is another reason why I wish you lived closer.
I mean, I have like a literal list of reasons why I wish we lived closer.
Oh my god, right? Seriously. No, okay, so when I was like in middle school, I dyed my hair black and people legit thought my hair was black. And it's like, hello, my eyebrows are still pale as shit. Like, I still have no eyebrows because they're so blonde. Like, why do you think my hair is fucking black just because my head hair is black? It was so silly.
Wait, are you blonde or you're a ginger, right?
I can never decide what category I belong in. I'm like a strawberry blonde.
Okay,
Well,
well,
that's a category.
So it's like it's a dishwater blonde at the root, but then once it gets some sun, it turns into like a much more orange like strawberry in the sun. But then if you go inside, it's more like dishwater. Like it's a really weird transient blonde.
You sound Andoran.
yeah,
Like,
I was just about to
how
say
I
you
that.
picture
know, right?
Andoran
But
hair.
I'm not curly. There's no curl at all. I'm straight. My hair's so straight. My hair is so straight.
If you guys
Only
could
to
live,
be in the
if you guys
Andoran
could
house.
live anywhere in the Wheel of Time, like in Randland, where would you guys want to live?
IEL waste.
The waste?
Yep.
Not surprised.
I mean, I feel like basically any of the Borderlands, except that I'm like a super non-athletic, like non-violent person. So I don't know why.
I mean, the
but,
Borderlanders need clerks too.
That's true.
right? Like I don't know. Like they have like some of the best landscapes, and they don't have like the bullshit politics, and they have like seasons and shit.
Yeah,
The
right?
Isle of Mad Men.
Maybe I'd be like, if I could be like an IEL blacksmith, so I could just like not have to deal with getting stabbed and stuff.
But still be like a badass IEL.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, see, for me, like I'd want to be in Aes Sedai, so I'd live in Tarvalin. Like it doesn't matter where I'd be born, I would want to become Aes Sedai and live in Tarvalin.
Oh, sorry. Would you be like a Moraine style Aes Sedai, like traveling around, or would you just stay?
Oh no! I'd be like Seraphel or someone and just live in the tower and like never go outside.
You'd be a Brown.
Duh.
Right.
I'm the first chair for a reason.
But not like a field research Brown. She wouldn't be like
No.
Varen, who goes out in the
See,
field.
oh my
and-
god. Yeah, so I went to this seminar today because I'm supposed to go to seminars. I get 1 credit for going to these seminars once a week at school. And I went to this one today where this woman gave a talk, and she was talking about how valuable it is, how our college does so much field work, and how our people understand that you can't just get your education like from being in front of a computer. And I'm sitting there like, but that's what I want to do. Like, I hate field work. I mean, until this latest field camp, which I kind of changed my mind about everything. But traditionally, like, I hate dealing with people. I hate traveling. I just want to hang out on my computer and like do cool shit from there. So
I would be.
yeah,
I would.
I would do that in the tower. I would just hang out in the tower and like send my warder to the library to get me shit and bring me food from the kitchen. And like that would be my life, and I'd be so happy.
I've always felt that I would be like a Kyrianan born that lives in Tarvalin but wears Andoran styles. Because, I mean, I want to be an Aes Sedai too. So, and I would probably be a blue with heavy yellow tendencies.
Mm-hmm.
I take
So
that.
very Moraine. Yeah, and see, like, Jesus, see, that whole communication thing, that's what I keep finding myself drawn towards in science, which really bothers me because I hate people and I don't want to talk to them, but apparently I really want to talk to them, like, subconsciously.
Then,
and,
like, communicate
Aradia.
with Google Docs.
You're a talker.
You are.
You guys have no idea how much I'm not a talker in the rest of my life. You have
But
no idea.
you're totally a talker when it comes to subjects that you care about deeply, like the Wheel of Time and like your other podcast with Just Roll With It and like geology.
You guys are bullying me. You guys are all bullying me. Oh, the Discord chat, you guys in voice. Oh my god. I'm blushing.
Also, you get to be with like when we're doing the podcast, and I still think about this sometimes when I was uncomfortable being in front of the microphone. Do you remember that vaguely in the distant past, Seth? Yeah.
It's not that distant. Let's be honest.
I was like, Jesus, what am I going to say that could possibly be interesting to anyone? You know,
I remember.
And now I realize that
about
I can actually just kind of have a casual conversation with people I hang out with like 2-3 times a week, and that is a podcast. That is what that is. It's way less complicated than I thought.
But no, I agree that like comfort in front of a microphone is something that's hard to achieve, and like even if you are comfortable, even if you're not comfortable, sounding like you are is important.
Well, see, my mom was like a singer-songwriter when I was a little kid. So like I literally don't remember the first time that I got on stage because I was like 3. And then my school was like, you have to do a play every year. So like I really don't have a lot of stage fright. And I've made recordings. I've posted them in the Discord, like the vain fucking tomfoolery that I am. But I've done productions. I've been in plays, musicals, musical recordings. I've been in front of microphones before, but just never just for myself off the cuff. It's always been for something that I practiced to like perform, you know?
Well, and as long as you're talking about what you
different.
know about, and clearly you know something about the Wheel of Time, I feel like it's fine.
Yeah, no, this place has been a very good experience for me to find my voice talking about something that I didn't practice beforehand, actually.
Me too. I try and talk about it to people outside of the Discord, and it's hard. It's hard to find the right way to speak about it. You know, the closest I can get is like, it's Game of Thrones without quite as much violence. And I'll get like an okay acknowledgement from that.
That's why I don't really bring it up a lot, because I'm like, you know, even when I say like, oh, I make this podcast, people are like, oh, what's the podcast about? I'm like, oh, it's this book series. This is what it's called. And they're like, oh, it's that. And it's just like, can you describe the plot of the Wheel of Time?
Yeah, my boss asked me that question the other day when I told her why I needed to borrow this headset. She was like, what's the basic plot? And I was like, do you have an hour?
There's no summary. Well, that is a summary.
Very difficult to summarize.
I've tried so many ways, and they all are too long and wholly inadequate.
That's why I feel some sympathy for this announcement about the green light of the TV series, where they're like, it's about following Moraine as an Aes Sedai, and it's like, no, but okay, fair enough. You could construe it that way. Like, there's just so many ways you can put that, and like fitting it into a 10-word sentence is never going to be enough, ever.
Yeah, which is why I'm really not worried.
Yeah, exactly. Which is exactly why I'm surprised that they were able to put something that's even vaguely Wheel of Time into such a very short amount of words.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I drank a lot while I was recording this. And I'm a little drunk, and I'm ready to actually take a break.
Drunk Seth. That means we can get some interesting conversations going on this. It's not time for you to leave.
Ask me anything. I am here to answer your questions.
Oh, Lord.
Do you want to go get a hamburger after this?
Yes.
I'm already thinking about it. Okay.
Where are we getting hamburgers from? Because I'm down.
Probably Alberta Street Pub.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
There's
So cool.
a bartender there is a young lady, or probably around my age, who just recently finished the Wheel of Time, became a patron, and started listening to the show. So we go there, and somebody that listens to the show is the person that pours us drinks.
Is she a Discordian?
Holy crap.
No, because I think she just finished a mall.
Okay.
I'll check her Instagram.
Okay. Yeah, Stormlight Archive, all that stuff. I want to read all of that. Like, I want to get into it. My problem is that, like, I start reading other books, and then I get to this point while I'm reading them, and I'm like, but this isn't the Wheel of Time. And I start missing my friends and just end up going back to the Wheel of Time.
That's what the audiobooks are for.
Yeah, you should try out Stormlight.
No, you should try Broken Earth.
Well, yes, you should always read that first. Like, I mean, before anything else, read Broken Earth.
Yeah, I'm gonna as soon as I finish with The Wheel of Time, I'm gonna go ahead and start Broken Earth. I used
They're so good. They're so good. I really want to reread it, but yeah.
Also, I will say the narrator with the audiobooks is excellent.
Yeah, that's one thing that I
really?
worry about with audiobooks. Because, the narrator for the Game of Thrones books,
Sucks.
I mean, I wouldn't say that he sucks. He just kind of sounds like maybe he does. I'm just trying not to be mean
Dude,
about
I
it. But
hate the Harry Potter narrator.
I
hate the Harry Potter narrator.
I haven't listened to it yet.
So much.
I haven't listened to it yet.
I cannot with that guy.
I'm not a big fan of the British accent with a lot of the narrated books, like The Hobbit. Like a lot of the old school fantasy books are narrated with a British accent, and I'm not a big fan. I want to hear them in an American
See, I like
accent.
the British accent, so I'm all about it. I listened to Russell Brand's book Revolution, narrated by Russell Brand, and I found it incredibly interesting.
Oh yeah, Bill Bryson narrates his own books, and that's pretty cool.
There is that, but I feel like there's this pretentious British accent that's done by Americans. That it's not actually a British accent.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like when Michael Kramer tries to do Elaine.
Yes.
And it just sounds super snooty and not very organic.
Well, but that's the point. Elaine's supposed to sound super snooty and not very organic because she is. So I think it's brilliant.
I love Elaine, and I love her plot line. I'm one of the few guys who...
Yeah.
One of the few people...
Her white tights up on the fucking tightrope,
legs like a bloody queen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, oh, thank you, Uno.
I've always loved Elaine's story arc, especially, and so many people hate Elaine's story arc in Camelin when she's retaking the throne, but that's one of my favorite parts of the entire series.
I see the appeal of it.
It's different.
Yeah.
It's different.
I love the intrigue, and that's why I feel like if I were to be Aes Sedai, I would be blue, because I'm so interested in that intrigue, and I love being able to witness it.
My frustration comes from the fact that Elaine doesn't realize that just because her baby is born healthy, she's not immortal. And not
right?
That's really I feel like people are just stop thinking you're unkillable or uninjurable. You can have a fate worse than death and still have your baby be born healthy. It can be taken from you. There's so many things.
You could not have a mind anymore.
Exactly. Yeah. There's so many reasons why this is not okay for you to be rushing off into danger.
Yeah, her recklessness was always, and that's one of the things that makes her human, which
totally.
We were talking about earlier.
Totally.
All of the characters have flaws, and that's definitely one of Elaine's flaws. But when it comes to political savviness, and when it comes to cleverness and creativity and thoughtfulness, very few people rival Elaine in the series. She is a political mastermind.
Part of that is having Dylan to help her out.
Yeah.
Dylan helps her out a lot. Dylan does help her out a lot, but I feel like Dylan doesn't answer everything, and she does a lot of things that Dylan would have never thought of.
Totally.
Dylan just kind of helped her find her way there by giving her a nudge or asking a question and trying to help her think through it from different angles. But every good queen has a good advisor. Even Morgase had Elida.
Yeah, although Elida's an idiot.
Elida wasn't an idiot all the time, though. Elida became more of an idiot after she achieved the shawl. Elida was very clever and very capable.
You mean the staff? The stole.
The stole. Yeah, that's what I meant, was the stole.
AKA when Padden Fane got to her.
Yes, that's what really messed Elida up, because Elida was very capable, and I honestly feel like had Elida not gotten so power hungry and not been tainted by Mordeth and Fane, she could have actually been a decent Amerlin. She wouldn't have been the Amerlin the world needed. She would have been a better Amerlin in a different time, but she could have been a good Amerlin.
I think you're probably right, especially with the interference of Padden Fane.
And so many people forget about the influence with Padden Fane because there's not as many chapters with Padden Fane in Elida's presence as there are with Padden Fane in other people's presence. Like, we see more of him with the White Cloaks. Yeah. We see him a lot with the White Cloaks. We see him, I think we even see him a little bit more with the Shanshin, with Turok.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a lot of scenes, but it's a very clear scene.
Right, but where there's only like a couple of very brief scenes with Elida. I think there might even only be like one scene where he actually interacts with Elida, because basically he's in the tower for one reason, and that's to get the dagger.
Right.
He actually interacts more with Alviarin than with Elida, which really shows how much Ardhal is neither of the dark or the light. It is completely a third party off to the side.
It's the other kind of evil.
It's abandoned the light to fight the shadow.
The other white meat.
Right, it's the other left.
Are you trying to call it?
Yeah, I think are you guys ready? I mean, I enjoyed this. That was a nice little dip back in the Wheel of Time. But
Yeah. We actually made it back.
I'm willing to call it. I got shit to do.
Yeah. Hold on, before we hit stop, I do want to remind everybody to support us on Patreon and to join the Discord. Like, we love you. If you guys love us back, show it in any possible way that you can.
Thank you, Travis.
Tag us on Twitter, support us on Patreon, let us know if there's anything else that we can do to reach out further to the community. We want to get more people involved. We want more people to be involved, and we want to grow with you guys. Join us, let us love you.
We love you. Good night.
Thank you for listening to the Wheel of Time Spoilers podcast. Rate us in the Apple Podcast app or support us on Patreon. Is that good enough?